My friend, hear me closely. There comes a season in every life when everything begins to crumble. The doors you prayed would open stay locked. The people you once relied on turn and leave. The dreams you built with care fall apart like dust in the wind. And right there in your weakest hour, the voice of doubt whispers, "It's over. You've failed. God doesn't see you anymore." But I'm here to tell you that voice is lying. Because when everything looks hopeless, that's when God begins His most powerful work in your life. When your strength runs dry, His power takes over. When no path appears before you, God creates one that defies all logic. He is still the God of the impossible. Don't let go. Some of you are standing right now at the edge of your breaking point. You've cried until there are no tears left. You've prayed and it feels like heaven is silent. You've done all you could and still nothing has changed. But hear me, God has not abandoned you. God has not turned His face away from you. He is testing the faith that will one day carry you into victory. Every delay has a divine reason. Every closed door has a hidden purpose. God is building something inside you that requires the pressure you are feeling right now. The very weight that's making you feel weak is the same weight that will give you the strength to stand when your miracle comes. You see, faith is not proven when everything is easy. Faith is proven when you're in the fire, when you're surrounded by problems and you still say, "I trust God." The human heart wants instant answers, but God works in eternal timing. You may think you're waiting on Him, but often God is waiting on you to stop worrying, to stop doubting, and to finally believe that He can do the impossible. God doesn't need perfect conditions to perform a miracle. He creates miracles out of impossible conditions. When you run out of options, that's when His power is revealed. The same God who created the stars out of nothing can create a new beginning out of your broken situation. Just hold on. Hold on when the world tells you to give up. Hold on when your mind tells you it's hopeless. Hold on when the people you love don't understand your journey. Because God sees what they cannot see. God is not ignoring your pain. He's preparing your promise. Every tear you've shed has been counted by Him. Every night you spent awake thinking you were forgotten, He was right there watching over you, planning something greater than your imagination could conceive. You thought it was a setback, but it was divine setup. You thought the storm was meant to destroy you, but it was meant to teach you how to trust Him completely. There's something sacred about struggle. It humbles you. It empties you of pride. It breaks the illusion that you're in control. And it's in that emptiness that God fills you with His strength. That's why the impossible moments of your life are not punishment. They're preparation. God uses your trials to refine your faith, your pain to build your character, and your loneliness to draw you closer to Him. The moment you stop fighting the process and start trusting His purpose, you'll see how everything that went wrong was leading you to something greater. God is not late. God is not silent. God is not absent. He is working in silence in ways that you can't yet see. Some of you have been praying for years. You've been asking God, when will you do it? You've been faithful. You've been patient. You've been believing, yet still the miracle hasn't come. But listen carefully, the delay does not mean denial. God has already written your breakthrough into the story of your life. He is aligning people, circumstances, and opportunities that are beyond your control. And when the time is right, everything will shift in your favor in a way that only God could arrange. That's why you must not give up when it's hardest to keep believing. Your breaking point is often the turning point. The moment you feel like quitting is often the moment just before your miracle unfolds. Remember, God never promised that the road would be easy, but He did promise that He would be with you every step of the way. The presence of trouble doesn't mean the absence of God. It often means He's closer than ever. And the pain you're feeling right now may not make sense, but one day you'll look back and say, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have become who I am. God uses difficulty to build destiny. He allows storms to reveal your strength. You may not see it now, but God is shaping something extraordinary through your endurance. You are being trained for triumph. Sometimes God will close every door so that you realize He was the door all along. Sometimes He will remove every support so that you learn to lean on Him completely. Sometimes He will let you walk through the valley just to show you that darkness cannot destroy the light within you. You are not defeated. You are being developed. You are not abandoned. You are being anointed through affliction. God is preparing you for something that only the impossible can birth. That's why the battle is so fierce, because the blessing on the other side is so great. If you could see what God has planned, you wouldn't be crying. You'd be rejoicing. If you could see what's waiting on the other side of this struggle, you'd thank God for not answering your prayers too soon. Because sometimes what feels like rejection is really protection. Sometimes what feels like loss is actually preparation. God is working behind the scenes to bring forth something that will not just bless you, it will transform you. And when it happens, you'll realize that every delay, every heartbreak, and every disappointment was worth it. Listen to me. Don't let fear convince you that God has failed you. Fear is the language of defeat. Faith is the language of victory. When you speak faith, you invite the power of God into your situation. You may not have the answers, but you have the Almighty who controls the outcome. When you trust God fully, you shift the atmosphere of your life. The impossible becomes possible. The mountain that once looked unmovable starts to crumble under the weight of divine power. Because nothing is too hard for God, He specializes in the impossible. There is no sickness He cannot heal, no door He cannot open, no heart He cannot restore, no life He cannot rebuild. The same God who brought light out of darkness can bring purpose out of your pain. The same God who formed the universe with His words can reshape your destiny with a single command. What looks impossible to man is easy for God, but He moves in the lives of those who believe, those who refuse to let go even when it hurts. Faith is not holding on when things make sense. It's holding on when nothing makes sense and you still choose to trust God anyway. You see, God doesn't always show you the path. Sometimes He just gives you the strength to keep walking. He doesn't always reveal the destination. Sometimes He just says, keep going. Because it's not the outcome that matters most, it's who you become in the process. God is molding your faith to handle the miracle that's coming. If He gave it to you too soon, you wouldn't be ready for it. So He allows the waiting to strengthen your patience, the pain to deepen your character, and the silence to sharpen your dependence on Him. Every unanswered prayer is not punishment. It's preparation for something bigger than what you asked for. So don't give up in the waiting. Don't lose heart in the silence. Don't question His love because of the storm. The same storm that makes you afraid is the one God will use to prove His power. When you come out of this, you won't just come out alive. You'll come out stronger, wiser, and more faithful than you've ever been. You will look back and say, it was hard, but it was worth it because now I know my God can do the impossible. Some of you are living proof of that already. You've been through things that should have destroyed you. You've walked through seasons that broke others, but you're still standing. You've survived pain that was supposed to end your faith, but it made it stronger. You didn't come this far just to give up now. God has brought you too far to leave you in defeat. If He was going to abandon you, He would have done it long ago. But He didn't. He kept you. He sustained you. He guided you. That means He's not done with you yet. If you're still breathing, God is still working. Every time you wake up and face another day, you are a living testimony that God is not finished with your story. The same power that raised you from your last trial will raise you again. Don't underestimate what God can do through your persistence. The enemy wants you to give up before the blessing arrives. But if you hold on, if you keep believing, you'll see that the promise of God always outweighs the pain of waiting. Your faith may be tested, but it will be rewarded. The impossible becomes possible, not because of your strength, but because of your surrender. When you let go of control and say, God, I can't, but you can, that's when heaven moves on your behalf. That's when mountains shift. That's when doors open. That's when your enemies fall. That's when the impossible bows before the power of the Almighty. So hold on, my friend. You may not understand it now, but one day you'll thank God for every tear, for every delay, for every closed door, because it all led you to the miracle He was preparing all along. My friend, listen closely. The hands of God never stop working, even when you cannot see them. When life looks like it has turned against you, when the walls around you seem to be closing in, that's when God is quietly setting the stage for a miracle that will leave you speechless. The silence you feel is not absence, it's preparation. The delay is not punishment, it's divine timing. God hides His greatest works behind seasons of struggle because that's where faith is born. Faith that hasn't been tested is faith that cannot be trusted. So if you are being tested, it means you are being trusted with something extraordinary. You are being shaped for something that requires endurance. And God will not let your suffering be wasted. There is a mystery in how God moves. He does not always announce His plan. He doesn't send a warning before the storm. But when the winds rise and the waves crash, His unseen hand holds you steady. God's plan is never revealed all at once, because if you saw the entire journey, you might not have the courage to walk it. So He gives you light for each step. He gives you strength for each day. And if all you have today is enough strength to take one more step, that's enough. Because that one step of faith carries more power than 1,000 steps of fear. Every time you choose to believe, when everything looks hopeless, the impossible starts to shift in your favor. There are moments when God will strip everything away, not to destroy you, but to remind you that He alone is enough. He will remove the things you depend on so that you can depend on Him completely. He will take you into the wilderness to teach you that provision comes not from man, but from His hand. He will let you walk through nights where you see no light just to show you that He Himself is the light that never goes out. If you are in that place now where nothing makes sense, where every door seems closed, don't curse the process. God is in control of the very chaos that frightens you. He has already written the ending before the trial began. The truth is, we often pray for God to take away the fire, but God uses the fire to reveal the gold within us. Gold cannot shine until it's refined. Diamonds cannot sparkle until they've endured pressure. And faith cannot grow until it's been through storms. You are being refined by God's hand. Every tear is polishing your character. Every challenge is deepening your dependence. Every loss is leading you closer to the purpose He designed for you before you were even born. Don't run from the process. It's the very thing that will reveal your power. Sometimes God allows life to become impossible so that you will finally stop trying to fix it yourself. As long as you think you can handle it, God will let you try. But the moment you lift your hands and say, God, I surrender, it's yours. That's when heaven opens. That's when peace floods your heart. That's when impossible things begin to turn. Because faith is not about trying harder. It's about trusting deeper. It's about saying, even when I can't see the way, I know God is the way. When you truly believe that, nothing can shake you. Not fear, not loss, not betrayal, not delay, because you know that the same power that created the universe is working for your good. There is no prayer too small for God to hear and no dream too big for Him to fulfill. God can change the course of your life in a moment. He can raise the broken and silence the proud. He can turn your weakest hour into your greatest testimony. Don't measure God's power by the size of your problem. Measure your problem by the greatness of God. He is not intimidated by the impossible. He is not limited by human logic. He moves beyond the boundaries of reason. What looks like an ending to you is just the beginning of something divine. Sometimes the greatest miracles happen quietly. While you're sleeping, God is rearranging your future. While you're waiting, He's working in hearts you haven't met yet. While you're praying, He's opening doors you can't yet see. You may feel like nothing is happening, but heaven is busy on your behalf. God never sleeps. He never forgets. His promises never expire. What He has declared over your life will come to pass. Even if everything around you says otherwise, you may say, but I've been waiting for so long. Yes, but the longer the wait, the greater the reward. The longer the drought, the heavier the rain. God doesn't rush what He's perfecting. He doesn't waste time. He uses it to prepare you. If He hasn't given it yet, it's because He's building something better. The waiting season is not a wasted season. It's where your roots grow deeper. It's where your faith stops depending on sight. It's where you learn that even when you can't feel Him, He is there. There will come a day when the same people who doubted you will have to witness what God has done in your life. They will see how the one who was overlooked became unshakable. They will wonder how you survived what should have destroyed you, and your only answer will be it was God. You will not need to prove yourself to anyone because the evidence of God's power will be all over your life. That is why you cannot give up now. You're too close. You're standing on the edge of what you've been praying for. And God has not brought you this far to leave you now. When the enemy attacks hardest, it's a sign that the blessing is near. When life feels unbearable, it's a sign that breakthrough is on the horizon. God allows opposition because it confirms your position. The greater the battle, the greater the victory. The darker the night, the brighter the dawn. So don't be discouraged by what you see. Believe what God has spoken. His word does not return empty. If He said He will make a way, He will. If He said He will restore you, He will. If He said He will lift you, no one can stop it. There is power in endurance. The strongest warriors are not those who never fall, but those who rise every time they do. Every time you rise again, you remind the world that your power isn't born of flesh, but flows from God. You may have lost much, but not your faith. You may have wept, but your belief never broke. You may feel weary, yet you're still standing tall. And that alone is proof that God is still at work. Hold on tight. The darkness won't last forever. The dawn is nearer than it seems. Never forget, God moves in sudden moments. One moment you're unseen and the next you're lifted high. One moment you're fighting to survive, and the next you're walking in overflow. That's why you cannot lose faith when the hour feels hardest. Your faithfulness in the shadows is what secures your triumph in the light. Keep doing good even when it seems unseen. Keep trusting God even when silence surrounds you. Because nothing you do in faith is ever wasted. Every prayer, every act of kindness, every tear, it all counts in the eyes of God. And when the moment comes, and it will come, when God decides that the waiting is over, you'll see how everything connects. You'll realize that the pain had purpose, the silence had meaning, and the delay had protection. You'll see that the impossible wasn't meant to break you. It was meant to reveal the strength of God through you. Then you'll understand why you had to walk the path you did. Because through it you learned that God is not limited by circumstances. You learned that what's meant for you cannot be stolen. And you learned that the impossible is not a barrier. It's an invitation for God to show His glory. My friend, when life brings you to your knees, it is not always a place of defeat. It is often the position where miracles begin. Sometimes God allows you to reach the end of your own strength so that you will discover the power of His. There are moments when all the doors you knock on remain closed and all your plans crumble before your eyes. In those moments, your heart may tremble, but that trembling is sacred. It is the shaking that happens before the walls fall down. Do not mistake delay for denial. God is not ignoring you. He is aligning things in ways that go beyond your understanding. What feels like waiting is divine orchestration. God is setting the stage, placing every piece where it belongs, so that when the miracle unfolds, it will leave no doubt. It was Him and Him alone. You must understand that God's process is not designed to be comfortable. It's designed to be transformative. Comfort rarely builds faith. Conflict does. Ease seldom strengthens trust. Endurance does. Every hardship, every unanswered prayer, every tear that fell without explanation is being woven into a masterpiece that only God could paint. He allows the breaking because the blessing requires it. He allows the storm because it awakens your spiritual strength. He allows the wilderness because that's where dependence on Him becomes unshakable. If you are in the wilderness now, rejoice, because it means you are being prepared for the promised land. There will come a time when you will look back on what once broke you and say, "Thank you, God, for not letting it work out my way." Because you will see that every disappointment was divine direction. What you thought was the end was only the bending of the path. God's ways are not our ways. His wisdom stretches beyond the horizon of human sight. Where you see chaos, He sees construction. Where you see loss, He sees liberation. Where you see endings, He sees beginnings. You must not allow fear to speak louder than faith. Fear will always whisper, "What if you fail?" But faith answers, "Even if I fall, God will lift me again." Fear focuses on the storm. Faith focuses on the one who controls it. When you shift your focus from what's against you to the God who stands with you, everything changes. The waves may still crash. The winds may still blow. But inside your heart, a calm begins to rise because you realize that no storm is greater than the one who speaks to it. God has power over the impossible. What intimidates you is nothing to Him. The mountain that looks immovable to you is dust beneath His command. Some people stop believing when they can't see results. But faith is not sight. It's trust in motion. It's holding on when logic tells you to let go. It's standing firm when every reason to quit seems justified. Faith doesn't require evidence. It creates it. The moment you choose to believe that God will do the impossible, you activate a power greater than your fear, greater than your pain, greater than your situation. You release divine energy into your life and things begin to shift. You may not see it immediately, but the unseen world begins to move in your favor. Many times we pray for God to remove the storm, but sometimes He doesn't remove it. He strengthens you to stand through it because there are lessons in the storm that peace could never teach you. There are revelations born in the night that daylight could never reveal. When everything around you is shaking, that's when you learn what truly holds you together. And when you realize it is God, not your circumstances, not your resources, not your strength, when you realize it has always been Him, you are never the same again. The greatest transformations often come from the hardest seasons. God does not waste pain. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every loss, it all carries within it a message from heaven. The pain that once made you question everything will one day become the story that strengthens someone else. That's how God works. He turns your scars into testimonies. He turns your valleys into lessons of victory. He turns your tears into rivers that refresh the faith of others. You were not meant to be destroyed by what happened. You were meant to be refined by it. There is a moment in every believer's life when you have to decide what kind of faith you truly have. Do you believe in God only when things are easy? Or do you believe when everything is falling apart? True faith is not built in sunshine. It's built in storms. It's built in silence. It's built in those nights when you have nothing left but a whisper. God, I still trust you. That whisper carries the weight of mountains. That whisper can shake the heavens. Because God listens not to the volume of your words, but to the strength of your heart. Sometimes God will take you to a place where no one can help you. Not your friends, not your family, not your strength. Because it's there in that sacred isolation that you finally understand God is enough. You don't need the approval of others when you have the favor of God. You don't need the map when you have His guidance. You don't need the answers when you have His assurance. You just need to keep walking, even if it's with trembling steps, knowing that every step in faith is a step toward the impossible becoming possible. Don't be surprised when God uses unusual ways to bring your breakthrough. He does not operate by human logic. Sometimes He will close a door you begged Him to open only to reveal that behind it was disaster. Sometimes He will delay the blessing not to punish you, but to prepare you for it. Sometimes He will let you be misunderstood, not because He's unfair, but because He's protecting you from being defined by those who cannot see your purpose. Every divine delay carries within it a hidden yes to something far greater. And when that greater thing comes, it will not just bless you, it will transform everything around you. Because when God does something, He doesn't do it halfway. He does it in ways that make even your enemies stand in awe. He does it in ways that silence doubt and magnify His power. You won't have to fight for recognition. His favor will announce you. You won't have to chase opportunities. His hand will position you. You won't have to beg for blessings. His timing will deliver them right to your doorstep. That is why you must not lose faith in the waiting. Waiting is not a pause, it's a process. It's where your roots go deeper. It's where your character is built. It's where God separates what's temporary from what's eternal. He is preparing you for what you prayed for. The greater the promise, the longer the preparation. And when it finally happens, you'll understand why it took so long. You'll see that every tear watered the ground for your miracle to grow. There will come a day, my friend, when you will look back on this very moment. The sleepless nights, the unanswered prayers, the heavy silence, and you will understand why it had to happen this way. You will see that the pain was not wasted, that the tears were not in vain. God was not punishing you. He was purifying you. Every challenge you faced was refining your heart, stripping away the distractions, deepening your roots in faith, and teaching you to depend on Him alone. The same storm you thought would destroy you was, in truth, shaping the strength that would carry you into your destiny. God does not rush His work because what He is building in you is eternal. You may be anxious to see results, but God is patient and His timing is perfect. What He begins, He finishes, and when He finishes, it is flawless. So if the promise seems delayed, know that the delay is the protection of divine wisdom. God will never give you something before you're ready to carry it. He will never open a door that your character cannot yet sustain. The waiting is not meant to break you. It is meant to build you into the vessel that can handle the blessing. Every moment of waiting is God's way of preparing you to walk with greater faith, greater peace, and greater strength. Sometimes God hides your blessing behind obstacles to test your perseverance. He wants to see if you will keep walking when the road is rough, if you will keep believing when the evidence says it's over. Because faith that quits too early never sees the fullness of what God can do. You must keep pressing forward even when the path feels uncertain. You must keep your eyes on the unseen, knowing that what God promised He will surely perform. When you trust Him in the dark, He will honor you in the light. The truth is, every time you choose to trust instead of complain, to pray instead of panic, to believe instead of break, that's when heaven moves on your behalf. God sees every silent act of faith. He notices every tear that falls in surrender. He hears every whisper that says, "God, I still believe." Those moments are sacred. They rise before Him like incense, and in His perfect time He responds with power. The impossible bends before His will. Do not underestimate what God is doing in the hidden places. You may not see movement, but He is working behind the curtain of your circumstances. He is rearranging situations, softening hearts, and aligning opportunities that will suddenly appear when the moment is right. That's why you must not let impatience destroy what faith is still building. The flower does not bloom before its season, and neither will your breakthrough come one moment too early or too late. It will arrive in divine precision at the exact moment when it will glorify God the most. There are seasons when God will let you walk through loss to teach you the power of letting go. He will remove what you thought you couldn't live without to show you that your true life is found in Him alone. He will strip away false support so that you can learn to stand on faith, not fear. It hurts when this happens, but later you will see it was mercy, not cruelty. Because God's love is not always gentle. It is sometimes fierce. It doesn't always comfort. Sometimes it corrects. But every action of God, whether pleasant or painful, is meant to lead you closer to the strength of His presence. There's a sacred beauty in brokenness. It's in the breaking that God can remake you. It's in the emptying that He can fill you. It's in the surrender that He can lift you higher. When everything you depended on fails, that's when you finally realize the only thing you truly need is Him. And when you reach that level of faith, when your confidence rests not on what you can do, but on what God will do, that's when the impossible becomes possible. That's when the supernatural invades the natural. That's when you see doors open that you didn't even knock on. Never forget, God's power is not limited by human logic. What seems final to man is just a chapter in God's story. He can reverse diagnosis, restore broken families, rebuild shattered lives, and resurrect dead dreams. There is no situation too far gone for His power. The laws of the world do not bind the Creator of the world. He can turn ashes into beauty, mourning into dancing, despair into strength. When you walk with Him, even your losses become lessons. Even your pain becomes purpose. You may not feel strong enough right now, but you don't need to be. God's strength is made perfect when you have none left. You just need to show up with faith, with endurance, with a heart that refuses to give up. You may feel like you're walking through fire, but remember, fire refines gold. You are being purified for greatness. You are being shaped for glory. Every trial is chiseling away what doesn't belong so that the masterpiece God designed can emerge. Don't despise the process. It's proof that you are being prepared for something beyond your imagination. There is a reason why your battle feels so intense. It's because what's coming is so extraordinary. The enemy always fights hardest when he knows a shift is near. The closer you are to the breakthrough, the stronger the resistance becomes. But you cannot retreat now. You cannot surrender when you're this close to the promise. Keep your eyes on God, not the battle. Keep your focus on His power, not your pain. You are not fighting alone. You are fighting under the covering of the Almighty. And where God stands, no force can prevail. There are moments in life when God will ask you to stand still, not because He's forgotten you, but because He's fighting for you. When you've done all you can, when you've prayed, cried, and tried everything possible, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is be still. Stand in quiet faith. Stand with the confidence that God is moving even when you can't see it. The victory may not appear instantly, but the outcome has already been decided in heaven. You're not waiting for a win. You're walking toward one. And when that victory manifests, it won't just be about what you received. It will be about who you became. You will no longer be the same person who cried in fear. You will be the one who stands in power. You will carry a calm that can't be shaken, a faith that can't be moved, and a peace that can't be explained. Because once you've seen God do the impossible, doubt loses its grip forever. You will know that no matter what comes your way, the God who brought you through yesterday will bring you through tomorrow. So take courage. You may be tired, but don't give up. You may be wounded, but don't stop walking. You may be uncertain, but don't stop believing. Every step of endurance is a declaration of trust. Every breath of faith is a victory in itself. The path may be narrow, but it leads to abundance. The night may be long, but dawn is already rising. God is not finished with you yet. The promise still stands. The vision will still manifest. The dream is still alive in His plan. You just have to hold on a little longer. Hold on even when you don't understand. You'll hold on even when it feels unfair. Hold on even when you are tired of waiting. Because every second of your endurance is being recorded in the heavens. Every moment of your faith is bringing you closer to the impossible becoming reality. When the time comes, it will happen suddenly, swiftly, powerfully, undeniably. God will move in a way that makes all the pain worth it. He will silence the voices that said you couldn't make it. He will elevate you in ways that no one saw coming. And you will know without question that it was the hand of God that turned everything around. So keep your head lifted, your heart steady, and your faith unshaken. You are walking through the valley, but the valley is not your home. You are passing through. You are being led by the hand of the Almighty, and His hand never fails. The impossible is not beyond you. It's already written in your destiny. God will do it. He will make a way where there is none. He will fulfill every promise He has spoken over your life. You just need to hold on, because the same God who began the work will bring it to completion. And when He does, it will be greater than anything you could ever imagine. My dear listener, this is the moment where your faith must rise above your fear. You have walked through the storms. You have faced the darkness. And yet, you are still standing. That alone is proof that God has been with you all along. The fact that you made it this far means His hand never left you. Even when you couldn't feel Him, even when you thought you were forgotten, He was carrying you quietly through every battle. You are not here by chance. You are here by divine appointment. God's plan for your life is still unfolding. And no human hand, no force of darkness, and no mistake of your past can cancel what He has already destined. So lift your eyes. The same God who spoke the universe into being is speaking strength into your soul right now. The same God who parted seas for His servants will open paths for you. The same God who provided manna in the wilderness will provide everything you need in this season. You may not see how, but you don't have to, because faith is believing before the evidence appears. You are not meant to figure out every detail. You are meant to trust the One who holds every detail in His hand. Do not let the weight of the world crush your spirit. The pain that tried to destroy you is the very thing God is using to strengthen you. Every disappointment was a divine redirection. Every closed door was God's mercy in disguise. Every delay was preparing you for something greater. You may have lost people, but you did not lose God. And as long as you still have God, you still have everything. Stand tall even if your heart trembles. Walk forward even if your steps are small. Keep believing even when the outcome is unseen. Because one day soon you will look back and realize that every struggle was building the strength for your new beginning. God will reveal why you had to go through what you went through. He will connect the dots and it will all make sense. The tears will become testimonies. The pain will become purpose. The waiting will become wisdom. And when that moment comes, don't forget to give all the glory back to God, because it was His grace that kept you, His mercy that restored you, and His power that lifted you. You didn't make it by luck. You made it by faith. You didn't survive because of your strength. You survived because of His presence. And now your story will become a light for others who are walking through their own darkness. So keep your heart pure. Keep your faith alive. Keep your eyes on God, for He is the author of your story, and He never writes failure into the destiny of those who trust Him. The best days of your life are not behind you. They are ahead of you. The breakthrough you have prayed for is not lost. It's on the way. You are walking into a season of divine restoration where everything you lost will return in greater measure. God is about to turn your struggle into strength, your sorrow into joy, and your waiting into a powerful testimony that will echo through generations. Walk with confidence, knowing that the one who watches over you neither sleeps nor slumbers. He is guarding your path, fighting your unseen battles, and preparing blessings beyond your imagination. Your story hasn't reached its end yet. In fact, it's only the beginning. Stay rooted in faith, remain unshaken, and keep pressing forward. For the same God who began this journey with you will bring it to completion in glory. When the final page of your story is written, the world won't remember the nights you cried. They'll remember the strength that carried you through. They won't recall your moments of fear. They'll recall the courage you held on to. They won't speak of your weakness. They'll speak of your victory, because through every storm, you chose to trust Him. So lift your head, my friend. The longest night is fading. A new light is rising. God's work in you isn't finished. It's only just begun. There comes a moment in every life when the voice of the mind grows louder than the voice of faith. You lie awake through the night, replaying every mistake, every fear, every uncertain possibility. You whisper to yourself, "What if it all falls apart? What if God doesn't show up for me?" You stare into the darkness, feeling the weight of silence, wondering if heaven has heard your cries. But hear me clearly today. Stop letting your thoughts torment your soul. Stop feeding the doubts that were never meant to live inside your spirit. Because even when everything feels motionless, when heaven feels quiet, and when your world feels like it's falling apart, God is still at work. He has not abandoned you. He has not hidden His face from you. He is preparing something far greater than your anxious mind could ever imagine. The reason many people lose peace is not because God has failed to move. It's because they keep trying to control what only God can control. They want to understand every detail before they trust. They want to see every step before they walk. They want to plan what God has already written. But the truth is, faith was never about understanding everything. It's about trusting the one who understands everything. You don't need to know how God will do it. You just need to know that He will. Your mind might say it's impossible, but God says, "Watch me." There's a war happening inside you every day. One side is faith, the voice that says, "God has a plan, be still." The other side is fear, the whisper that says, "You're running out of time. It's not going to work." And if you're not careful, overthinking will feed your fear until your faith starves to death. You begin to create stories in your mind that God never wrote. You begin to doubt promises that God already sealed. You begin to look at the situation instead of looking at the one who can change it. But when your mind starts running wild, stop and remind yourself, God has never failed. Not once, not ever, not in your life, not in history, not in eternity. Sometimes you have to silence your mind to hear God's voice again, because the noise of fear can drown the whisper of faith. Overthinking makes you believe you're in control, but in reality it's just a disguise for worry, and worry is the thief of peace. You were not created to live in anxiety. You were created to live in trust. The more you overthink, the more you push yourself away from the very peace God is trying to give you. God says, "Be still, not be busy, not be anxious, not figure it out." He says, "Be still and know that I am God." That's the message to let go of the chaos in your mind and make room for divine calmness in your soul. You see, the human mind is powerful. It can imagine, create, and solve, but it was never designed to carry the weight of the unknown. That weight belongs to God. When you overthink, you are trying to carry tomorrow with the strength meant only for today. That's why you feel tired. That's why you feel drained. Because you are trying to do God's job and you were never meant to. God doesn't ask you to understand every outcome. He asks you to trust Him through every outcome. You can't control the storm, but you can trust the one who calms it. You can't see the road ahead, but you can believe the one who lights the path. There are moments when it feels like God is taking too long. You prayed, you waited, you hoped, yet nothing seems to change. But let me remind you, delay is not denial. When God is silent, He is not absent. He is strategizing something in the unseen realm. Your overthinking mind sees only the surface, but God sees the foundation. While you're panicking, He's preparing. While you're questioning, He's aligning. While you're worrying, He's working. The miracle is not in what you can see, it's in what God is shaping behind the scenes. Many of you are fighting silent battles in your mind. You look calm on the outside, but inside you're wrestling with fear, regret, and what-ifs. But God knows every thought that crosses your mind. And He's saying to you right now, stop trying to figure it out. Stop trying to plan what I've already promised. Stop letting fear sit on the throne that belongs to me. When you surrender your overthinking, you give God permission to move freely in your life. But as long as you keep worrying, you are trying to write your own story while God is trying to perfect it. God never asked you to understand the timing. He asked you to trust it. What you call too late, God calls right on schedule. What you call a setback, God calls a setup. What you think is the end, God says, this is where I begin. Sometimes the delay is divine protection. Sometimes the unanswered prayer is divine redirection. And sometimes the waiting season is divine preparation. Stop overthinking, because if you could see what God sees, you'd stop worrying immediately. If you knew how close you are to your breakthrough, you would stop questioning and start praising. Every overthinker lives with the illusion of control. You think if you analyze enough, worry enough, plan enough, you can make things happen. But faith is not analysis. Faith is surrender. It's saying, God, I don't know how, but I know you will. The moment you let go of overthinking, peace begins to flood your soul. That's the divine exchange. When you stop leaning on your understanding, God begins to lead with His wisdom. The greatest act of strength is not holding on, it's letting go. It's saying, God, I trust you even when I don't understand you. Sometimes God allows confusion to test your trust. He allows silence to test your patience. He allows delay to test your faith. Because faith that has not been tested cannot be trusted. You can't say you trust God if you panic every time you can't see the outcome. Real faith says, even when I don't know what's happening, I still know who's in control. And that who is God, not your mind, not your emotions, not your plans, but God Almighty, the one who holds time and eternity in His hands. The human mind is a battlefield. Thoughts of doubt, fear, and anxiety attack without warning. But that's where you must rise in faith and declare, my mind belongs to God. You must refuse to let your thoughts control your spirit. Because when your thoughts contradict your faith, you must choose faith over feelings. Feelings will lie to you. They will say God has forgotten you. They will say the promise is broken. But faith speaks truth, that God is still with you, still for you, still working. Your overthinking may say it's over, But God says, I'm just getting started. When you overthink, you often imagine the worst-case scenario. You begin to create storms in your mind that don't even exist. But when you trust God, you realize even if the storm comes, God can still calm it. Even if the door closes, God can still open another. Even if people leave, God can still send better ones. That's the peace that comes from surrender. Knowing that whatever happens, God's plan cannot be stopped. You may not know how, but you can rest in who, and that who is God. Stop giving fear a voice in your mind. Stop giving doubt a seat at the table of your peace. Every time you overthink, you invite the enemy of your soul to plant seeds of doubt in the garden of your faith. But faith says, even if I don't see it, I believe it. God never asked you to calculate His miracles. He asked you to expect them. You don't have to understand how the seed grows. You just have to plant it and trust that it will. The same God who made the sun rise this morning knows how to make your situation rise again. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is nothing, to simply wait. But waiting on God is not wasted time. It's sacred time. Because in the waiting, God is working on you as much as He's working on your situation. He's strengthening your patience, deepening your faith, and aligning your heart with His will. Overthinking won't make the process faster. It will only make the journey heavier. But trust makes it lighter. Trust turns tears into testimony. Trust turns fear into fuel. Trust turns confusion into clarity. God knows what you need, when you need it, and how you need it. You may think He's late, but He's never out of time. You may think He's quiet, but He's never absent. You may think He's ignoring you, but He's actually protecting you from something you don't yet see. Sometimes the blessing you're praying for requires a level of maturity that you don't yet have. So God withholds it not to punish you, but to prepare you. If you got everything you prayed for when you wanted it, you'd miss the purpose behind the process. The reason many people overthink is because they don't trust the process. They want to rush what God is refining. But refinement takes time. You can't rush growth. You can't hurry divine timing. The same way, a seed must be buried in darkness before it breaks into light. Sometimes you must go through a dark season before you bloom. Don't mistake that darkness for defeat. God is still there. The soil may hide you, but it cannot hold you. In due season, God will bring you out stronger, wiser, and more radiant than ever before. When your mind begins to race, pause and say, God is in control. Speak it until your heart believes it. God is not just watching you, He is working for you. When you can't see it, He's arranging it. When you can't feel it, He's preparing it. And when the time is right, you'll see why He made you wait. Overthinking says, what if it doesn't happen? Faith says, even if it doesn't, God still has something better. That is peace. The ability to rest in God's decision even when it doesn't align with your desire. When your heart grows weary and your thoughts refuse to rest, that's when you must remember your overthinking is not a reflection of wisdom. It's a reflection of fear. And fear has never built faith. Fear only builds walls where God wants to build doors. You are not meant to spend your days trapped in the prison of your mind, questioning every step, every turn, every moment of silence. You are meant to live with peace, knowing that every second of your life is being orchestrated by a God who never fails, never forgets, and never leaves His word unfulfilled. When God promises, He performs. When He speaks, He sustains. When He commands, it comes to pass. So why worry about what's already in the hands of the Almighty? The truth is, the more you try to calculate God's ways, the more you'll confuse yourself. His ways are higher than your ways, His thoughts are deeper than your thoughts, and His wisdom is far beyond human understanding. Overthinking tries to drag the divine into the limits of logic. But God is not bound by logic. He does not operate in the narrow corridors of human reason. He moves in dimensions unseen, in realms your mind cannot measure. You might think the delay means denial, but sometimes the delay is divine strategy. You might think the silence means rejection, but often the silence is sacred preparation. God hides some answers not because He's cruel, but because He's kind. Because premature understanding would destroy what only matured faith can handle. When your mind says, "I need to know now," faith replies, "I'll wait for God's time." You cannot force a door open that God has not yet appointed. You cannot rush what heaven is still building. When you overthink, you are trying to sit in God's chair, a throne that was never yours to occupy. Let Him be God. Let Him lead. Let Him write the story even when the chapter feels confusing. Because the same God who led you into this season will be the same God who leads you out of it. Every time you overthink, you are rehearsing a future that doesn't exist. You are feeding your fear instead of your faith. But faith says, "I don't need to see the full picture. I just need to hold on to the painter." When you trust God, you stop asking what if and start declaring even if. Even if it doesn't happen how I thought, even if it takes longer than I planned, even if it looks impossible, God is still faithful. That kind of trust silences the noise within. That kind of trust turns sleepless nights into sacred moments of peace. Sometimes overthinking is just your heart's way of saying, "I don't feel safe." But the truth is, you are safe. Not because of what you see, but because of who holds you. God doesn't let your life slip through His fingers. Every breath you take, every tear you cry, every prayer you whisper, He hears it. He knows your heart better than you do. He understands the words you can't even form. You don't have to figure everything out when you belong to a God who already has. You see, overthinking makes you chase answers. But faith makes you chase peace. And peace doesn't come when you understand everything. Peace comes when you surrender everything. The mind that overthinks is the mind that refuses to rest in God's timing. But peace comes when you stop fighting the clock and start trusting the Creator of time. God knows how to turn your waiting into winning. He knows how to turn your confusion into clarity. He knows how to take the things that were meant to break you and use them to build you. Every storm that came against you had permission. God allowed it not to destroy you, but to develop you. The problem with overthinking is that you focus on what's happening to you instead of what God is doing through you. You're looking at the pain while God is looking at the purpose. You're counting the tears while God is counting the lessons. Every hardship carries hidden wisdom. Every disappointment carries divine direction. And every silence from God carries a sacred message. Be still. I'm working. You may think that your prayers have gone unheard, but sometimes God doesn't give answers. He gives peace. Sometimes He doesn't remove the storm. He calms your heart inside the storm. Overthinking will have you believing that silence means absence. But in reality, silence is one of the loudest ways God speaks. Because when He is silent, He is teaching you how to hear without sound, how to trust without sight, how to rest without proof. If you could see how many disasters God has already saved you from, you'd never overthink another day in your life. If you knew how many traps He's blocked, how many doors He's closed to protect you, and how many times He's delayed your blessing because it would have destroyed you too soon, you'd fall to your knees in gratitude. Overthinking sees delay as punishment, but faith sees it as protection. When God makes you wait, it's not rejection. It's refinement. He's shaping you to carry what He's about to give you. There are things you've been worrying about that God already solved. You just haven't seen it yet because He's revealing it in His time. That's why He keeps telling you, do not be afraid. Fear clouds faith. Worry weakens worship. Doubt delays destiny. But when you choose to rest in God, peace returns like a flood. Peace that no logic can explain. Peace that no circumstance can shake. Peace that whispers, I'm in the hands of God, and that's enough. Do you know why overthinking feels so exhausting? Because you are trying to control outcomes that belong to God. You're trying to write tomorrow's story using today's ink, but God has already written every word. He knows where you're headed even when you don't. He knows what you need even before you ask. He knows what will heal you and what will harm you. That's why some doors didn't open. Not because He forgot you, but because He protected you. Some relationships ended because they were not aligned with your destiny. Some opportunities faded because God had something better prepared. Overthinking will make you cling to what God is trying to remove. It will make you question what God has already confirmed. It will make you chase what was never meant to stay, but trust says, if it left, it was never meant for me. If it stayed, it's divinely assigned. You see, God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't mismanage your life. You may not like every chapter, but every chapter leads to a greater ending. You just need to stop reading the same page over and over in your mind. There is power in letting go, because when you release your grip on how you think things should go, you open your hands to receive what God knows is best. Overthinking is the art of spiritual suffocation. It strangles faith until peace dies, but surrender is the breath that revives your spirit. When you say, God, I trust you even in the dark, heaven begins to move in your favor. Stop trying to understand why it happened. Stop replaying what you could have done differently. Stop drowning in the waters of what if. You're not where you are by accident. God's plan is deliberate, divine, and detailed. Every detour, every disappointment, every delay, it's all woven into the fabric of your destiny. What you call confusion, God calls construction. He's building something you can't yet see but will one day thank Him for. When God wants to teach you trust, He'll allow you to face uncertainty. Because true faith is not built when everything makes sense. It's built when nothing does. Faith is forged in the fire of confusion. It's born in the silence of unanswered prayers. It's strengthened in the storms you thought would destroy you. Overthinking wants comfort. Faith wants growth. And growth often feels uncomfortable. That's why you must stop questioning the process and start trusting the purpose. You cannot walk by faith while thinking by fear. You cannot expect peace while feeding panic. You cannot claim trust while clinging to control. The two cannot coexist. You must choose one. Either you let your mind rule you, or you let God guide you. And when you choose God, you'll see that His way is always better, even when it's slower, even when it's quieter, even when it's unfamiliar. There will be nights when your mind is restless, and you'll want to fix everything with thoughts. But remind yourself, God can do more in a moment than you can in a lifetime of worry. One act of His will can change everything. He can reverse what was lost, restore what was broken, and redeem what was wasted. Stop trying to predict his next move. You are not the author. You are the character. Let him write the story. Your overthinking does not change the outcome. It only drains your peace. You cannot add a single blessing by worrying, but you can lose countless hours of joy. God doesn't need your anxiety. He needs your trust. He doesn't require your overanalysis. He requires your obedience. And obedience begins when you stop asking why me and start saying use me. When you trust God that deeply, overthinking loses its power. There comes a moment in every believer's journey when the weight of their own thoughts feels heavier than the trials they face. The mind begins to doubt what the heart already believes, that God is still in control. You start examining every detail, chasing every answer, creating endless what-ifs inside your imagination. But the deeper you think, the more restless you become because your mind is trying to sit in a place meant only for God. You were never created to carry the mysteries of your future. You were created to trust the one who holds it. Every sleepless night spent overthinking is your spirit trying to fight battles that belong to God alone. You are not called to fix everything. You are called to release everything. And the moment you finally say, God, I trust you even when I don't understand, that's the moment peace begins to quiet the storm within. Because God does not just calm external storms, He calms internal ones too. The winds in your mind, the waves in your emotions, the noise of fear, all of them bow to His command when you learn to rest in His authority. Do not let your thoughts become louder than your faith. Thoughts will tell you that you are running out of time, but God owns time. Thoughts will tell you that you are not enough, but God is your sufficiency. Thoughts will tell you that everything is falling apart, but God is still holding everything together. You see, overthinking blinds you to the fact that you are never without divine supervision. Even in the silence, even in the confusion, even in the stillness, God is watching, guiding, and working. What looks like inaction to you is often divine preparation in motion. When you start to overthink, you are rehearsing the language of fear. Fear imagines loss before it happens. Fear writes stories of failure before they begin. Fear paints your tomorrow with colors that don't exist, but faith speaks a different language. Faith says, even if I don't see it, I will still believe. Faith looks at impossibility and says, God can still make a way. Faith walks through uncertainty not because it knows the path, but because it knows the guide. Do not let fear borrow your voice. Do not let worry build a home in your heart. Every time you dwell on what could go wrong, you are shrinking the space where faith could grow. God wants you to live from a place of confidence, not in yourself, but in His unshakable power. He has carried generations before you, led kings and prophets, sustained the broken and the weary, and He has not changed. The same God who parted seas and raised nations is still the same God who can lift you from where you are. You may not understand why things are taking so long, but delay does not mean defeat. Sometimes God slows the process so He can strengthen your character. Sometimes He withholds answers because your heart is not yet ready to receive them. Sometimes He allows confusion to protect you from premature confidence. You see, overthinking is often your spirit's reaction to uncertainty, but faith is your spirit's declaration that uncertainty has no power over you. The greatest victories are often born from silence. Those moments when God says nothing but is doing everything. The mind screams, "Where is God?" But heaven whispers, "Right here. You just can't see it yet." When you're in the middle of a test, the teacher doesn't speak. But that silence doesn't mean the teacher has left the room. God is watching how you handle what you can't control. Will you panic or will you praise? Will you overthink, or will you trust? When you choose trust, you invite God into your storm. When you overthink, you push him away by trying to do his job. Faith and worry cannot share the same space. One must leave for the other to stay. That is why you must decide daily, will I think myself into exhaustion or trust myself into peace? When you stop reasoning and start resting, you discover that the peace you've been chasing has been within you all along. The peace that comes from knowing that everything is already written by God's hand. Some of you are in a waiting season. You've prayed, you've hoped, you've planned, yet nothing has changed. You keep asking, why isn't it happening? But maybe the waiting isn't punishment. Maybe it's protection. Maybe God is saving you from what you cannot yet see. Maybe He is delaying your plans so He can deliver His purpose. The waiting is not wasted. It's working. While you are overthinking the moment, God is organizing the miracle. There are times when your mind will whisper, it's over. But God never ends a story with defeat. He is the author of redemption. Every page that looks like loss is followed by one filled with victory. Overthinking wants to skip ahead to the ending, but faith allows you to walk through each chapter with peace, knowing that the ending is already glorious. The same way dawn follows night, victory follows faith. Do not underestimate what God is doing in the unseen. Just because you can't track His hand doesn't mean you can't trust His heart. He's moving in ways your logic cannot trace. You may be overthinking the next step, but God has already mapped out the entire path. You may be worried about resources, but God has already prepared provision. You may be anxious about outcomes, but God has already ordained results. The story is written. You are simply walking it out. Overthinking creates a false illusion of control. It convinces you that if you think long enough, you can fix it. But peace comes the moment you realize that it was never yours to fix. The victory belongs to God. He does not need your stress. He needs your surrender. The moment you release your tight grip on the outcome, God begins to release His miracles. What you could not figure out through thought, He will solve through faith. Even the strongest hearts have moments of fear. But courage is not the absence of fear. It's the decision to move through it with trust. God never promised a life without uncertainty. But He did promise His presence through it all. And His presence is enough. You don't need to know the outcome when you know the one who holds it. That's where true peace lies, in the realization that God has already gone before you, already prepared the way, already fought the battles you have yet to face. The secret to peace is surrender. The secret to strength is stillness. When your mind is restless, sit in silence and remember who God is. Remember how far He has brought you. Remember the prayers He already answered. Remember the doors He already opened. If He did it before, He can do it again. God doesn't stop being faithful just because life feels difficult. His faithfulness is not based on your feelings. It's based on His nature. Overthinking feeds on uncertainty. But faith feeds on memory. When you remember what God has done, your fear loses its grip. The more you recall His past miracles, the more you trust Him for the next one. Stop replaying your failures and start replaying His faithfulness. Stop counting your worries and start counting your blessings. Gratitude silences overthinking. Gratitude reminds you that God has been with you every step of the way. When you start to feel overwhelmed, lift your eyes and speak life into your soul. God will come through for me. Say it again and again until your heart starts to believe it. The same God who holds the stars in place is holding your future in His hands. He doesn't lose track of His children. You are not forgotten, not abandoned, not unseen. You are known by the God who never fails. There is no thought too tangled for God to untie, no fear too heavy for Him to lift, no plan too delayed for Him to fulfill. He does not panic when you panic. He does not rush because you are restless. His timing is perfect and His power is limitless. The moment you release your overthinking into His hands, you align your spirit with His peace. And that peace is what carries you through storms that would have otherwise broken you. So stop asking what if and start declaring even if it takes time, even if it looks impossible, even if I can't see the way, God will come through for me. He always has, and He always will. The mind may grow tired, but God never does. The heart may lose hope, but God never loses control. The path may be hidden, but the destination is already determined. Do not let your thoughts bury your faith. Lift your head, stand firm, speak peace to your own soul. Tell your mind to be quiet and your heart to be still. For the same God who made a way yesterday will make a way today. The same God who heard your silent prayers will turn them into visible blessings. The same God who sees your sleepless nights will reward your quiet trust. You may not know when, you may not know how, but you can rest in this truth. God will come through for you. Not in your time, but in His perfect time. Not by your strength, but by His divine power. Not through your reasoning, but through His wisdom. So let go of the overthinking. Release the fear, silence the doubt, and walk in the peace that comes from knowing you are safe in the hands of God. And nothing can stop what He has ordained for your life. When you start overthinking, you are trying to take the place of God in your own story. You are trying to be the author, the director, and the provider all at once. But you were never meant to carry that kind of weight. You were never meant to figure out everything that belongs to God. The moment you start to worry about what's next, the moment you start analyzing every outcome and possibility, that's when fear begins to whisper lies into your mind. And fear always tries to convince you that God has forgotten you. But fear is a liar. God has not forgotten you. God is working in silence, and His silence does not mean His absence. When your thoughts race at night, when you replay every mistake, every conversation, every closed door, pause and remind yourself God is still in control. He is not overwhelmed by your confusion. He is not late. He is not struggling to organize your future. Everything you're worried about is already in His plan. You might not see it yet, but faith is trusting that even when you don't see the way, God already made one. You may be looking at a locked door, but God holds the key. You may be standing in front of a storm, but God commands the wind. He does not need your understanding to perform His miracles. He needs your trust. When you overthink, you create scenarios in your head that God never wrote for your life. You start living in fear of things that will never happen. You start expecting pain where God promised peace. You start worrying about tomorrow when God told you to live today. God never asked you to solve the puzzle. He asked you to believe that He holds every piece. You may think the waiting season means you're forgotten, but it's in the waiting that God shapes your strength. It's in the silence that He grows your trust. It's in your uncertainty that He reveals His power. You must learn to rest your mind in God's promises. When anxiety rises, speak faith. When doubt screams, whisper hope. Tell your mind, be still, God will come through. Say it until your heart believes it. God has never failed a soul who trusted Him, and He will not start with you. You may not know how it will happen, but God knows. You may not see how things will turn around, but God has already planned your breakthrough. Stop overthinking what God has already finished. Stop worrying about what He has already written. God's plan is bigger than your fear, stronger than your doubt, and wiser than your understanding. There are moments when God purposely allows you to face uncertainty, not to punish you, but to strengthen your faith. Because real faith is not proven in comfort. It's proven in confusion. When you don't understand what's happening, but you still choose to trust, that's where your faith matures. That's when you start walking with spiritual confidence. You stop asking, "Why is this happening?" and start saying, "God, I know you're working even now." That shift in your spirit breaks the chains of anxiety. You begin to realize that your thoughts don't have power over you when your heart belongs to God. Do you know why overthinking drains you? Because it's a form of spiritual resistance. Your mind is trying to control what only God can handle. And the more you try to take control, the more exhausted you become. God does not need your help. He needs your surrender. The greatest peace you'll ever experience comes when you finally let go. When you finally say, "God, I don't understand, but I trust you." That's when the storm loses its voice. That's when your heart calms down. That's when you stop being a slave to your thoughts and start being a witness to God's power. Sometimes God lets your plans fall apart so that your mind will stop depending on logic and start depending on faith. He allows delays not to discourage you, but to detox your heart from doubt. He knows that overthinking is the enemy of your peace, and peace is the proof of faith. The moment you let go of control, you make room for God to move. The moment you stop worrying about timing, God starts aligning everything perfectly. He's not asking you to understand His ways. He's asking you to trust His heart. Every battle you face in your mind is an invitation to return to peace. Peace is not found in solving your problems. Peace is found in surrendering them. Every thought that tells you it's too late, every fear that whispers it won't work out is lying to you. Because when God decides to bless you, no overthinking, no fear, no mistake can stop it. When God says yes, your worry becomes irrelevant. His favor cancels your anxiety. His plan overrides your confusion. Think of all the times you worried in the past. How many times did your fears come true? How many times did God come through in a way you didn't expect? You see, your mind remembers the pain, but your soul remembers the miracles. You've seen God rescue you before, and He will do it again. The same God who opened doors for you yesterday is still alive and powerful today. He never changes. If He helped you then, He will help you now. You just have to stop replaying the worst-case scenario in your mind and start declaring that God is still working on your behalf. When you walk by faith, you stop depending on your own understanding. You stop trying to predict outcomes and start expecting miracles. You learn that peace is not the absence of problems. It's the presence of God in the middle of them. You can't stop the waves, but you can choose who controls your boat. Let God take the wheel. Let Him lead you through the storm. You will see that what you thought would break you will actually build you. What you thought would destroy you will discipline your spirit. Stop overthinking. God already knows what He's doing. Every delay is a setup. Every closed door is protection. Every detour is direction. He's not ignoring you. He's arranging things for your good. You may not understand now, but one day you'll look back and realize that God's plan was perfect all along. And all that sleepless worrying, all that overthinking, all those tears, you'll see they were unnecessary because God came through. He always does. So, my dear friends, stop letting your mind run ahead of what God is still preparing. Stop imagining every possible disaster when God is designing your deliverance. The same God who brought light into darkness, who gave breath to your lungs, who carried you through storms you thought would drown you. He has not brought you this far to abandon you now. You may not see the way, but God has already cleared it. You may not feel strong enough, but God is your strength. You may not have the answers, but God is your wisdom. When your thoughts start racing, when fear tries to control your heart, remind yourself, God will come through for me. Say it again and again until your spirit believes it, because God always finishes what He starts. His promises do not expire. His mercy does not run out. His plan does not fail. You were not created to live in anxiety. You were created to live in faith. God did not design you to carry the weight of worry. He designed you to walk in trust. Let your heart be still and welcome peace again. Let your thoughts find rest in the promises of His Word. The struggle before you was never yours to solve. It belongs to God, and victory belongs to Him. He will triumph. He will open doors where none existed. He will transform the impossible into a living proof of His might. All He asks is simple. Stop analyzing, start believing. Faith outweighs fear, and God stands higher than every wall that blocks your path. Take a slow, deep breath. Let go of the thoughts trying to control your peace. Lay down the fears trying to hold you captive. Lift your gaze to heaven and declare, I will not worry, I will not fear, I will trust. Then peace will pour into your soul like a steady river. Stillness will settle deep within. Courage will awaken again, because those who trust in God never fall to defeat. He will move on your behalf in His timing, in His way, with blessings far beyond what your mind could dream. And when it happens, you'll look back and see there was never a reason to fear. God had been in control all along. My friend, have you ever cared for someone so deeply, prayed for them, believed with all your heart that they were meant for you, only to watch everything suddenly fall apart? You were convinced it was the right love, the right bond, the right person. Yet somehow, everything began to slip away. You couldn't make sense of it. You wept. You questioned. You even cried out, God, why would you allow this when my intentions were pure? But what if the very rejection that broke your heart was actually the shield that saved it? What if that heartbreak wasn't punishment, but divine protection in disguise? When God steps in to protect you from a bad relationship, He doesn't always make it gentle. Sometimes He closes the door so hard that it shakes your entire soul because He knows something you don't. He sees what you can't. While you're blinded by emotion, He is guarding your destiny. While you see beauty, He sees danger. While you see potential, He sees pain. And that's why sometimes God will take someone out of your life, not because He's being cruel, but because He loves you too much to watch you destroy yourself. God's protection is not always visible, but it is always intentional. You might think you lost someone, but in truth, God removed a weapon that could have destroyed your peace. That silence you feel after they left, that emptiness, that's not the absence of love. It's the presence of divine order. God will never allow the wrong person to stay in your life long enough to ruin the purpose He placed within you. When the connection is not from Him, no matter how hard you try, it will not stand. Because God does not bless what will eventually break you. You see, many times we beg God to fix something He never sent. We pray for peace in a relationship that was never ordained by His will. We cry over people who were never meant to walk into our future, but God in His wisdom begins to remove them piece by piece. He begins to disturb your comfort, expose their true nature, and create distance that you don't understand. You might resist, you might fight to hold on, but eventually you realize God was protecting you all along. One of the most powerful signs that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when He starts revealing things that were hidden. He lets you see what you refused to see before. Suddenly, the mask falls. The truth comes out. You begin to notice lies, manipulation, selfishness, or a spirit that doesn't align with peace. That's not coincidence. That's God opening your eyes. Because when you carry purpose, when you are chosen, when your heart belongs to God, He will not allow deception to blind you forever. He will uncover the truth, even if it hurts you to see it. Because pain that opens your eyes is better than pleasure that blinds your soul. Sometimes God will disturb your peace in that relationship, not because He wants to hurt you, but because He's trying to wake you up. When you are walking with someone who is not meant for your destiny, you will feel unease in your spirit. You'll feel drained, restless, uncertain, and confused. You'll sense something isn't right, even if you can't explain it. That's not paranoia. That's divine warning. God communicates through peace. When His peace disappears, that's His way of telling you, "My child, you are walking into danger." God will never let peace dwell in a place where your purpose is at risk. He will remove His peace to pull you out before it's too late. So when you start feeling heaviness, confusion, or emotional chaos around someone, listen. Don't force it. Don't beg for love where your spirit feels chained. God is protecting you. He's saying, this person might look good for your eyes, but they are not good for your soul. Another powerful sign that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when the timing constantly fails. You try to make things work, but it's as if everything is against you. Miscommunication happens. Opportunities fade. Situations arise that keep you apart. You might call it bad luck, but it's divine intervention, because God knows that if He allows you to connect deeply with the wrong person, it will take years to heal from the damage. So He frustrates your plans, delays your progress, and even allows confusion just to protect your heart from destruction. Don't curse the delay. Don't question the disconnection. Thank God for it, because if it's truly meant for you, no power on earth can keep it away. But if it's not, no amount of effort can make it stay. God blocks what is dangerous. Even when you call it love, He separates you to save you. That's not rejection. That's divine love in action. You see, when you carry divine purpose, your relationships can't just be emotional. They must be spiritual. God won't allow someone into your life who will drain your faith, break your focus, or corrupt your peace. So, He starts revealing their character, their words, their patterns. The more you pray, the more you see the truth. That's how God works. The closer you get to Him, the more He exposes what doesn't belong around you. That person may have looked like a blessing, but behind the smile was a spirit that didn't match your destiny, and God saw it before you did. Sometimes God's protection comes through pain. The breakup, the betrayal, the rejection, it wasn't punishment. It was mercy. You were crying over something that would have destroyed you in the long run. That heartbreak was not the end. It was a rescue mission. God was saying, I had to let them go because their presence was delaying your breakthrough. You see, God doesn't just look at your present feelings, He looks at your future purpose. He knows that if you stay connected to the wrong person, you'll miss the right doors, the right peace, and the right destiny He prepared for you. So when He separates you, even through tears, it's because He's preparing you for something greater. He will never take away without a reason. Every loss under His control is a lesson for your protection. When God is protecting you from a bad relationship, He will silence communication. Calls stop, texts slow down, the energy fades. You start to feel distant and you can't understand why. It's because the connection is spiritually expired. God is shutting down what you keep trying to revive. That person may still exist, but their assignment in your life has ended. Don't chase what God is removing, or don't reopen a door that He closed for your peace. And when God removes someone, He doesn't always explain it. He won't send you a message saying, I'm doing this to protect you. He will simply let it happen. Because faith means trusting His hand even when you can't see His plan. He doesn't owe you an explanation when He's saving your soul. All He asks is that you trust His timing even when your heart is breaking. There are moments when you'll cry to God saying, why me? Why did they leave? Why didn't it work out? But one day you'll look back and say, thank you, God, for not letting that work. You'll realize that the pain you felt was temporary, but the protection was eternal. You'll see that God saved you from something you thought you wanted to give you something you truly needed. Peace, growth, and purpose. God's protection is often disguised as unanswered prayers. You prayed for that relationship to survive, but God stayed silent. You wanted Him to fix it, but instead He allowed it to break. You thought He ignored you, but He was actually shielding you. Because when you ask for His will, He will never give you what looks good but is bad for your soul. He'll let it fall apart so you can rise in strength. Sometimes God will make the other person lose interest. They'll grow distant. They'll stop caring. They'll start treating you coldly. You'll be confused. But that's God hardening their heart to make you move on because you wouldn't have left otherwise. He saw your loyalty, your effort, your hope, and He knew you deserved better. So He changes their attitude to make you see what your emotions were blinding you to. Don't chase someone who stopped valuing you. Don't beg to stay where God is pushing you to leave. When people stop treating you right, that's not just human behavior. It's divine instruction. God is saying, it's time to go. Your season here is over. And if you stay longer than you should, that pain will only deepen. But when you finally let go, you'll feel a peace that passes all understanding. When God is protecting you, He will isolate you for a season. You'll feel lonely. You'll wonder why everyone is walking away. But isolation is preparation. God separates you to heal you, to strengthen you, to rebuild your identity outside of that relationship. Because sometimes we make people our source of happiness, and God can't allow that. He will remove every false source so that you learn to depend on Him alone. When you no longer rely on others to define your worth, that's when He brings the right person. Someone who complements your purpose, not competes with it. Every tear you cried was seen. Every night you questioned was heard. God doesn't waste pain. He turns it into protection. He knew that relationship was stealing your peace, draining your spirit, and keeping you from walking in your divine calling. So He broke it not to punish you, but to set you free. Because you can't walk into a divine destiny while holding on to a toxic connection. God's protection is not only about who He removes, but also about what He prevents. There are things you'll never know He saved you from. The betrayal that never reached you, the heartbreak that never happened, the pain that never touched you because He blocked it before it came. Some relationships don't fail because of you. They fail because God intervened before destruction could begin. My friend, when God protects you, it's not rejection, it's redirection. He's saying, I have something better, something purer, something more aligned with your purpose, but I can't give it to you while you're holding on to what's wrong. Sometimes you have to lose the wrong person to find yourself again. When God protects you from a bad relationship, He is not punishing you. He is positioning you. You see, sometimes what we call rejection is actually God's redirection toward divine purpose. You might think you lost something valuable, but God sees beyond what your eyes can perceive. He knows that person was never meant to walk with you into your destiny. He knows that their presence would have slowed you down, distracted your mind, and weakened your faith. So He steps in not because He wants to break your heart, but because He wants to save your soul. When God removes, He replaces. When He subtracts, it's because multiplication is on the way. Do not mourn over who God removed. Mourn over who you would have become if He didn't. Sometimes God allows separation to preserve your character. He sees when your loyalty is being abused, when your love is being taken for granted, when your peace is being stolen in silence. And while you're still trying to hold things together, He says no more. He draws a divine line because God never allows His chosen ones to remain in environments that dishonor their value. He will create a storm just to move you from a place that looks comfortable but is spiritually dangerous. Many people misunderstand God's protection. They think protection only means keeping you from harm or physical danger. But protection also means blocking emotional destruction. It means closing doors that would have led to depression, confusion, and despair. God's protection is not always about shielding you from others. It's also about shielding you from your own desires. Sometimes your heart wants what your spirit cannot handle, and God in His mercy will deny you access to what you think you need. Because God is not moved by your emotions. He is guided by His divine plan for your life. When God loves you, He doesn't give you what you want. He gives you what you need to fulfill your purpose. And often what you need begins with loss. He will allow your heart to break so your eyes can open. He will let your comfort be disturbed so your direction can change. Because until something shakes, you will not move. Until something hurts, you will not grow. Until something ends, you will not begin again. So when God ends something, don't resist it. Thank Him because He never takes without a reason. He only removes to protect what He's building within you. There are relationships that look beautiful from the outside, but are spiritually poisonous on the inside. You see smiles, laughter, connection, but God sees manipulation, hidden pride, and ungodly motives. That's why sometimes He will allow conflict to rise unexpectedly. You'll wonder, where did this come from? But it's not random. It's divine exposure. God lets tension reveal truth. He lets discomfort expose motives. Because when someone's heart is not pure toward you, God will make sure their mask falls before it's too late. You may be hurt by what you see, but that pain is a form of protection. God never wants you to build your future with someone who doesn't have the heart to protect your peace. You can't have destiny with someone who doesn't value your spirit. That's why He will reveal the cracks before you invest more of yourself. He will make you see their true nature before you tie your destiny to their decisions. And when you finally walk away, you might feel lonely, but loneliness with God is far safer than companionship without Him. The truth is, God's protection is often misunderstood because it comes with pain. It hurts to be pulled away from something you wanted. It hurts to watch a dream dissolve. But God's protection often wears the disguise of pain because pain gets your attention faster than comfort does. If it didn't hurt, you would never let go. And if you never let go, you would never move toward the greatness He prepared for you. Pain is sometimes God's loudest protection. There's a divine reason you couldn't make that relationship work, no matter how hard you tried. You may think you failed, but what actually happened was that God succeeded. He succeeded in stopping you from settling for less than you deserve. He succeeded in blocking a bond that could have led you away from Him. He succeeded in saving your peace before it was too late. What you call a closed door, God calls a completed assignment. You were never meant to fix what was divinely meant to fall apart. When you belong to God, He becomes your personal guardian. He monitors the connections you make because He knows how powerful relationships are. The wrong connection can destroy a destiny. That's why God is selective with who stays in your life. He doesn't allow everyone access to your heart. He doesn't allow everyone to understand your spirit, because not everyone who smiles at you carries good intentions. Some people come with hidden motives, and only God can see what's behind their words. So when God starts separating you from certain people, don't chase after them. Trust that He sees what you don't. Sometimes God will let someone hurt you once, not to punish you, but to teach you to listen. He will allow that pain to open your discernment so that next time you recognize the warning signs earlier. God teaches through experience because lessons learned through tears are not easily forgotten. Every heartbreak that came under His control is a lesson that shapes your wisdom, strengthens your spirit, and draws you closer to His will. When God protects you, He does it perfectly. You might not understand the timing, but His timing is flawless. You might not see the full picture, but He does. He knows what kind of love your heart needs, and He won't allow anything less than divine alignment. The right relationship will not steal your peace. It will not drain your energy. It will not make you question your worth. The right relationship will honor God's presence in your life. And until that person comes, God will protect you from every imitation. Don't mistake loneliness for absence. God never leaves you alone when He removes someone. He fills the space with His presence. You may not see it, but He surrounds you with unseen peace. The quiet nights, the moments of silence, the tears that fall into your pillow. He's there. He's mending your heart. He's whispering strength into your soul. Because protection isn't only about what He removes, it's also about what He rebuilds inside you. When you surrender your relationships to God, you are saying, I trust you more than I trust my feelings. And that is where divine protection begins. Feelings change, people change, but God remains the same. He knows your heart, your weakness, your vulnerability, and He guards them all with divine precision. He will not let your loyalty be wasted on someone unworthy. He will not let your innocence be manipulated by someone's lies. He will not let your destiny be delayed by someone's confusion. God's love for you is too great to let you stay bound to something beneath you. There are moments when God's protection will feel like loss, but it's actually preparation. He's removing the counterfeit to make room for the genuine. He's allowing the false to fade so the true can appear. But until the right one comes, He wants you to rest in His presence. Because when you find peace with God first, no relationship will ever have the power to disturb your spirit again. Understand this: not everyone you meet is meant to stay. Some people are divine assignments meant to teach you discernment. Others are distractions meant to test your focus. And a few are blessings meant to walk beside you in destiny. The key is to let God decide which is which. When He shows you who someone truly is, believe Him. Don't romanticize red flags. Don't justify manipulation. Don't ignore warning signs. Because what you tolerate today will torment you tomorrow. If God is removing someone from your life, don't beg for them to stay. If He's showing you their true colors, don't repaint them. Trust His vision over your emotions. God never takes away what belongs to you. He only takes away what was never meant for you. The person meant for you will not bring confusion. They will bring peace. They will align with your faith, not fight it. They will water your spirit, not drain it. That's how you'll know it's from God. There will be peace, stability, and purpose, not chaos and uncertainty. You may wonder, but why would God let me meet someone if they weren't meant to stay? Because even temporary connections serve eternal lessons. Every person you meet teaches you something about love, patience, discernment, or yourself. Some relationships come to grow your wisdom. Others come to test your boundaries. And God uses them all to shape your spirit for the future He's preparing. When God takes something from you, it is never to leave you empty. It is to prepare you for what is truly meant for you. Every closed door, every silent prayer, every ending you didn't expect is wrapped in divine intention. You might not see it right now, but one day, when your heart has healed, your mind has deepened, and your spirit has matured, you'll look back and whisper, God, now I see why you did it your way. Because nothing that God allows is ever without purpose. Every pause, every distance, every moment of silence holds a message designed to shape your destiny. Sometimes God's protection isn't about shielding you from others, it's about saving you from yourself. He knows how easily we mistake loneliness for love, attention for care, and passion for purpose. So when you start to settle for less than what He's called you to, He steps in and redirects your path. He'll let you feel disappointment so you don't walk into destruction. He'll allow a temporary heartbreak to save you from a lifetime of pain. That's how deeply God values your destiny. He'd rather see your tears for a moment than your suffering for a lifetime. You see, love without God's guidance becomes dangerous. When emotions take control, wisdom disappears. You begin to excuse red flags, justify bad behavior, and tolerate disrespect in the name of love. But God steps in to remind you, you are my child, not theirs. You are loved by me, not defined by them. He will shake that illusion until you wake up and remember who you are in His sight. Because when you forget your value, you become vulnerable to those who don't deserve you. God's protection restores your identity before your emotions destroy it. When God is truly protecting you, He will sometimes create what looks like chaos. But that chaos is correction. You might say, why is everything falling apart? But in truth, God is dismantling everything that was built on a weak foundation. He won't let you build your peace on someone's instability. He won't let you invest in what He knows will collapse later. That breakup, that argument, that distance, it's not random. It's divine construction. God is tearing down what was wrong so He can build something right. And when He rebuilds, He does it perfectly. God never repairs what He plans to replace. If something is taken from you, it's because He has something greater in store. But before He gives it, He refines you. He molds you. He strengthens you. He purifies your heart so you never repeat the same mistake. Because a protected person is a prepared person. God doesn't just protect you from others, He prepares you to handle the blessings He's sending next. There's something sacred about the seasons after heartbreak, the quiet moments when you're alone, healing, praying, and wondering what comes next. Those are the moments when God whispers the loudest. That silence you fear is not abandonment, it's transformation. God is removing the noise so you can finally hear His voice again. Because sometimes relationships become idols. You think about that person more than you think about God. You depend on their love more than His peace. And when that happens, He removes the idol to restore your focus. He will strip away distractions to realign your spirit with His will. Do not despise solitude. Solitude is the sacred workshop of God. That's where He teaches you who you are without anyone else defining you. That's where He reveals your purpose, sharpens your discernment, and fills your heart with strength that no person can take away. Because when you know God deeply, you stop begging for love from people who cannot understand your worth. You stop chasing validation from those who don't value your presence. You begin to walk differently, calm, confident, and spiritually guarded because you know that whoever God sends next will meet you where He's leading you, not where He left you broken. When God protects you, He sometimes allows you to lose what you thought was irreplaceable to prove that He is your true sustainer. He'll show you that your peace never came from that person. It came from Him. Your joy never depended on them. It flowed from His grace. And once you learn that truth, you become unshakable. You no longer fear who leaves because you know who remains. You no longer depend on temporary people because you're anchored in eternal protection. God will not let the wrong person love you easily. He will let it be uncomfortable. He will let it be confusing. He will let it be unstable until you realize this isn't peace. This isn't God. Because real love, the kind that comes from divine alignment, will never require you to lose yourself, respect to keep it. It will never make you question your value, silence your truth, or suppress your spirit. That's how you'll know the difference between a distraction and a destiny. Distractions pull you away from God. Destiny draws you closer to Him. So when everything starts falling apart, thank God instead of blaming Him. Because the moment He removes what's wrong, He's already preparing what's right. The right relationship will never force you to choose between your peace and your love. The right person will not compete with God's presence. They will reflect it. They will carry peace in their words, gentleness in their actions, and wisdom in their heart. And you will know not by emotion, but by confirmation deep within your spirit that this connection was sent by God. Many times people ask, how do I know if God is protecting me from someone? The answer is simple. Look at what happens to your spirit when you're around them. If you feel drained, anxious, insecure, or distant from God, that's not love. It's bondage. Real love should draw you closer to peace, not pull you into confusion. God's presence brings clarity, not chaos. So when confusion becomes constant, take it as a divine warning. The heart of peace is the language of God. Another sign that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when He exposes your own weaknesses through it. Sometimes He uses pain not to punish you, but to purify you. That relationship showed you how much you were willing to compromise, how quickly you ignored the truth, how easily you trusted words over actions. But instead of condemning you, God used that experience to open your eyes. He showed you what needed healing inside of you. Because before He gives you the right person, He heals the version of you that accepted less than you deserve. When God protects, He not only blocks, He builds. He builds wisdom where there was naivety. He builds boundaries where there was fear. He builds faith where there was dependence. Every tear becomes a lesson. Every disappointment becomes direction. Every rejection becomes redirection. This is how God transforms pain into power. He will never let a wound go to waste if you place it in His hands. You might think your best days are behind you, but God says, I am just beginning. The pain that tried to break you will become the platform that builds you. The heartbreak that almost destroyed you will become the testimony that strengthens you. Because when God restores, He doesn't give you back what you lost. He gives you better than what you asked for. He will send peace that doesn't need proof. He will send love that doesn't demand compromise. He will send purpose that no man or woman can block. So don't be afraid of endings. Every ending written by God leads to a better beginning. You're not falling apart. You're being rebuilt. You're not being punished. You're being promoted. God removes what cannot grow with you so He can replace it with what will sustain you. And when the right season arrives, you won't have to chase it. It will align effortlessly because divine order never needs force. Sometimes you must go through a season of heartbreak to learn the value of peace. You have to walk through disappointment to recognize divine timing. You have to experience betrayal to learn the strength of discernment. Every spiritual warrior has been broken before being rebuilt. Every chosen soul has walked through darkness before stepping into divine light. That's how God matures your spirit, through experience, through pain, through trust. So if you are in a season where God has taken someone away, do not despair. It's not over. He's protecting you, healing you, and preparing something greater. You may not understand it now, but one day you'll look back and see how every delay, every detour, and every disappointment was a part of His perfect protection. You'll see how the things you begged Him to fix were actually the things He broke to save you. Keep your heart surrendered, no. Keep your spirit open, Corwall. Keep your trust in God unshaken, because His protection never fails. What He blocks, He blesses later in a better way. What He removes, He replaces with peace. What He ends, He transforms into wisdom. Let the world misunderstand you. Let people walk away. Let seasons change. None of it can touch the soul protected by God. He will never allow what is meant to destroy you to stay near you. And the day will come when you realize the most painful goodbye was actually the most divine rescue of your life. Because when God protects, He doesn't just save you from heartbreak. He saves you for destiny. Sometimes the greatest protection God gives you is silence. When you pray for a sign and all you hear is quiet, when you cry out for clarity, but the heavens seem still, it does not mean that God has abandoned you. It means God is working behind the scenes in ways your eyes cannot see and your heart cannot yet understand. Many people confuse silence for absence. But the truth is, silence is often God's shield. When God is quiet, He is not ignoring you. He is blocking the wrong voices, closing the wrong doors, and protecting your spirit from hearing things that could lead you astray. His silence is not rejection. It is redirection. It is the language of divine protection. If God let you see everything He protected you from, you would fall to your knees in gratitude. You would realize that every heartbreak you thought destroyed you was saving you. Every unanswered prayer was mercy in disguise. Every rejection you felt was divine preservation. Because when you are connected to God, no pain is wasted. Even your tears carry purpose. Even your loneliness has meaning. God allows temporary pain to save you from lifelong destruction. He lets certain people walk away so your soul can breathe again. He lets doors close so your heart can heal. He allows separation not because you are unworthy of love, but because you are worthy of peace. God knows the danger of being tied to someone who is not meant for you. Some people look good on the outside, but their spirit carries chaos. Their words sound sweet, but their intentions are poison. They appear loving, but they are draining your purpose. And so God steps in. He interrupts what you thought was perfect. He breaks connections you were about to depend on. He removes the comfort that was keeping you in the wrong place. Because when you are chosen by God, you cannot settle for what is less than His divine plan. You cannot build your life around something He did not approve. One of the most powerful signs that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is confusion. When you are in constant emotional warfare, one day you feel loved, the next day you feel lost. When your peace feels unstable and your heart feels heavy, it is not love. It is a warning. God is not the author of confusion. Wherever confusion reigns, the Spirit of God withdraws. If you keep trying to make sense of someone's behavior and your heart keeps whispering that something is wrong, do not silence that voice. That voice is not fear. It is divine discernment. God gives you an inner alarm to protect you from emotional destruction. Do not ignore it just because your feelings are involved. When God is protecting you, He will strip away your comfort to reveal your clarity. He will let you feel the weight of disappointment so that your dependence shifts from people to Him. Sometimes you must lose the one you wanted to learn the value of the one who sustains you. That heartbreak you are healing from, it was not punishment. It was purification. It was God washing away what could not walk with you into the next chapter. Some relationships are not destroyed by people. They are dismantled by divine intervention because God saw what you refused to see. He saw the manipulation behind the affection, the lies behind the smiles, and the danger behind the promises. When God protects you, He will often make you feel like you are being delayed. You will wonder why it's taking so long to meet the right person. You will question why everyone else seems happy while you wait alone. But God delays not to deny you. He delays to prepare you. He is not keeping love from you. He is keeping destruction from you. If you rush what God wants to perfect, you will end up settling for what was meant to teach you, not keep you. Wait for the one God sends, because when it's from Him, you won't have to chase it, force it, or fix it. It will simply fit. And let me tell you this truth. When you belong to God, He will not let the wrong person have access to your peace. You may fall for them, but He will not let your soul stay tied to them. You may cry, but He will not let your destiny be contaminated. He will pull you out no matter how deep you've gone, because your calling is greater than your craving. God knows that a wrong relationship can delay a right destiny. He knows that emotional bondage can destroy spiritual growth. And so, out of mercy, He will separate you from anyone who threatens your purpose, no matter how much you think you love them. Many times people mistake heartbreak for loss. But heartbreak is often divine protection disguised as pain. That rejection was not the enemy winning. It was God rescuing. That silence was not neglect. It was God's strategy. That goodbye was not abandonment. It was divine release. Because when you are meant for something higher, God will not allow you to remain where His favor cannot flow. You are not being punished. You are being preserved. God removes what you think you need so He can give you what will truly feed your soul. There are also times when God will expose the hidden darkness within someone before it destroys you. You will suddenly see their true nature. The lies will surface. The manipulation will come to light, and their real intentions will unfold. That exposure may break your heart, but it will save your life. Because truth, no matter how painful, is always better than deception. God will allow someone's mask to fall, not to humiliate them, but to liberate you. So when people reveal who they truly are, thank God not for the heartbreak, but for the revelation. God will not always whisper in your ear. Sometimes He will shake your world. He will disturb your comfort so He can deliver you from danger. You may ask, why did God let me go through that? But later you'll understand, it wasn't to destroy you, it was to define you. He let you experience heartbreak so you would recognize fake love when you see it. He let you be disappointed so you would stop giving your heart to people who don't value it. He let you be alone so you would learn that peace with God is better than chaos with company. And when you finally heal, you will realize that God never took anything from you. He only took what was taking you away from Him. That person who walked away didn't reject you. They released you. That door that closed didn't block your blessing. It redirected your destiny. Every time you felt abandoned, God was guiding you. Every tear you cried was watering the soil of your future. Every lonely night was building your strength. Because divine protection doesn't always show itself in what you see. It lives in the peace that follows the storm, in the strength that rises from your weakness, and in the wisdom that only waiting can give. So when rejection cuts deep, tell your heart, God is shielding me. When loneliness surrounds you, say, God is keeping me. When you feel forgotten, remind yourself, God is preparing me for more. The pain that once tried to destroy you is often the same pain God uses to rebuild you. The silence that once felt unbearable becomes the space where God speaks direction. The loss that once broke your spirit becomes the key that sets you free. Keep trusting His timing. Keep leaning on His wisdom. Keep surrendering to His plan. Because when God protects you from the wrong person, He's not just guarding your heart, He's guiding your destiny. And one day, you'll look back and see that nothing was falling apart. It was all being perfectly arranged by a God who loves you, knows you, and never once forgot you. My friends, there comes a sacred moment in every life when the voice of God cuts through the noise and shakes the core of your understanding. And today that same voice speaks with clarity and power. God says, stop looking for a job, not because He wants you to stay still, nor because He desires for you to drift without purpose, but because He is summoning you to something greater, a divine mission, a higher calling, a life sustained not by the systems of man, but by the abundance of God. This word is not for the comfortable, it's for the weary ones, the ones who are tired of chasing doors that refuse to open, exhausted from waiting for chances that were never meant for them. It's for those who have reached the end of their striving and are ready to finally listen to heaven's direction. There are many right now moving from job to job, company to company, applying, hoping, praying, yet meeting rejection after rejection. They feel unseen. They feel unworthy. They feel small. But God whispers, I never created you to be employed by man. I created you to be deployed by me. There is a divine difference between employment and deployment. Employment ties you to the systems of this world. Deployment connects you to the purpose of heaven. Employment can be taken from you with one signature, but deployment is sealed by the hand of God. When God deploys you, no boss can fire you, no economy can block you, and no rejection can define you. Some of you have been praying, God, please give me a job. But heaven has been waiting for you to change your prayer to God, show me my purpose. Because a job gives you income, but purpose gives you provision. A job gives you salary, but purpose releases destiny. God never said you were born to look for a job. He said you were created to bring light, to carry power, to manifest His wisdom in the earth. When God created the birds, He didn't give them a job, He gave them flight. When God created the fish, He didn't give them employment. He gave them water to dominate. And when God created you, He didn't give you an office. He gave you a calling. You were not made to live under the control of men, but under the guidance of God. Listen closely. There are moments when God shuts doors that look like opportunities because He wants to redirect you toward divine assignments. You think the rejection letter was failure, but God says it was protection. You think losing that interview was the end, but God says it was the beginning of something only He can open. Sometimes God says don't look for a job because He wants you to stop chasing titles and start discovering purpose. The system of man will tell you find a career. But God says find your calling. The world says get busy. God says be still and listen. The world says hustle. God says trust me. When God tells you not to look for a job, He's not telling you to be lazy. He's telling you to shift your focus. He's calling you out of man-made systems into divine provision. He's saying, stop begging for tables where I never wanted you to sit. Stop applying for positions that don't match your anointing. Stop reducing yourself to survive when I called you to lead. You see, the reason you feel frustrated in certain environments is because you were never designed to fit there. The reason your spirit feels restless working under certain people is because your soul knows you're not called to serve their vision. You're called to fulfill God's call. That's why you can't sleep at night. That's why you feel something stirring within. It's God saying, I have more for you. The truth is, many people are trapped in jobs they hate because they've confused income with destiny. But let me tell you, just because something pays you doesn't mean it fulfills you. Just because something looks stable doesn't mean it's spiritual. Some of the greatest prisons are built out of paychecks. You can have a salary and still be starving spiritually. You can have benefits and still be broken inside. But when God becomes your source, you move beyond the limits of me. You stop waiting for the world to validate you, because heaven has already approved you. There's a reason God led you into seasons of waiting, because He was training your dependence. If He gave you the job you wanted too soon, you would have thought man was your provider. But God is teaching you to trust Him in the wilderness before He sends you into the promised land. He's showing you that your survival is not connected to a paycheck, but to His promise. God said, don't look for a job, look for me, seek me, and I will show you the work you were born to do. You see, when God becomes your employer, your assignments change. You don't work for applause. You work for purpose. You don't chase promotions. You chase obedience. You don't count hours. You count impact. The reward may not come on the 30th of every month, but it will come in due time, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. When you serve God's purpose, He becomes your paymaster, and He never delays the rewards of the faithful. Look back through history. Every person who walked with God had to walk away from something comfortable. Abraham left his father's house. Moses left Pharaoh's palace. Joseph left prison to run a nation. And they all had one thing in common. They didn't have a job. They had a calling. God doesn't call you to security. He calls you to destiny. He doesn't call you to be comfortable. He calls you to be impactful. When he says, don't look for a job, he's saying, stop living by sight and start walking by faith. Because faith is the only currency heaven recognizes. Sometimes God will dry up every opportunity so that you have no choice but to depend on Him. You'll send out hundreds of applications and hear nothing because God wants you to apply for His assignment, not man's employment. He's trying to awaken something greater within you. The builder, the creator, the leader, the giver, the voice. You were not made to just survive in someone else's system. You were created to build systems that glorify God. You carry an idea, a vision, a gift, a message that this world needs. But as long as you're busy searching for a job, you'll never have time to search for the seed of greatness inside you. God doesn't want you to look for a job. He wants you to look inward to the treasure He already placed within. Inside you is the skill that can feed nations. Inside you is the wisdom that can create opportunities. Inside you is the faith that can open doors no man can shut. But the problem is many people bury their gifts while begging for wages. They pray for open doors, but ignore the open heavens. They seek employment when God has already released empowerment. My friend, you don't need to be hired to be useful. You don't need an office to have authority. You don't need a title to make an impact. What you need is alignment with God's will. Because when you walk in alignment, doors open by themselves. People begin to notice your light. Resources start chasing you. Favor follows you like a shadow. You don't chase blessings. Blessings chase you. When you walk with God, you become the opportunity others are looking for. Think about it. God fed Elijah through ravens, not through a company. God sustained Israel with manna, not with salaries. God provided water from a rock, not from a system. When He says, don't look for a job, He's reminding you that He can use anything, anyone, any moment to sustain you. You are not limited by the economy. You are governed by heaven's economy. God is not waiting for inflation to drop to bless you. He's not waiting for a job market to improve, to lift you. He can bless you in famine, promote you in obscurity, and elevate you when the world least expects it. But you must dare to believe. You must stop seeing yourself as a beggar and start seeing yourself as a carrier of divine purpose. You must stop looking down and start looking up. Because when God is your source, you never run dry. Even when others panic, you'll have peace. Even when others lose, you'll increase. Even when others fight for positions, you'll rest in provision. God is not telling you to stop working. He's telling you to start walking, walking by faith, walking in purpose, walking in obedience. There are moments when you will have to choose between comfort and calling. God will ask you to step away from what seems secure so He can lead you into what is supernatural. You might have to let go of that job, that plan, that structure, because God is about to build something new through you. You might feel afraid, but remember, when God is your employer, every day becomes an opportunity to serve eternity. You might not get a human paycheck, but you will receive divine provision. You might not clock in and out, but you will walk in power and peace. And to the one listening who says, "But I need money to survive," God says, "I am your provider." He clothed the lilies. He feeds the birds, and He will not forget you. God's provision doesn't come through man's permission. He will raise up strangers to help you. He will send resources from unexpected places. He will open doors that no human could plan. That's why he's saying, don't look for a job, look for me. Because when you find him, everything else will follow. Some of you are sitting on ideas that could transform your lives, but fear has kept you tied to smallness. God is saying, stop looking for employment and start building what I showed you in secret. Maybe he told you to start that business, to write that book, to speak that message, to plant that seed, but you ignored it because you thought, I need a job first. No, you need obedience first. The provision is already tied to the instruction. God never funds confusion. He funds calling. The moment you move in obedience, doors will appear where there were walls. There is someone right now listening who has been wondering why nothing seems to work, why every door keeps closing, why every interview ends in silence. It's because you are applying for a life God never designed for you. You are trying to fit into a system God is trying to pull you out of. Stop forcing what God is freeing you from. Stop fighting to be accepted by people God is separating you from. Stop chasing what's beneath your calling. God is saying, if you stop looking for a job, I will show you your assignment. Do you understand what happens when you surrender your plans to God? He multiplies what you surrender. When you let go of your idea of success, He replaces it with significance. When you stop chasing provision, He brings it to you. He said, "Seek first my kingdom, and all these things shall be added unto you." That means if you get the order right, God first, everything else follows. But if you chase everything else first, you'll keep running forever. The reason many people never experience true peace is because they are serving the wrong master. They're loyal to corporations, but disloyal to their Creator. They wake up early for work, but never wake up early for prayer. They give their best energy to companies that would replace them in a day, but give their leftover time to God who sustains them daily. And yet they wonder why life feels empty. God is saying, stop serving man as your master. Let me be your source again. When God says, don't look for a job, He's not denying your need. He's redefining your source. He's saying you don't need to look for survival. You need to look for purpose. Because where there is purpose, there is provision. He will never send you into a place He has not already supplied. You will not need to beg. You will need to believe. You will not need to compete. You will need to cooperate with His plan. Every delay, every rejection, every disappointment is a sign that God is redirecting you towards something eternal. When God said, don't look for a job, He wasn't rejecting work. He was redefining how you see work. He was saying work for purpose, not for payment. Work for impact, not for image. Because when you work for purpose, you cannot fail. When you work for impact, your rewards outlive you. The world teaches you to chase positions, but God teaches you to chase purpose. The world teaches you to depend on bosses, but God teaches you to depend on His power. The world says, get hired. God says, get assigned. Every time you run after approval from people, you step away from alignment with God. And alignment with God is where the oil flows. The oil of wisdom, the oil of creativity, the oil of prosperity that doesn't dry up and drop. Listen, there are some people who think success means working under bright lights in tall buildings, wearing fancy clothes, answering to important names. But God can raise you higher from the dust than the world can from a desk. He can take you from hidden places and cause kings to seek your counsel. He can make your gifts so visible that the same people who once ignored you will one day honor you. You don't need to chase visibility when God Himself becomes your voice. You don't need to chase validation when heaven already recognizes your name. When God is your source, He builds platforms that man cannot remove. You may start small, but nothing stays small in the hands of God. Some of you are in a season where everything seems uncertain. No job, no income, no direction. But that's not punishment. It's preparation. God often strips away human support so you can finally realize who your true provider is. He brings you to a place where your only option is faith, because that's where miracles are born. That's where you stop living by sight and start living by trust. That's where you say, God, I don't see the way, but I know you are the way. And in that place, the impossible becomes normal. God never asks you to stop looking for a job to leave you empty. He asks so He can fill you with something greater: purpose, vision, divine creativity, and unstoppable faith. You see, work was never the problem. The problem is when work replaces worship. The problem is when you put more faith in your paycheck than in your prayer life. The problem is when you believe your employer more than your Creator. God is saying, I want your heart before I give you the harvest. I want your trust before I give you the treasure. And that's why He says, don't look for a job, because He doesn't want your focus divided. He wants your dependence undivided. He doesn't want you chasing the fruit and forgetting the root. He is the root. Every good thing grows from Him. There are divine seasons when God will call you to step out from everything familiar. He will remove the safety nets, the backup plans, the predictable paths, not to harm you, but to strengthen you. Because faith only grows when comfort dies. The more you cling to man-made security, the less room you leave for God's miracles. So He breaks the routine. He interrupts the plan. He closes the door you thought was yours. And in that confusion, He whispers, trust me. Because when your plan fails, His plan begins. When God says, don't look for a job, He is telling you to stop running in circles of desperation and start walking in circles of revelation. He's saying, stop asking for doors and start creating them. You carry something divine, a gift, a vision, an idea, and until you activate it, you'll feel restless. The frustration you feel right now is not a curse. It's a signal. It's God stirring the seed of purpose inside you. It's the discomfort of destiny pushing you to rise. You can't sleep peacefully because your spirit knows you were made for more than a paycheck. You were made to represent God's glory in your generation. And hear me? There are people around you who won't understand this. They'll say, why don't you just get a job like everyone else? They'll think you're wasting time being unrealistic. But you're not disobedient. You're divinely led. You're not lazy. You're being prepared. When God separates you from the crowd, it's because He's setting you apart for something sacred. Ordinary minds will never understand extraordinary callings. So don't expect people to applaud what God hasn't revealed to them. Keep your focus. Stay in prayer. Let your silence be your discipline and your faith be your proof. Many of you are waiting for a door to open. But the truth is, God is waiting for you to move. He already placed the key inside you. You're not waiting for opportunity. Opportunity is waiting for your obedience. You're not waiting for favor. Favor is waiting for your movement. The moment you decide to act on what God placed within, heaven will align everything around you. Resources will appear. Helpers will arise. Time will bend. Everything you need will be drawn to you because obedience magnetizes provision. Never overlook the strength hidden in small beginnings. God reminds us, do not despise the day of small things. It means that even if all you have is faith, it's already enough. Even if your hands hold nothing, your heart carries the seeds of divine greatness. Begin right where you are, using what's already within your reach. When you act on what's in your hand, God responds by releasing what's in His. He doesn't bless daydreams. He blesses movement. Faith that stands still makes noise. Faith that steps forward makes impact. There's something holy about letting go. When you stop mapping every outcome and start trusting every step, God begins to move in ways that leave you speechless. He opens one door only to reveal another beyond it. He aligns you with people you never imagined meeting. He transforms closed chapters into living testimonies. That is the beauty of walking with the unseen hand of God. He never forgets the ones who depend on Him completely. He never leaves the ones who choose obedience over logic. Some of you are afraid of stepping out because you fear failure. But what if I told you failure in God's eyes is not falling? It's refusing to move. Failure is not trying something and losing. Failure is hearing God's call and ignoring it. God doesn't expect perfection. He expects faith. And faith means moving even when the path isn't clear. It means trusting that if God told you to stop looking for a job, He already prepared something that fits your hands perfectly. It means believing that your future is already finished in His design. When you stop chasing jobs and start chasing God's will, you enter a new rhythm, the rhythm of divine timing. You'll begin to notice how things align without effort. You'll meet the right people at the right time. You'll hear a voice in your spirit saying, "This is the way." You'll see signs confirming you're on the right path. That's the beauty of divine direction. It requires less striving and more listening. You stop running after life and life begins to run after you. Let me tell you something powerful. When God gives you an assignment, it comes with its own economy. That means whatever God asks you to do, He has already provided for it. If He calls you to start something, the resources are already waiting. If He tells you to build something, the hands to help you are already in motion. You won't have to force it. You'll just flow with it. That's how you know it's from God. It grows naturally, peacefully, and powerfully. Sometimes you'll walk through seasons that make no sense. The money won't add up, the path won't be clear, and people won't support you. But that's where God proves Himself most faithful. He provides in the dark what He promised in the light. He multiplies what others overlook. He hides treasures in your trials. And when it's all done, you'll realize why He said, "Don't look for a job." Because what He had for you was not employment. It was empowerment. Not a paycheck, but purpose. Not survival, but significance. Some of you have been praying for change, but God is waiting for your courage. He's waiting for you to stop asking how and start saying yes. Because when your yes is genuine, God's power is immediate. He doesn't move when you understand. He moves when you obey. Understanding comes after obedience. Miracles come after movement. Breakthroughs come after surrender. And in that surrender, you'll find peace that this world can never give. God doesn't want you tied to systems that can control you. He wants you free spiritually, mentally, and financially. He wants you to reach a point where no man can threaten your peace, where no job can dictate your joy, where no employer can hold your destiny hostage. That's what he's doing when he says, don't look for a job. He's breaking the chains of dependence on men so he can establish your dependence on him alone. Remember this: every time God takes something from your hands, it's because he's about to fill them with something better. Don't mourn over what's gone. Celebrate what's coming. Don't cry over closed doors. Rejoice over divine direction. What's ahead is greater than what's behind. What's unseen is stronger than what's visible. What's being prepared is bigger than what's been postponed. Trust the hand that wrote your destiny before you were even born. You were not created to live like everyone else. You were created to live by faith, guided by purpose, powered by God. You were not designed to chase jobs. You were designed to create impact. You were not made to blend in. You were made to stand out. That's why God is calling you out of comfort zones, out of fear, out of small thinking. He's saying, rise because I placed greatness inside you. Stop looking for work when I already placed my work in your spirit. The time has come for you to shift from employee mentality to divine stewardship. You don't need an organization to authorize your assignment. You don't need a boss to validate your calling. You already have the highest endorsement, God's. When He calls you, He equips you. When He equips you, He sustains you. And when He sustains you, no system on earth can stop you. You are walking proof that God can take the unseen and make it unstoppable. When God says, don't look for a job, He is not dismissing your effort. He is redirecting your energy. He is saying, stop searching for man's system to sustain you and start seeking my system to position you. God never intended for His children to be dependent on human approval or worldly provision. He designed you to operate under divine guidance fueled by faith, not fear. When you work under man, you receive wages, but when you work under God, you receive wonders. That is why some of you feel uncomfortable in certain places, because your spirit knows it wasn't built to beg. It was built to build. You are not called to be a follower of trends, but a founder of divine transformation. When God places a vision inside you, He also places the power to bring it to life. You might not see the full picture, but every step you take in faith is forming it. God doesn't show you the entire road. He gives you enough light for the next step. Why? Because He wants you to rely on Him daily. If He revealed everything at once, you would no longer need faith. But God thrives in the unknown. He works in silence. He molds you when no one is watching. That's why He says, don't look for a job, because while you're searching for an occupation, He's forming your transformation. He's preparing you for something that can't be measured in hours or salaries, but in impact, legacy, and eternal value. Many people wake up every day to chase survival, but God is calling you to chase significance. The difference between the two is purpose. Survival says, what can I get? Purpose says, what can I give? Survival works for money. Purpose works for meaning. And God never designed His people to live a life of endless labor without fulfillment. He wants you to wake up every morning knowing that your work matters to eternity. When He says, don't look for a job, He's saying, stop trying to fit into man's mold when I've already made you in my image. You carry divine creativity, divine intelligence, divine ability. Everything you need to fulfill your purpose is already within you. There are seasons when God will remove all external supports just to prove that He alone is enough. You might lose people, opportunities, and connections, but what you'll gain is divine dependence. You'll begin to realize that even if the world closes its doors, God's hand remains open. When one source dries up, another one flows. When one system fails, God creates a new one. The same power that commands the winds and parts the seas is guiding your life. You are never without direction. You are simply in transition. So when God says don't look for a job, He's saying don't panic in the in-between. Trust the process, because where there seems to be nothing, I am already doing something. You see, God doesn't call you to rely on sight. He calls you to rely on spirit. The moment you start living by what you see, fear takes over. But the moment you start living by what you believe, peace takes over. You can't walk in divine purpose while fearing lack. You can't hear God's direction while worrying about man's rejection. When your heart is anchored in God, you stop chasing temporary positions and start walking in permanent purpose. God's plans don't expire. His calling doesn't depend on a company or a contract. His promise stands regardless of your status. That's why you must never allow your current condition to define your destiny. You may not have a job, but you have something greater: God's favor, God's word, God's plan. And hear this truth: every delay is divine strategy. When nothing seems to be moving, God is rearranging everything behind the scenes. He's not ignoring your prayers. He's answering them in ways you can't yet see. He's not holding back blessings. He's positioning you to handle them. If He gave you everything too soon, it would crush you. So He says, wait, not because He's punishing you, but because He's protecting you. He's strengthening your faith so that when the blessing comes, you won't bow to it. You'll use it for His glory. That's the heart of divine preparation. You may be thinking, but how will I survive? God says, I am your survival. You may ask, who will help me? God says, I am your helper. You may say, where will I go? God says, I have already gone before you. When you put God first, every uncertainty becomes an opportunity for His power to manifest. The same God who fed the hungry with manna, who brought water from a dry rock, who sustained prophets in the wilderness, that same God is still working today. He doesn't need a system to sustain you. He doesn't need an economy to bless you. He is the source, not a supplement. When God tells you not to look for a job, He's actually telling you to discover your gift. Because your gift is the channel through which He releases your provision. The world might give you positions, but only God gives you purpose. And purpose never runs out. The gift He placed in you was not meant to be hidden in fear or buried under the opinions of others and need. It was meant to shine. It was meant to create change. You don't need to look for permission to use it. God already gave you authority. Stop asking men to validate what God has already confirmed. There are people who spend years chasing what they think is stability, only to wake up one day realizing they traded their destiny for comfort. Don't let that be you. God didn't call you to live a predictable life. He called you to live a purposeful one. Predictability belongs to systems. Miracles belong to God. If you want to see His power, you must step into uncertainty. You must dare to trust Him beyond logic, because faith is not safe. It's sacred. It takes courage to step away from the known and walk into the unseen. But when you do, you'll find out that the unseen is where God does His best work. Stop fearing the unknown. It's where God hides His greatest treasures. Stop fearing silence. It's where God speaks the loudest. Stop fearing emptiness. It's where God fills you. Every time you think you've lost something, God is making space for something better. Every time you think you've been set back, God is setting you up. Your life is not random, it's divinely arranged. Every delay has meaning, every detour has purpose, every disappointment has divine design. God wastes nothing. You may think you're unemployed, but you're actually in training. You may think you're lost, but you're being led. You may think you've been forgotten, but heaven is preparing your moment. There is a reason God told you not to look for a job, because He doesn't want you to miss His voice while chasing man's offer. He's calling you to build, to write, to lead, to serve in ways that glorify Him directly. What's coming for you doesn't require an application. It requires alignment. When you walk with God, you realize that every step is sacred. Even the still moments carry purpose. The waiting seasons are not wasted seasons. The unseen growth is still growth. God measures progress differently than the world. The world counts results. God counts obedience. The world values speed. God values surrender. The world celebrates titles. God celebrates trust. That's why He sometimes withholds opportunities, not to punish you, but to protect your purity of purpose. Because what He's building in you must be stronger than what He's giving to you. God's way of promoting you doesn't always look glamorous. Sometimes promotion looks like obscurity. Sometimes it looks like starting from scratch. Sometimes it looks like losing everything only to realize that you've gained what truly matters. Dependence on God. The less you depend on people, the more you discover the abundance of His presence. That's where peace flows from. That's where purpose awakens. That's where provision multiplies. Let me remind you, when you depend on God, you never truly lack. Even in your lowest moment, you are still rich in potential. Even when the account is empty, your spirit is full of ideas. Even when the door's closed, heaven is still open. That is why you cannot give up now. You cannot settle for ordinary when you serve an extraordinary God. You cannot lower your dreams to fit human understanding. The very fact that you are alive means God is not finished with you. He still has chapters to write, blessings to release, people to reach through you. So when God says don't look for a job, He's not saying do nothing. He's saying do what I placed in you. If you can cook, start feeding others with excellence. If you can teach, start teaching truth. If you can build, build with purpose. If you can write, let your words carry power. If you can speak, let your voice bring healing. Whatever is in your hands, use it. Because when you use it for God, He multiplies it. When you move in faith, He moves in favor. You don't need to wait for the perfect time. The time is now. God is calling you to operate as a vessel of His abundance. He's saying, stop waiting to be chosen by man. I already chose you. You were chosen before you were even aware of your potential. You were set apart for something sacred. The world may not see it yet, but heaven already knows it. Every hidden seed will bloom in divine timing. Every silent effort will echo in eternity. Every act of faith will bear fruit in due season. So, my friend, lift your head. Do not bow to fear. Do not settle for what's safe. Do not chase temporary comfort. When you walk with God, you are never empty-handed. He will provide streams in the desert, favor in the famine, and light in the darkness. Your job may end, but your purpose will not. Your income may change, but your source remains the same. When you finally understand that, peace will replace panic, and confidence will replace confusion. You'll walk not as one who's looking for something to do, but as one who's already carrying something to deliver. Because God did not send you into this world to fill a position. He sent you to fulfill a purpose. And until that purpose is complete, nothing can stop you. Not delay, not rejection, not uncertainty. Every path that looks blocked is only a bend in God's design. Every no from man is a yes from heaven in disguise. God's word over your life is final. No rejection letter, no job loss, no missed opportunity can erase what He has written. So don't look for a job, look for God's hand. Don't seek employment, seek empowerment. Don't chase provision, chase purpose. Because when you seek God first, everything else will follow. Your life is not about earning, it's about expressing. It's not about status, it's about service. And it's not about being known by the world, it's about being used by God. So stop begging for the crumbs of this world when God has already written your name on a divine inheritance. Stop chasing what is fading and start building what is eternal. You are not meant to be a servant of men. You are meant to be a servant of God. You were not designed to live by salary. You were called to live by assignment. The moment you align with the voice of God, your provision will chase you. Your favor will follow you. Your peace will surround you. The same God who fed the birds without them clocking in to work, the same God who clothed the flowers without them spinning or toiling, is the same God who will provide for you when you obey His voice and walk by faith, not by sight. Do not look for a job. Look for the reason you were born. Look for that spark in your soul that God planted before you even took your first breath. God is saying, you are not an employee. You are an ambassador of my will on earth. Wherever you go, carry that identity. Speak with that authority. Live with that conviction. When you wake up each morning, don't ask, where will I work? Ask God, how will you work through me today? Because when God begins to work through you, doors that never existed will appear. Opportunities that were impossible will manifest. People will be drawn to your light, not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. So as you leave this moment, my friend, hold this truth close to your heart. When God said, don't chase a job, He wasn't closing a door, He was opening your eyes to seek Him first. He was inviting you to rise in faith, to think beyond limits, to trust beyond logic. He was showing you that your purpose doesn't live in titles or offices, but in His presence. Stay steady. Stay surrendered. Stay strong. Because when you walk with God, rejection becomes redirection. Every closed door becomes a bridge to something better. Every delay becomes divine strategy. Lift your spirit high because God Himself is your provider. His promise is your paycheck. His will is your assignment. His glory is your reward. Step forward with courage into what He has already prepared for you. The world may not see it, systems may not approve it, but heaven has already confirmed it. God has declared it. And when God declares, it stands forever. There come seasons in life when it feels as though heaven has fallen silent. You've prayed with faith, waited with hope, believed with all your heart, and yet nothing seems to shift. The months turn into years. Doors stay closed. Opportunities slip through your fingers. You've wept until your strength ran dry, wondering if God still sees you at all. But listen closely. Silence from God is not separation from God. A delay from heaven is not a denial from heaven. When God seems quiet, it isn't neglect, it's preparation. He is crafting something so extraordinary it will leave you speechless. His timing is never hurried, never missed, and never mistaken. It is perfectly stitched into the divine pattern of your purpose. Sometimes God waits until every other option around you has failed, so that when He moves, there will be no confusion about who deserves the glory. You see, if things happened when you wanted them to, you might have thought it was your skill, your plan, or your wisdom that made it work. But when God waits until it's impossible, until it looks hopeless, until your back is against the wall, when He finally moves, it will be undeniable that it was God and God alone who brought the breakthrough. There's a reason some doors have stayed closed. There's a reason some relationships ended. There's a reason your plans didn't unfold the way you imagined. God was protecting you from things you couldn't see. He was holding you back from paths that would have destroyed you. You thought the delay was punishment, but it was preparation. You thought the silence meant abandonment, but it was divine positioning. God has been shaping your heart in the waiting, refining your character, strengthening your faith, and teaching you to depend not on your own strength, but on His perfect will. And when God finally decides that it's time, nothing and no one will be able to stop what He has ordained. The same people who doubted you will have to watch as God lifts you up. The same doors that were once locked will swing wide open. The very situation that brought you pain will become the very stage upon which God displays His power. When His timing arrives, it won't just be a small blessing. It will be a flood of favor, a breakthrough so powerful that it will move you to tears. You'll weep not because of sorrow, but because of awe. You'll cry not because of pain, but because of overwhelming gratitude. Some of you have been walking through a dark season. You've been carrying heavy burdens, waiting for answers that never seem to come. You've asked God, when will things change? When will my prayer be answered? When will I see the fruit of all this waiting? But what you didn't realize is that while you were waiting on God, God was working on you. Every tear you shed, every moment you wanted to give up, He saw it. He counted them and He used them. God has been writing a story far greater than what you could imagine. And when it unfolds, you'll look back and say, now I understand why I had to wait. When God's timing arrives, it often comes suddenly. One day it seems like nothing is happening, and the next everything shifts. That's how God works. He prepares in silence and moves in power. Just like the seed hidden beneath the soil, unseen for months, growing roots before it breaks through the surface. Your life is in that hidden stage. Right now the growth is happening underground where no one can see it. But soon the world will see what God has been cultivating in private. And when that moment comes, it will be too big to contain. God's timing is about to make you cry. Not from heartbreak, but from the overwhelming realization that He never forgot you. You will cry because you'll realize He was always on time. Every delay had a purpose. Every disappointment was a setup for something greater. Every closed door was redirecting you to the right one. You will cry because you'll finally understand that what looked like loss was actually love. God's love keeping you from settling for less than what He had planned. Some of you are on the edge of that divine timing right now. You can feel something shifting even if you can't see it yet. Doors are aligning. Opportunities are being prepared. Hearts are being moved. God is setting the stage for a miracle that will make sense of everything you've endured. That pain wasn't wasted. That waiting wasn't for nothing. Every lonely night, every unanswered prayer, every moment of confusion, it was all building toward the moment God steps in and says, now. And when that now comes, you won't have to fight for it. You won't have to chase it. The blessing will find you. The right people will appear. The resources will flow. The peace will return. And you will stand there trembling not from fear, but from holy awe. realizing that what you prayed for has finally arrived. Not in your time, but in God's perfect time. God's timing is powerful because it's purposeful. He doesn't do random. He doesn't do accidents. He orchestrates moments with precision. When you thought he was late, he was actually right on schedule. The breakthrough he's bringing isn't just about blessing you. It's about revealing his power to everyone who thought you were finished. God is about to prove that his promises do not expire no matter how long it takes. There are seasons in your life when God will not give you what you asked for right away. Not because he is ignoring you, but because he is strengthening what he placed inside you. When God delays something, he is not punishing you. He is preparing you. Waiting is not wasted when it is in the hands of God. While you wait, he is building endurance, patience, and spiritual maturity inside of you. You may think the delay is keeping you from destiny, but in truth, the delay is shaping your destiny. God does not rush the process because he knows that premature blessings can become burdens. He waits until you are ready emotionally, mentally, and spiritually to carry what he has planned for your life. When God makes you wait, he is protecting you from things that would have broken you if they came too early. He is allowing time to reveal who is truly for you and who is only near you for what you can give. Waiting seasons are not silent, they are sacred. It is in the waiting that God refines your motives, purifies your intentions, and draws your heart closer to his will. Some blessings require a version of you that doesn't exist yet. So God delays not to frustrate you, but to transform you. He's not withholding something from you. He's developing something within you. There are people who gave up too soon, who walked away just before God was about to move. They allowed discouragement to blind them to divine timing. But if you can hold on, if you can stand still and trust that God's hand is still working, you will see what they never did. You will witness the moment when everything turns around in your favor. God's timing often looks like chaos before it reveals order. It feels like confusion before it manifests clarity. But that is how he operates. He uses what looks impossible to display his power. And when God finally decides to open the door, no one can shut it. When he declares that it's time, every obstacle that stood in your way will bow before his command. You don't need to force what God has already destined. You don't need to beg for what God has already planned. When it's time, it will happen naturally. People will come into your life by divine appointment. Opportunities will align without your striving. Circumstances will shift effortlessly because the same God who holds time also holds your future. There is beauty in surrendering to God's timing. When you release your need to control the outcome, you allow God to surprise you. You begin to see that his way was always higher, his plan always wiser. You stop questioning the why and start trusting the when. Faith is not proven when everything goes your way. It's proven when nothing does and you still believe that God is good. That's when heaven takes notice. When you lift your hands, not because the blessing has arrived, but because you trust the one who controls the blessing. Some of you have been faithful in obscurity. You've served when no one was watching. You've prayed when no one was listening. You've held on when others gave up. God saw it all, and in due time, he will honor it. The same hands that felt empty will overflow. The same heart that felt broken will be healed. The same path that felt blocked will open wide with favor. God's timing will come like the morning sun, suddenly, beautifully, undeniably. When God's timing manifests, it often carries a sense of divine irony. The very thing that once caused your tears will become the reason for your joy. The same people who walked away will witness the glory of God in your life. The same circumstances that tried to bury you will become the soil in which your blessings grow. That's how God works. He takes what was meant to harm you and turns it into the very thing that elevates you. His timing exposes the truth that He was never late, that He was never silent, that He was never distant. And when that moment arrives, when the breakthrough unfolds right before your eyes, you will feel something shift deep in your soul. The weight of years of waiting will meet the lightness of divine fulfillment. You'll realize that God didn't just answer your prayer, He exceeded it. He gave you more than you asked for because He knew what you truly needed. He replaced what you lost with something far greater. He restored not only what was taken, but also what time had stolen. Do not despise the waiting. The same hands that delay are the hands that will deliver. God does not forget the cries of His people. He does not overlook the faithful heart. There is a moment already written in your story when everything will make sense, when the pain will reveal its purpose, when the closed door will show why it had to stay shut, when the tears will become testimonies. That moment is approaching. It's closer than you think. God's timing is about to make you cry because you will finally see how every thread of pain was woven into a tapestry of purpose. You will cry because you'll understand that every season of loneliness was training you for strength. You will cry because the things you thought were lost were actually being preserved for the right time. You will cry because the silence you feared was actually God's whisper saying, "Trust me, I am not done." There is power in divine patience. When you choose to trust rather than rush, when you choose to believe rather than doubt, you align yourself with heaven's rhythm. And in that rhythm, everything flows with perfection. The same God who sets the sun to rise at its appointed time knows the exact moment when your blessing will appear. You cannot speed it up, but you can prepare for it. You can live in readiness, not in frustration, because when it happens, it will be bigger, greater, and more glorious than you ever imagined. God's timing doesn't always come with warning. It shows up like a sudden rain after a long drought. It floods your life with joy so overwhelming that your heart can't contain it. You'll find yourself in tears, not because you are broken, but because you are finally whole. The years of waiting will collapse into a single moment of divine fulfillment. And you'll realize it was worth it. Every delay, every disappointment, every unanswered prayer, it was all worth it. There are times when God hides your blessing, not to deny it from you, but to protect it until you are ready to receive it. God knows the dangers of giving something too soon. He knows that premature success can destroy what patience was meant to build. He knows that certain blessings, if given before your heart is steady, can become idols instead of instruments of purpose. That's why He delays not to deprive you, but to safeguard your destiny. You see, God is not only preparing the blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. You may be wondering why it seems others are advancing while you are stuck. You see them succeeding, achieving, prospering, while your path feels slow, uncertain, and lonely. But remember, comparison is the enemy of faith. What God is doing in your life is tailor-made. Your story is not meant to mirror anyone else's journey. What takes someone 5 years may take you 10. But when it happens, yours will be built on divine stability, not human speed. God takes His time because He builds to last. He doesn't rush what He intends to preserve. Some blessings are being protected by time itself. If God gave you what you asked for too soon, the wrong people would have access to it. They would misuse it, manipulate it, and drain it before you could enjoy it. So God covers your blessing in divine delay. He hides it in the shadows until He has cleared your surroundings of those who were never meant to go where you are going. Sometimes God has to remove people, shut doors, and create distance before He releases what you've been praying for. And though that separation hurts, it is necessary for your protection. When God is about to move, He begins by rearranging your environment. You may lose people. You may be misunderstood. You may even find yourself standing alone. But isolation is not abandonment. It is preparation. The wilderness always comes before the promise. The silence always comes before the sound of victory. God isolates before He elevates. He separates before He blesses. Because not everyone can handle the weight of what He is about to release into your life. And when His timing comes, it won't just elevate you. It will vindicate you. Those who mocked you will have to watch as God honors you. Those who doubted you will have to witness His favor shining upon your life. The same lips that spoke against you will be silenced by the evidence of His hand upon you. God's timing carries vindication. It doesn't just bless you. It corrects the false stories told about you. It proves that the same God who was silent was also working. That the same God who seemed distant was designing your rise in secret. When God's timing breaks forth, it will feel like every weight you carried suddenly falls off. You'll look back and realize that the pain was never punishment. It was preparation. You'll see that the rejection you faced was redirection toward your divine place of purpose. You'll understand that the nights you cried were watering the soil of the very ground from which your miracle would grow. God wastes nothing. Not even your tears. Every drop has been accounted for. Every moment has been measured. And every second of your waiting has been recorded in His plan. And when that time comes, you won't have to force recognition. God Himself will announce you. He will cause favor to locate you in places you never expected. He will make your name known in rooms you've never entered. He will make people remember you who once overlooked you. That is what divine timing does. It reverses what was forgotten and restores what was delayed. What seemed like wasted years will suddenly align into purpose-filled moments. What looked like failure will transform into a foundation for your next season. You will cry not because of sadness, but because you will finally see how God orchestrated everything perfectly. You will cry when you realize that the timing you once hated was actually the greatest expression of divine mercy. God was saving you from battles you didn't see, from people you didn't know, from pain you weren't strong enough to handle. He was delaying your blessing because He was strengthening your spirit. He was holding back the answer because He wanted to make sure that when it came, you could sustain it. There is something sacred about divine timing. It humbles the proud and exalts the faithful. Those who boast in their own strength fall quickly, but those who trust in God's timing rise unshakably. God allows delays to separate faith from impatience, trust from fear, belief from doubt. The waiting season reveals what words cannot. It shows whether your faith is built on circumstances or conviction. And when you choose to stand firm, even when the answer hasn't come, that's when heaven takes notice. That's when God says, "Now I can trust this one with more." You see, faith that only believes when things are easy isn't faith at all. It's convenience. But faith that endures through silence, through disappointment, through years of uncertainty. That's faith that moves the hand of God. God's timing is not earned by effort. It's revealed through endurance. It's not found in rushing. It's born in resting. The moment you stop striving and start surrendering, you position yourself to receive what only divine timing can deliver. There comes a moment in every believer's life when all the waiting, all the pain, all the confusion suddenly makes sense. It doesn't arrive with warning or announcement. It comes like a wind that shifts the entire atmosphere. One day you wake up and something inside you knows the season has changed. The burden feels lighter. The air feels different. And your spirit whispers, God is moving. What once felt still begins to stir. What once seemed dead begins to breathe again. That's the mystery of divine timing. When it happens suddenly. And when it happens, it changes everything. You may have thought God forgot you, but He was only setting the stage. Every delay was a divine arrangement. Every disappointment a redirection. Every heartbreak a foundation for your rise. The moment His timing unfolds, all the hidden pieces align like a puzzle finally complete. You'll see that what you called loss was actually protection. What you called waiting was training. And what you called silence was God's strategy. When His plan manifests, it comes with such perfection that you will know only God could have done this. There is a beauty in how God fulfills His promises. He doesn't just give you what you asked for, He multiplies it. He restores what you lost and adds what you never expected. His timing doesn't come to simply balance the scales, it comes to overflow them. The same tears that once fell in sorrow will return in joy. The same eyes that looked up in desperation will gaze upward in gratitude. You will cry not from pain, but from the realization that God never left you for a single moment. His silence was not distance. It was discipline. His delay was not punishment. It was positioning. When God declares that it's your appointed moment, everything that once stood against you will start to align in your favor. Those who tried to hinder your path will unknowingly become the ones who help advance it. The doors that once closed with frustration will guide you to the one that opens with ease. You won't need to chase. You'll simply walk into it. You won't need to prove your worth. God Himself will reveal it for all to see. That is the beauty of divine timing. It replaces striving with flow, pressure with peace, and uncertainty with divine assurance. Many of you are standing right at that threshold. Between waiting and fulfillment, you can sense the atmosphere shifting, even if your eyes can't yet see it. Do not lose faith now, because what's coming next will move you to tears. Not tears of pain, but tears born from awe, when you finally see the goodness of God surrounding your life. Tears that fall because you realize every delay, every detour, every storm had a divine purpose. Every delay had a purpose, and every lonely night was part of the plan. Those tears are holy. They are the language of a heart that has seen God's faithfulness after the fire. God's timing will humble you. It will remind you how limited your understanding was. You will look back at the moments you doubted, the times you complained, and the nights you questioned His plan, and you'll feel both awe and repentance. You'll say, God, now I understand why you made me wait. You'll see that if you had gotten what you wanted when you wanted it, it would have destroyed you. But because God loved you too much to give it early, you now stand ready to carry what He is releasing. And when the breakthrough comes, it will not come quietly. It will come with power. It will come with acceleration. What took years to build will suddenly fall into place. What seemed impossible will happen overnight. When it's God's time, He compresses what man calls time into moments. He redeems lost years in seconds. He restores lost opportunities in ways that defy human logic. You won't be able to explain it. You'll only be able to weep and whisper, "God, this is more than I imagine." God's timing does not need human permission. It doesn't require validation, approval, or acceptance. When God says now, no force in existence can say no. Not time, not circumstance, not people, not opposition. His word overrides every barrier. His decree dismantles every delay. His will moves through walls, through systems, through impossible situations, and turns them into open paths. And when he moves, he does it so completely that even your enemies will have to admit, surely this was the hand of God. The moment his timing manifests, you'll understand that the waiting was the most sacred part of your story, because it was in that waiting that you learned trust. It was in that silence that your faith matured. It was in that delay that your spirit grew strong. You will look back and thank God not only for the breakthrough, but for the process that made you ready for it. The pain you endured will no longer sting. It will shine because you'll realize it was the pressure that produced your power. And when that divine timing arrives, something extraordinary happens to the heart. Gratitude overwhelms every other emotion. Words fall short. You no longer care about who doubted you, who walked away, or who didn't believe. Your focus shifts completely to the one who carried you through it all. You'll realize that it was never about the blessing itself. It was about the bond that was built between you and God during the wait. Because once you've seen how faithfully he moves, you'll never question his timing again. There is a certain stillness that comes when God's timing arrives. It's not loud, it's not chaotic, it's peaceful, deeply peaceful. It's the calm that follows a storm, the light that floods after the darkness, the assurance that says it was all worth it. That peace is proof that you are standing in the will of God. You don't have to force anything. You simply flow with what he's doing. And as you stand there overwhelmed with tears, you will finally understand that every unanswered prayer, every long delay, and every closed door was a part of a divine rhythm, a rhythm that leads you straight into the perfect timing of God. When God's timing finally collides with your life, you begin to understand that he was never just arranging events. He was transforming you. The waiting was not merely about receiving something, it was about becoming someone. You see, before God gives you the blessing, he molds your heart to handle it. He removes pride, builds humility, deepens your discernment, and teaches you to depend on him completely. Because when the blessing comes, it should not draw you away from God. It should draw you closer to him. That's why he waits until your spirit is anchored before he releases what your heart has been crying for. God's timing doesn't only change your situation, it changes your perspective. You begin to see life differently. You start recognizing that every delay, every disappointment, every closed door was God teaching you that his plan is greater than your own understanding. You stop fighting the process and start flowing with his will. You begin to rest in his wisdom, trusting that he knows when to open the door, when to keep it closed, and when to lead you down a completely different path. That's when real faith matures. Not when everything happens fast, but when you can say, even if I don't see it yet, I trust that God's timing is perfect. When God's timing comes, it doesn't come to fix one area, it touches everything. It heals old wounds, restores broken relationships, opens new opportunities, and replaces years of struggle with moments of divine acceleration. You'll see your life shift in ways that words can't describe. People will wonder how it all happened so quickly, but you'll know the truth. It wasn't quick. It was on time. The years of waiting were simply the roots growing beneath the surface, and now those roots are producing visible fruit. What looked like delay was actually divine investment. There is something indescribable about standing in the manifestation of what you once only prayed for. It humbles you. It silences every complaint. It fills your heart with awe so deep that all you can do is whisper, "God, you did this." You'll cry not because of the weight of your pain, but because of the beauty of His faithfulness. The very moments that once broke you will become the proof that God never abandoned you. His timing will reveal that even the detours were part of the destination. He led you through what you didn't understand so that when you reach this place, your gratitude would be pure, your faith would be unshakable, and your heart would belong entirely to Him. And when others see your transformation, they will know it was not luck, not coincidence, not chance. It was God. His signature will be all over your story. The way the right people appear, the way the pieces fall into place, the way the impossible suddenly becomes easy. It will all point back to Him. You won't need to convince anyone of His power. Your life will testify on its own. The same people who once pitied you will see the evidence of divine favor shining upon your path. And you will stand there, tears streaming down your face, realizing that everything you went through was worth it. God's timing doesn't just bring blessings, it brings understanding. It teaches you that control is an illusion, that rushing achieves nothing, and that peace only comes when you surrender the clock to the one who created time itself. You start living differently. You stop chasing what isn't meant for you and start waiting for what is. You no longer beg for things to happen. You prepare for them because you know that when God decides it's your time, everything will align with ease. You don't have to force it. You just have to stay faithful until it comes. And oh, when it comes, it will feel like everything you ever prayed for is arriving all at once. The same hands that once trembled in prayer will now rise in thanksgiving. The same eyes that once searched for signs will now see undeniable evidence of God's work. The same heart that once questioned will now overflow with gratitude. And you will cry, not from weakness, but from the overwhelming awareness that God's plan was greater, His wisdom deeper, and His love stronger than you ever realized. When you live long enough to see God's timing unfold, you begin to walk differently. You no longer panic when things slow down. You no longer despair when doors close. You no longer question when people leave because you've learned that everything has a time and a purpose under God's plan. You begin to live with peace instead of panic, patience instead of pressure, and trust instead of tension. You learn to say, if it hasn't happened yet, it's because God is still preparing something greater. There's something holy about the tears that fall when you finally understand divine timing. They aren't ordinary tears. They carry worship, surrender, and revelation. They carry the understanding that God never failed you, even when you didn't see the reason. They carry the realization that every no protected you, every delay prepared you, and every silence strengthened you. They carry the peace of knowing that you are exactly where you are meant to be at the exact moment you are meant to be there. God's timing is not just about events, it's about alignment. It's when your heart, your mind, your surroundings, and your destiny all synchronize under His command. When that happens, you don't have to chase anything. What belongs to you begins to flow towards you naturally. The right people find you. The right opportunities seek you. The right doors open before you. Because when God says now, the universe responds. Everything obeys the command of its creator. When you walk with God, you begin to understand that His silence does not mean absence. It means preparation. Silence is often the space where God works most deeply in your spirit. It's in that quiet, invisible process that He strengthens your faith, removes hidden fears, and refines your heart. The silence is not punishment, it's surgery. God is cutting away the weakness that cannot walk into your next season. He is reshaping your inner being so that when He elevates you, nothing will shake you. Many people mistake God's silence for rejection, but those who are spiritually awake understand that silence is often the language of creation. Remember, before light came, there was silence. Before life began, there was stillness. God does His greatest work when everything seems still. When it feels like nothing is moving, you may think nothing is happening, but under the surface, He is preparing your breakthrough with divine precision. Do not despise the still seasons. That's where faith is truly proven. Anyone can trust God when the doors open, but real faith is shown when the door's locked, the light is dim, and the only thing you have left is belief. That's when you discover whether your trust is built on blessings or on God Himself. When you can still praise Him in the dark, still thank Him in uncertainty, still walk with Him when you can't see the road, that's when you rise to a new level of spiritual maturity. There comes a time in your journey when God hides you, not to punish you, but to protect you. He hides you until it's safe to be seen. He hides your gifts until the right audience appears. He hides your value until the wrong people are out of your circle, because not everyone can handle what God placed within you. Some would misuse it, others would destroy it, and a few would drain it. So God conceals you for a season to preserve what He plans to reveal at the appointed time. And when that time comes, when God finally unveils what He has been preparing in secret, you will not have to announce yourself. Your results will speak louder than your words. Your growth will testify. Your peace will radiate. Your stability will shock those who thought you would crumble. That is the beauty of divine timing. It turns the hidden into the honored, the rejected into the respected, and the forgotten into the favored. When you trust God completely, you stop chasing validation. You no longer need the approval of people to feel significant. You stop explaining yourself to those who cannot understand your process, because deep down you know this truth. If God is with you, no one's opinion can stop you. The moment you realize that your value is defined by the one who created you, the noise of the world loses its power over you. You stop trying to fit in because you understand you were never made to blend in. You were chosen to stand out for His purpose. Every challenge you face is not meant to destroy you, but to reveal you. God allows certain pressures to form divine strength within you. Just like gold is purified through fire, your character is refined through trials. It's not to break your faith, it's to deepen it. Each hardship carries a hidden lesson. Each disappointment hides a divine redirection. When God removes something He's not taking from you, He's clearing the space for something greater. The key is not to panic when things fall apart. The key is to understand that sometimes God dismantles what you built, not because it was bad, but because it was too small for where He's taking you. You prayed for increase, and sometimes increase begins with breaking. The old version of you cannot walk into the next dimension of your destiny. God has to stretch your faith, expand your patience, and grow your understanding so that you can carry what's coming next. Do not rush the process. If God is making you wait, it's because what He's preparing is worth the wait. Think about it. The longer something takes to form, the more powerful its impact will be. A seed doesn't grow overnight, but when it finally breaks through the soil, it carries the power of everything that was happening underground. The same is true for you. What God is forming in silence will soon rise with unstoppable force. When God finally moves, He does it in a way that leaves no doubt. You won't have to question if it's your time. You'll know the doors that once resisted, you will swing open effortlessly. The path that was blocked will suddenly clear. People who overlooked you will start noticing you. Not because you changed your approach, but because God changed your season. When God breathes on your destiny, everything begins to align according to His plan. And in that moment, you will realize something profound. All the tears, all the waiting, all the confusion, it was never wasted. It was part of your training. God was preparing your heart to handle the weight of His blessing. Because if He had given it to you too soon, you would not have been ready to hold it. Timing is not only about what you want, it's about who you've become. So remain faithful in the in-between. Keep praying when nothing changes. Keep believing when everything seems uncertain. Keep walking when you cannot see the end. Because your faith is not meant to be proven in comfort. It is proven in delay. The moment you decide to trust God fully without conditions is the moment everything begins to shift. You start walking with peace instead of pressure, strength instead of struggle, and confidence instead of fear. And one day when you least expect it, you will wake up and realize you are standing inside the very answer you once cried for. The waiting will make sense. The silence will make sense. The pain will make sense because you will see that God never forgot you. He was aligning everything for your perfect moment. Then you will look back with tears in your eyes and say, if I had known what God was preparing, I would have waited with more peace. And when that moment finally comes, when God's timing collides with your faith, you will not just see change, you will feel it. It will hit your heart with such force that it brings you to tears, because deep down you will realize it was never you making things happen. It was always God moving behind the curtain of your life. Every closed door, every unanswered prayer, every delay that broke your spirit, it was all working together in divine rhythm, bringing you to a place where your soul could truly receive what He had planned all along. You will cry not because of pain this time, but because of overwhelming gratitude. You will cry because you will finally understand that what felt like punishment was actually protection. What felt like a setback was preparation. What felt like abandonment was God's way of saying, I was building you for something greater. The tears you shed in private will become tears of victory. The silence that once scared you will become your testimony of how God worked when you couldn't see a way. There will come a day, and it is not far from now, when you will stand in awe and whisper, now I see why it had to happen this way. The same people who doubted you will witness the glory of what God has done. The same circumstances that broke you will bow to the power of what God has rebuilt within you. When God's timing unfolds, no force on earth can delay it. No enemy can block it, and no human hand can interfere with it. So keep walking by faith, not by sight. Keep trusting even when it hurts. Keep believing even when you don't understand, because God is not finished with you. He's just aligning the final details. Oh, what you thought was the end was only the intermission before the breakthrough. God is about to move in a way that will silence every doubt, heal every wound, and restore every part of your life that was once broken. And when it happens, it will happen so suddenly that you will fall to your knees in awe. You'll cry not out of despair, but out of pure wonder, because you will finally realize that God's plan was greater than your pain. His plan carried more wisdom than your confusion could comprehend, and His timing held more grace than your impatience could endure. Every tear that fell was seen. Every prayer spoken in the dark reached His ears. Every silent moment of waiting was written in heaven's record. And now the appointed hour draws near. The moment when God transforms your pain into power, your patience into triumph, and your story into strength. So stay steadfast. Don't surrender now. The delay was never denial. The silence was never rejection. The waiting was never wasted. God is preparing to move. And when He does, your eyes will fill with tears of joy, tears of wonder, tears that whisper, "Now I see, Lord, this is why you made me wait." For when God's timing comes, it comes in power. It comes with purpose. And it comes perfectly on time. There comes a point in every heart's journey when loneliness begins to speak louder than the world around you. You find yourself lying awake, staring into the dark, whispering to God, "When will it be my time?" You watch others walking side by side, smiling, building dreams together while you keep moving forward alone, wondering if love somehow missed your path. But hear me, when God is the author of your story, nothing arrives too late. When He shapes your destiny, even the waiting carries purpose. And when God reveals the one He's chosen for you, it happens in a way no human effort could ever design. God never joins two hearts by chance. He moves heaven itself to align their steps. He reorders time, redirects circumstances, and even transforms pain. Yes, pain to refine both hearts for a love that will glorify His name. God will never send your soulmate into your life when you are clinging to desperation. He does it when you are ready, because divine love is not built on need, it is built on purpose. And until purpose has matured, love will not appear. Many people mistake attraction for destiny. They fall for faces instead of souls, and they cry when those faces walk away. But when God introduces you to your soulmate, something deeper happens. It's not fireworks or fancy emotions. It's a peace that silences confusion. It's a stillness that says, "This is the one." It's not a chase. It's a recognition. Your spirit recognizes something eternal because your soulmate is not a stranger, but a divine appointment written long before you were born. You see, before God formed you in the womb, He already knew who would complement your spirit. Not someone perfect, but someone purposeful. Not someone who completes you, because only God completes you, but someone who aligns with the calling on your life. When God introduces you to your soulmate, it is not to fill your emptiness, but to multiply your purpose. Your soulmate is not a reward for loneliness. Your soulmate is a partner for destiny. But here's what many do not understand. Before God introduces you to your soulmate, He will first introduce you to yourself. He will show you your weaknesses, your impatience, your fears. He will allow seasons of silence to humble your heart. Because if He gave you your soulmate before you were healed, your pain would poison what He meant to be pure. So God will isolate you before He aligns you. He will separate you from counterfeits before He connects you with the real one. And He will let you feel rejection so that when the right one arrives, you will recognize the difference between a lesson and a blessing. Sometimes God allows you to love the wrong person, not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because it is through heartbreak that you learn discernment, through disappointment that you learn patience, through betrayal that you learn to value loyalty. God never wastes pain. Every tear you shed was watering the soil where your soulmate would one day stand. Every door that closed was making room for the one He designed to walk in without leaving. You may not realize it, but while you are praying for your soulmate might also be praying for you. Somewhere, perhaps miles away, someone is asking God to send them a heart that truly understands. And God, in His perfect timing, is working behind the scenes. He is shaping your character while shaping theirs. He is breaking their pride while healing your wounds. He is teaching both of you how to love Him first, so that when you love each other, your love will not compete with His place in your hearts. And oh, when that divine introduction happens, it won't come with confusion or chaos. It will come with clarity. You won't have to beg for attention or chase for affection. The peace of God will confirm it. The same peace that surpasses understanding will whisper in your soul, "This is from me." Because God's blessings never bring sorrow. They bring stability. They don't drain you, they strengthen you. They don't lead you into sin, they lead you closer to Him. But here is where many grow weary. They mistake God's silence for absence. They think because nothing is happening, God has forgotten them. But let me remind you, when God is silent, He is still working. His silence is not rejection, it is preparation. The longer the wait, the greater the story. You may be in a waiting season now, but that does not mean you are being denied. You are being refined. God is preparing a love story that will not collapse under pressure because it will be rooted in His purpose. You don't need to search endlessly for your soulmate. You need to seek God, because when you walk closely with God, you will naturally walk into what He has ordained. Your soulmate will not be found through desperation, but through divine alignment. Two people walking with God will one day meet at the intersection of obedience. And that moment, that meeting, will be the visible evidence of an invisible promise. Don't envy others who found theirs before you. Don't compare your timeline to anyone else's. God doesn't use clocks. He uses seasons. And when your season comes, no delay, no distance, no distraction can stop what He has already decided. You may feel overlooked today, but in God's script, your chapter is just about to begin. And when He turns that page, everything you cried for will make sense. You will realize that what looked like loneliness was actually protection. That every no was leading to the right yes. And that every time you were ignored, God was whispering, "Not this one, my child, not yet." When God prepares to introduce you to your soulmate, He does not begin by changing your surroundings. He begins by changing your spirit, because what you attract flows from what you are becoming. God will first refine your heart, cleanse your motives, and purify your desires, until love is no longer about filling your loneliness, but about fulfilling His purpose. You see, God's introductions are not casual. They are sacred alignments. Before you ever meet your soulmate in the flesh, God will connect you in the spirit. Your hearts will be tuned to the same divine frequency even before your eyes ever meet. There are some people who pray for love but carry bitterness. Some desire a soulmate but still live in the shadows of past wounds. God will not allow your new beginning to grow in the soil of old pain. That's why He takes time. That's why the wait feels long, because He is not just preparing the person. He is preparing you. He is teaching you patience, molding your humility, and guiding you to love with purity, not possession. Until your heart learns to love without control and to stay without fear, God will keep you hidden. Not because you are unworthy, but because you are not yet ready to be revealed. When God introduces you to your soulmate, He ensures that both hearts are equally surrendered to His will. One cannot walk in light while the other remains in darkness. That is why God sometimes separates you from people you thought were the one. You may cry when they leave, but one day you will thank God for removing what was never rooted in Him. Because if it wasn't from God, it would have destroyed you. And the heartbreak that once broke you will become the very sign that He was protecting you. Every divine relationship requires spiritual maturity. If God gave you your soulmate too early, you would misinterpret love for attachment. You would confuse comfort for connection. But when God finishes His work in you, you will no longer settle for anything that doesn't carry His peace. You'll stop chasing people who only feed your emotions and start waiting for the one who nourishes your soul. That's how God prepares His chosen ones, by teaching them the difference between what pleases the flesh and what fulfills the Spirit. And when that divine introduction happens, you will not need to prove your worth. You will not need to pretend, perform, or compete. The one God sends will see you through the eyes of purpose, not perfection. They will not love you because of what you give. They will love you because of what you carry. They will recognize the light of God in you, and their spirit will respond with peace, not pressure. That's why the right one will not confuse you. They will confirm what God already placed in your heart. Understand this before God introduces you to your soulmate. He will allow distractions to test your discernment. Counterfeits will come. They will look right, sound right, and feel right for a season. But their presence will always come with unrest. You'll feel it deep within. Something will feel off. Something will not settle. That is not confusion. That is God protecting your peace. Because the peace of God is not loud. It is still, quiet, and certain. When the real one arrives, you won't need to ask 10 people for advice. God Himself will whisper, "This one carries my peace." The world teaches people to find love, but God teaches His chosen to receive love. You don't have to chase what's divine. What's meant for you will come in obedience, not obsession. When you focus on becoming the person God created you to be, love will find you naturally, because God doesn't bring two people together through chance. He brings them together through calling. Your soulmate is connected to your mission. The same way your destiny requires strength, your love story requires alignment. When God introduces you to your soulmate, there is timing involved that only heaven understands. Sometimes you meet the right person at the wrong time, and God will separate you for a season, not to punish you, but to prepare both hearts for something stronger. He will bring you back together when both of you can carry the blessing without breaking it. Because love, when it's from God, is not fragile. It is fortified. It doesn't crumble under pressure. It grows under prayer. God is not just writing a love story. He is writing a spiritual covenant. The union He creates is meant to mirror His goodness, His order, and His faithfulness. When two people love each other through the lens of God, their connection becomes a ministry. They strengthen one another's faith, remind each other of purpose, and stand together in storms. That is the kind of bond God orchestrates. Not one that distracts you from Him, but one that draws you closer to Him. Some of you listening right now are in the wilderness season, waiting, wondering, and sometimes doubting. You feel forgotten because your prayers seem unanswered. But remember this, when God hides you, He's not rejecting you. He's protecting you from wrong exposure. He is keeping your name from ears that cannot honor it. He is shielding your heart from hands that would mishandle it. God hides His most valuable treasures until it's time for them to be revealed. Just because you are unseen now doesn't mean you are unwanted. It means you are being preserved. There will come a moment when God will begin to stir things in your spirit. You'll feel a divine nudge, a quiet knowing that something is shifting. He will start removing distractions, changing your priorities, and guiding you toward places or people you never expected anew. That's how God works. He doesn't always speak through thunder. Sometimes He guides you through a whisper, through a moment of peace, through an unexpected connection that carries His signature. And when it happens, when God's timing finally unfolds, you will see the evidence of His hand. The way you meet will be so unusual, so perfectly timed that you will know it was never coincidence. The conversations will feel divine. The connection will carry grace. You won't feel rushed. You'll feel reassured. You won't feel drained. You'll feel strengthened. That is how God introduces you. Not through chaos, but through calm. Not through manipulation, but through manifestation. And even after the introduction, God will test your love. He will test whether your connection can withstand distance, misunderstanding, or delay. Because true love is not proven by words. It is proven by endurance. When God joins two souls, He allows them to be tested not to break them, but to bind them. Every test you pass together becomes proof that your love was built by Him. When God begins to align your path with your soulmate, He moves with a precision that no human reasoning can comprehend. Every detail is carefully orchestrated. Every delay is a design. Every coincidence is divine coordination. God does not work in confusion. He works in confirmation. The steps of your journey, the people you meet, the doors that close, and the ones that open, all of it is His silent preparation leading to a sacred meeting that will fulfill a part of your destiny. You may not see it while you're waiting, but God is building a masterpiece behind the curtain of time. He is arranging situations so that when you finally meet your soulmate, the timing, the location, even the circumstances will all testify that it was Him. You might call it luck, but heaven will call it fulfillment. For what God joins together in purpose cannot be separated by distance, delay, or doubt. There is something profound about the way God introduces two souls meant for each other. It rarely begins with glamour. It begins with peace. There's a calm in the spirit that whispers, "This feels right." Not because of outward beauty, but because of inward recognition. It's as if your souls have met before, long before this life, not because of fate, but because of divine ordination. God brings two people together not by emotion, but by mission. And until that mission is clear, the introduction will not come. Many people cry to God for love, but they haven't yet surrendered to His process. You cannot ask God for divine love while living outside divine order. The introduction you're praying for requires obedience. God will not connect you with your soulmate while you are still bound to what He already asked you to release. He will not bless what you refuse to purify. That is why He sometimes delays the introduction, not because He is cruel, but because He is just. He waits until your heart can handle the weight of what He's about to bring. When God introduces you to your soulmate, you will notice something remarkable. The relationship will feel purposeful. Conversations will stir your spirit, not just your emotions. The connection will inspire growth, not temptation. There will be respect, not control. Balance, not chaos. You will feel safe to be vulnerable because the foundation will be peace, not fear. You will not be fighting for attention. You will be growing through alignment. That is the mark of a divine connection. It brings order to your life. It doesn't distract you from God. It drives you closer to Him. It doesn't pull you into worldly noise. It pushes you towards spiritual clarity. Your soulmate will not compete with God for your heart. They will remind you that God is the center of your heart. When God writes a love story, it is not filled with manipulation, emotional games, or uncertainty. It is filled with purpose, maturity, and divine protection. And yes, God's timing is often mysterious. You may meet your soulmate at a time when you least expected, during hardship, transition, or even when you've given up hope. That is the beauty of His wisdom. God waits until your dependence on human effort dies so that when His promise arrives, you will know it was Him. The blessing will be undeniable. You won't be able to take credit for it. You'll simply say, God did this. But understand this truth. Before the divine meeting, there is always a divine test. God will test your patience, your faith, and your focus. He will bring distractions disguised as opportunities to see if you can discern His will. Some people will enter your life to teach you what love is not. They will appear charming, convincing, even spiritual. But something will always be missing. That missing element is peace. Because no matter how attractive or impressive someone seems, if God's peace is not resting there, it's not your promise. God's introductions are always sealed with peace. The peace of God is the most accurate compass of the soul. It will never lie to you. When you feel it deeply, that stillness that silences fear, you are standing on divine ground. That peace is God's signature. And the one who carries that peace into your life is a reflection of His order. Remember, confusion is never from God. Anything that causes inner turmoil or anxiety is not divine alignment. It's a distraction dressed as desire. So when God introduces you to your soulmate, it will not be forced. It will not be rushed. It will unfold naturally with grace. You'll notice how everything begins to flow. Conversations that never end. Understanding that comes effortlessly. Growth that happens without pressure. You'll realize that this person doesn't just speak to your mind, they speak to your spirit. They bring light to areas that were once dark. They don't complete you, they complement you. They don't replace God, they reflect Him. Your soulmate will not idolize you, they will honor you. They will not control you, they will support you. They will not silence your calling, they will amplify it. Because their love will not come from need, it will come from purpose. And where purpose meets purpose, God's favor flows freely. This is why divine unions don't drain energy. They generate it. You will find yourself more at peace, more productive, more prayerful, because love rooted in God strengthens everything it touches. Now hear this truth with your heart. When God is preparing to bring two souls together, He will align their prayers long before He aligns their paths. You will begin to sense it in your spirit. Your focus will shift. Your standards will rise. The things that once tempted you will lose their hold. You'll start craving peace more than pleasure, depth more than attraction. That is the evidence that your spirit is being prepared for divine connection. Because when you grow spiritually, you attract spiritually. The higher you go with God, the clearer your discernment becomes. And oh, how beautiful it is when God reveals His masterpiece. When you finally meet the one He chose, it will feel like every season of waiting suddenly makes sense. You'll look back at the times you cried, the times you begged for answers, the times you thought love had forgotten you, and you'll realize God was never late. He was always on time. Every heartbreak, every closed door, every disappointment was leading you here to this moment, to this peace, to this divine introduction that was written in the script of heaven long before your birth. When God introduces you to your soulmate, the confirmation will not come through mere emotion. It will come through transformation. You will feel your spirit expand. You will notice a new strength rising within you, a calm certainty that this connection carries divine weight. It's not the thrill of a fleeting attraction. It's the peace of a sacred alignment. God's fingerprints will be visible in the smallest details, in the timing, in the flow of your conversations, in the way your souls understand each other without needing to explain. That's how God works. He doesn't shout, He reveals. He doesn't rush, He orchestrates. And when His hand is in it, everything carries the fragrance of peace. God's confirmation often comes quietly through stillness in your heart. You won't need to beg for signs. The signs will surround you. You'll see it in how your priorities begin to match, how your values align, how your souls both thirst for spiritual growth more than worldly success. You will feel it in how your mind rests around them, how your heart feels safe even in silence. The connection will not be built on appearances. It will be anchored in divine peace, because peace is the language of God. And when He speaks through a relationship, it will never sound like confusion. But even in seasons of peace, God will test the strength beneath that love. Every God-ordained relationship must stand the trials of time, distance, and endurance. Not because God questions it, but because He desires to fortify it. He will permit moments of silence to see if you still trust His presence when His hand is hidden. He will allow misunderstanding to rise to see if both hearts choose humility over ego. He will allow delays to discern whether both souls will wait in faith or drift in fear. For love built on comfort crumbles under conflict. But love founded on divine purpose withstands every storm. Through these tests, God exposes the true nature of the bond. If it is His design, it will not break under pressure. It will deepen. When love is rooted in God's will, no storm can uproot it. It becomes a covenant of endurance, not a wave of emotion. It is strengthened through prayer, not shattered by distance. It is a love that knows that separation in time is not separation in spirit. Because when God joins two souls, He binds them in ways the human mind cannot understand. They are connected through faith, not proximity, through purpose, not possession. So if God is testing your connection right now, don't panic. Don't let doubt speak louder than faith. When God delays, it's not a denial, it's a strengthening. You see, God wants both souls to be spiritually mature before they unite, because an immature heart cannot sustain a divine relationship. He will teach both of you how to forgive, how to communicate, how to pray, how to trust, how to remain humble even when blessed. That's why divine love takes time. It's not just a meeting of hearts, it's the molding of souls. And let me tell you, when it's truly from God, even distance cannot break it. There will be an invisible thread of connection between your souls. You'll feel it in moments of prayer when their name rises in your heart without reason. You'll sense it in quiet moments when God reminds you to pray for them, to cover them even when you're not together. That's how divine connection works. It's not maintained by constant communication, but by constant faith. When God is the center, separation becomes preparation, not destruction. But here's a deeper truth. God will not only confirm your soulmate through peace, He will confirm them through growth. A divine relationship is never stagnant. It does not pull you backward. It propels you forward. When God introduces your soulmate, you will notice that your prayer life intensifies. Your focus strengthens. Your discipline deepens. You become more intentional with your time, your energy, your thoughts, and because divine love refines you. It doesn't distract you. It awakens you to purpose, to character, to responsibility. It pushes you to become the best version of yourself, not for validation, but for service. That's the mark of God's presence in any union. It brings out the light He placed within you. Your soulmate won't just love you, they'll challenge you to grow. They'll encourage your calling. They'll speak life when the world speaks doubt. They'll remind you of who you are when you forget. They will not compete with you. They will complete your assignment. That is why divine love is not always easy, but it is always holy because it demands growth, patience, and humility. The very qualities that draw you closer to God. And sometimes, before you meet your soulmate, God will use solitude to make you strong. He will teach you how to stand alone before you stand with another. He will make you whole within yourself so that you never turn love into dependency. Because true love does not come from emptiness, it comes from overflow. Two whole souls meeting under the direction of God create a union that multiplies peace, not pain. God never designed love to drain you. He designed it to double your strength. So when the introduction finally happens, it will not feel like the beginning of a fairy tale. It will feel like the continuation of a promise. You'll look at that person and realize this is what God was preparing me for. The peace, the patience, the growth, the waiting, it all led to this divine moment. You'll recognize that they are not a coincidence. They are a confirmation. And every wound you once carried will feel like it had a purpose because it trained you to recognize what's real. When God introduces you to your soulmate, you will not have to rush to define it. Time will confirm what eternity has already decided. And those who doubt your connection will not matter because God Himself will defend it through fruit. The fruit of peace, stability, and purpose. You'll see doors opening, not closing. You'll see progress, not confusion. You'll experience calm, not chaos. That's how divine love moves. It flows with grace. It stands with conviction. And it grows with time. And even when challenges arise, because they will, you will not crumble. You will remember who wrote your story. You will remember that the same God who brought you together will sustain you together. You will face difficulties not with fear, but with faith, a knowing that no weapon formed against what God ordains can ever prosper. Because when God unites two souls, He surrounds them with divine protection. His favor becomes their foundation, and His peace becomes their shield. So if you are still waiting, hold your peace. Do not rush what God is still refining. Do not settle for what looks right, but feels wrong. Trust His timing, because one day you will stand at the intersection of purpose and promise, and everything will make sense. You will see that every delay was not punishment. It was protection. Every waiting season was not wasted. It was sacred. Every lonely night was not abandonment. It was preparation. And when you meet the one God chose, your heart will know. You won't have to strive. You won't have to question. You'll feel the stillness of divine approval resting over your soul. And that is when you'll understand that God never forgot you. He was simply perfecting what He promised. When God prepares to introduce you to your soulmate, He often begins by refining your understanding of love itself. Love is not simply the butterflies that dance in your heart, nor the emotions that rise and fall like waves. True love, the love that comes from God, is built upon purpose, patience, and divine alignment. Before God allows you to meet the one He has chosen for you, He must ensure that your heart is strong enough to love not from need but from abundance, not from loneliness but from fullness. God does not want you to enter love as a beggar seeking comfort. He wants you to enter it as a giver, ready to pour out the same love He has poured into you. That's why before He introduces you to your soulmate, He takes you through seasons that test your heart, shape your character, and strengthen your spirit. You may wonder why you had to face heartbreaks, betrayals, or long stretches of waiting. You may cry out and ask God, "Where is the one you promised me?" But those tears are not in vain. Every unanswered prayer, every lonely night, every disappointment is God's classroom. It is where He teaches you the difference between attachment and destiny. It's where He teaches you to see love not as something to consume, but something to cultivate. When you finally meet the one He has chosen, you will realize that the waiting was necessary, the pain was preparation, and the silence was sacred. God wasn't ignoring you. He was organizing your future. You see, God does not send your soulmate when your heart is desperate. He sends them when your soul is disciplined. He will never bring the right person into your life when you are still attached to the wrong ones. That's why sometimes before divine connection comes, separation must happen. God removes people who drain your peace, distract your purpose, and delay your growth. It hurts when they leave, but it's divine surgery. God cuts away what can't grow with you so that what's meant for you can finally find you. When the wrong exits your life, it creates the sacred space where the right can enter. There is a divine rhythm to how God writes love stories. He doesn't rush. He doesn't panic. He orchestrates. While you're questioning His timing, He's aligning two hearts that have never met. Two souls that have been walking parallel paths without knowing they're destined to meet. God can take two people who are worlds apart, different cities, different backgrounds, different seasons, and weave their stories together with a single divine thread. That's how perfect His timing is. When the time comes, you won't have to chase or force anything. God will make it effortless, natural, and undeniable. You will feel peace, not confusion. Confirmation, not chaos. Many people mistake attraction for alignment. They see charm and call it chemistry. They see beauty and call it connection. But when God is the matchmaker, it's not about how someone looks. It's about how your spirit responds. God doesn't introduce you to your soulmate through lust. He introduces you through light. You will feel peace that you cannot explain, comfort that doesn't fade, and understanding that doesn't need constant explanation. The one God chooses will not compete with your purpose. They will complement it. They won't pull you away from God. They will push you closer to Him. And here's something many overlook. Before God introduces you to your soulmate, He often allows you to meet counterfeits. People who look right, sound right, and feel right, but are not right. Why? Because discernment is not learned in comfort. It's learned through contrast. You only recognize what's divine after you've experienced what's deceptive. Those who broke your heart were never a curse. They were the contrast that prepared you to recognize God's chosen one. So don't curse the pain that taught you wisdom. Don't despise the detours that led you closer to discernment. God used every mistake to mature your spirit. When God introduces you to your soulmate, it won't be through confusion or mixed signals. God is not a God of chaos. His introductions carry peace, confirmation, and timing. You won't have to beg for attention, question your worth, or compete for love. When it's divine, both hearts recognize each other's spirit before the mind even understands. There's a calm knowing that you are standing in the presence of someone meant to walk with you through destiny, not just pleasure. Sometimes God brings your soulmate when you least expect it, when you finally surrendered the idea of control. That's because surrender is the language of trust. When you finally release your timeline, your expectations, and your fears, God steps in with divine surprises. The one God has for you won't come to fill your emptiness. They'll come to share your fullness. They'll see the light of God in you and honor it, not exploit it. They'll speak life into your dreams and protect your peace like it's their own. And understand this, a soulmate chosen by God will recognize your soul, not your status. They won't fall in love with what you have. They'll fall in love with who you are in the eyes of God. They'll see beyond your flaws and see your purpose. They'll handle your heart with reverence because they'll know it belongs first to God. True love is sacred stewardship. It's not about possession. It's about partnership and divine purpose. That's why God sometimes takes His time, because He's not just preparing the other person, He's preparing you. He's molding your patience, teaching you forgiveness, and building in you the kind of love that mirrors His own. The love that endures through storms, forgives through mistakes, and chooses faith over fear. The love that doesn't demand perfection, but gives grace. You can't receive that kind of love until you learn to embody it. God wants to make you someone worthy of the love you've been praying for. So if you're waiting, don't grow weary. God's silence is not His absence. He's writing something holy behind the scenes. When He finally introduces you to your soulmate, you'll realize why every delay was divine. You'll thank Him for every no that protected you from lesser love. You'll see how perfectly He orchestrated the meeting, not just of two people, but of two souls who were being prepared separately to fulfill one divine purpose together. Because when God introduces you to your soulmate, it's not just about romance, it's about assignment. The union itself becomes a message to the world that God still writes love stories with purpose. That divine timing is real. That sacred connection still exists. So trust the process, trust the preparation, and most importantly, trust God. The same God who created your soul knows exactly who carries its reflection. And when it's time, nothing and no one can stand in the way of that divine introduction. When God finally brings you to that sacred moment, the moment where two souls molded through time, pain, and prayer finally stand before each other, you will know it was never by chance. It will not be because you were searching endlessly or trying to fit into someone's expectations. It will be because the author of your story wrote this meeting before you even understood the meaning of waiting. Every tear you shed, every prayer you whispered in the darkness, every time you thought you were forgotten, God was listening. He was preparing something so divine, so deeply aligned, that when it unfolds, you will be overwhelmed by His wisdom. The beauty of how God introduces you to your soulmate is that it humbles you. You realize that your efforts could never have produced something so perfect in timing, so peaceful in nature, so purposeful in essence. When it happens, you'll sense God's fingerprints all over it. You'll know that this is not ordinary, it's divine. It will feel as if your souls have recognized something ancient and eternal, something that was always meant to be but had to wait for the right season to bloom. God's timing will never rush. But when it happens, it will feel as if the universe itself paused to honor the moment. And yet, even in that beauty, God will remind you of something powerful. Your soulmate is not your source. God is. Your soulmate is a blessing, not a replacement for God's presence. That is why He often withholds this gift, until you are spiritually mature enough to keep Him at the center. If love becomes your idol, it can never remain holy. But if love becomes your act of worship, your way of reflecting God's patience, forgiveness, and devotion, it will never fail. God introduces your soulmate not to complete you, but to help you continue your divine purpose with companionship that reflects His nature. When you meet the one God designed for you, your life won't suddenly become perfect. You will still face storms, trials, and challenges. But this time you'll have a hand to hold that was sent from heaven itself. You'll have someone who prays with you instead of arguing with you. Someone who fights beside you instead of against you. Someone who reminds you to look up to God when life pushes you down. That is what divine connection looks like. It's not about perfection, it's about peace. It's not about the absence of conflict. It's about the presence of understanding. It's not about having someone to escape life with. It's about having someone to build life with under God's guidance. When God introduces you to your soulmate, the relationship becomes a living testimony. Others will see you together and sense that it's not human effort holding you. It's divine grace sustaining you. Your love will speak to others without words. It will show that when you wait for God, you never settle for less than His best. It will prove that patience is never wasted when it's grounded in faith. Your union will carry the fragrance of peace because it will be born from prayer, not pressure. It will radiate light because its foundation will be God's truth, not human desire. And when you finally look back at your journey, the heartbreaks, the delays, the loneliness, you will thank God that He didn't answer your prayers too early. You'll understand that what you once thought was rejection was actually redirection. You'll realize that every closed door was divine protection. God never forgot you. He was simply waiting for the version of you that could handle the kind of love He was preparing to send, because divine love is not given to the impatient. It's entrusted to the faithful. So if you are still waiting, hold your peace. God is not late. He's precise. You are not behind. You are being refined. Every season of solitude is sacred, because it's in that solitude that God shapes the heart that will one day recognize its reflection in another. Don't rush what God is perfecting. Don't compare your journey with others. God's story for you is unique, handcrafted with divine care. When He introduces you to your soulmate, it won't require effort to fit. It will simply flow. It won't confuse you. It will clarify everything. And remember, the same God who placed the stars in the heavens, who aligned galaxies with perfect order, is the same God aligning two human hearts for a purpose far greater than romance. When that introduction happens, don't boast, worship. Don't say, "Look what I found." Say, "Look what God has done." Because it will be His doing, His timing, His perfection. The meeting of two souls will become a mirror of His wisdom and a reminder that He still writes love stories worth waiting for. So choose faith over frustration. Rest in God's timing, not in your own expectations. Keep your heart clean, your spirit steady, and your faith unwavering. Because when God writes your love story, it won't come to wound you. It will come to lift you. It won't pull you off course. It will align you with purpose. It won't take your peace. It will multiply it. The person God has ordained for you will not appear through effort, but through obedience. And when that divine moment unfolds, your soul will quietly recognize, this is what God was shaping me for all this time. That is the mystery of divine connection. When God unites two hearts according to His will, no distance can separate them, no delay can hinder them, and no darkness can destroy them. What God has destined, no power on earth can reverse. So wait in faith, walk in trust, and hold firm to the belief that somewhere within the gentle rhythm of divine timing, God is preparing the heart meant to meet yours. And when that introduction finally arrives, you'll see why the waiting was necessary. Because the love He was crafting for you was worth every moment of the wait. There comes a season in every life when everything starts to move. When what once felt solid begins to tremble. When doors that once swung open now close without warning. When the places you once called home no longer carry the same peace. You feel it deep within your spirit before it ever reaches the surface of your life. You sense it in your thoughts long before it shows up in your circumstances. This is not disorder. This is not confusion. This is God shifting you. And the question to ask is not why this is happening, but whether your heart is ready for the shift. Because when God begins to move in your life, His goal is never destruction. It is transformation. When He redirects your steps, it is not to punish you. It is to position you for what He has prepared. The shaking you feel is not the end of your story. It is the sound of preparation. It is the sound of God aligning your steps with His divine plan. Many people pray for change, but few are ready for the shift that comes with it. You cannot ask God to elevate you and still want to stay comfortable. You cannot ask God to bless you and still cling to what He's trying to remove. The shift of God is uncomfortable because it separates you from what no longer serves your destiny. When God shifts you, He shakes the ground beneath your feet to remind you that your foundation is not in the world, but in Him. He takes away what you depend on so that you may depend only on Him. He closes doors not to punish you, but to protect you from walking into places that were never meant for you. You may not understand it now, but one day you will look back and see that the very things that fell apart were the same things God used to push you toward your purpose. The shift of God never comes gently. It comes with storms, with tests, with silence, and with separation. God does not whisper when He wants to move you. He shakes your whole environment until you can no longer ignore His hand at work. Have you noticed how certain relationships suddenly grow distant? How certain opportunities stop flowing? How your spirit feels restless even when nothing seems wrong? That's not by accident. That's God stirring your spirit, telling you that your season is changing. Because what sustained you in your last season cannot carry you into your next one. God cannot shift you forward if you keep holding on to backward connections. Every divine shift requires separation. When God called Abraham, He said, "Leave your country, your family, and your father's house, and go to the land I will show you." In other words, God was saying, I cannot take you higher until you release what is beneath you. And that's where many people miss it. Oh no, they want the promise, but they don't want the process. They want the blessing, but they refuse the breaking. But my friend, you cannot step into divine transformation without divine disruption. God cannot bless who you pretend to be. He will shift everything around you until your true self rises to the surface. When God is shifting you, He starts by shaking your comfort zone. He removes the people who pacified your weakness. He exposes the habits that kept you bound. He interrupts your routine so that you can no longer hide behind familiarity. And you'll find yourself asking, why is everything changing? Why do I feel lost? It's because God is positioning you for something far greater than what you can currently see. The pain you feel is not a punishment. It is the pressure of becoming who God designed you to be. The confusion you experience is not a curse. It is the divine rearrangement of your destiny. You see, when God shifts you, He does not ask for your permission. He does not consult your feelings. He does not wait for your understanding. Because if you understood it, you would resist it. If you could predict it, you would try to control it. But the shift of God is bigger than logic. It is a divine disruption that realigns your purpose with His will. God is not asking you to understand the shift. He is asking you to trust it. He is asking you to surrender what you think is best so He can give you what is truly meant. There are times when God will isolate you before He elevates you. You'll feel lonely, but you're not alone. You'll feel forgotten, but you're actually being hidden. God hides His chosen ones before He releases them, because exposure before preparation can destroy destiny. The shift is not about losing people. It's about gaining clarity. It's not about rejection. It's about redirection. God will allow certain doors to close because He knows that staying in that place would suffocate your growth. You may be crying over what you lost, but God is rejoicing over what He's protecting you from. Some of you are wondering why your prayers haven't been answered yet. It's because God is still shifting your mindset before He shifts your situation. You can't receive a new season with an old mentality. God cannot pour new blessings into an unprepared heart. The delay you feel is not denial. It's divine timing. God is not ignoring you. He's aligning you. And when the time is right, everything He promised will fall into place. Not by your strength, but by His. When God shifts you, it often feels like everything is being stripped away. But that's because He's making room for something new. You cannot receive the next if your hands are full of the last. God cannot bless closed fists. He's calling you to release what no longer belongs in your life. Old fears, toxic connections, and limited thinking. Because where God is taking you, those things cannot follow. You've been praying for change, but now that it's here, you're afraid to move. Don't fear the shift. Embrace it. Because behind every disruption, there is divine direction. The truth is, God will often disrupt what you've built so He can rebuild what He designed. Sometimes you built it out of pain, and God wants to rebuild it out of purpose. Sometimes you built it out of fear, and God wants to rebuild it out of faith. That's why He allows certain things to crumble, because He's preparing to build something that cannot be shaken. What you're losing now is not a loss. It's a launch. God is not taking something from you. He's making space for something greater. If you're going through a season where nothing makes sense, where prayers seem unanswered, and where silence feels heavy, don't despair. That silence is sacred. God does His best work in silence. The soil doesn't make noise when the seed is growing. The tree doesn't shout when it's bearing fruit. Growth is silent but powerful. You might not see it, but God is moving beneath the surface, rearranging everything to bring your life into divine alignment. He is shifting your surroundings, your thoughts, and your path so that your life begins to mirror His plan. But let me tell you this truth. Not everyone will understand your shift. Some people will call it confusion, some will call it failure, and some will walk away because they can no longer relate to who you are becoming. Don't fight to explain yourself to people who are not part of your next season. When God shifts you, He also shifts your circle. He removes voices that no longer feed your faith. He surrounds you with those who push you toward purpose, not pull you back into comfort. Because the company you keep determines the clarity you walk in. If you're still surrounded by people who feed your fears, you'll never recognize when God is trying to feed your faith. The shift of God also requires obedience. It's not enough to believe. You must move. Faith without movement is stagnation. God can't shift a person who refuses to move. Some of you have been waiting for a sign, but the sign is already within you. The restlessness you feel is your spirit telling you it's time to move. Stop praying for open doors while holding on to closed ones. The shift begins when you take the first step of faith, even if you can't see the full path, because when you move, God moves. When you step forward, God reveals more. His direction is revealed through motion, not hesitation. And yes, the shift can be painful. You might lose people you thought were forever. You might leave places that once gave you comfort. You might feel like everything familiar is being stripped away. But remember, this pain is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It's proof that He's transforming you. You cannot evolve and remain the same. You cannot carry old burdens into new blessings. God is stripping you to strengthen you. He's removing what weakens your spirit so He can release what refines your purpose. When God is shifting your life, He is not asking whether you are ready to be comfortable. He is asking whether you are ready to be changed. Change is not gentle. Change is not always peaceful. Change demands surrender. You cannot move forward into divine transformation while still holding on to what is behind you. God does not shift your life to destroy your peace. He shifts it to rebuild your faith. There are moments when everything you planned will fall apart. Not because you failed, but because God's plan is better than the one you were holding on to. You must learn to let go of the life you imagine so you can receive the life God has written for you. When the shift begins, it feels like uncertainty. You feel the ground move beneath your feet, and suddenly nothing seems stable. You pray, but heaven seems quiet. You try to understand, but your thoughts turn in circles. Yet, in that confusion, something sacred is happening. God is resetting your foundation. He is breaking every false security that once made you forget your dependence on Him. He will take away the idols you built, people, plans, possessions, and even your pride until you finally understand that He alone is your anchor. The shift of God removes everything temporary so that your heart can cling to what is eternal. There are seasons where God will deliberately make you uncomfortable to prepare you for greatness. Growth never happens in the comfort zone. It happens in the wilderness, in the waiting, in the breaking, and in the rebuilding. If you feel stretched beyond what you can bear, it's because God is expanding your capacity. He's enlarging your spirit to handle the blessings that are coming. Sometimes you pray for strength and God gives you struggle because struggle builds strength. Sometimes you pray for wisdom and God gives you problems because problems force you to grow. Sometimes you pray for promotion and God gives you pressure because pressure reveals character. Every shift comes with stretching, and every stretching reveals what your faith is truly made of. But when God shifts you, He will often remove your control. You can't predict what comes next, and that's exactly how He wants it. Because if you could control the journey, you would never learn to trust the guide. Faith is not built in clarity, it's built in uncertainty. When you cannot see the road ahead, you are forced to lean on the one who lights your path step by step. God doesn't show you the whole plan because your faith must grow with each move. He teaches you to walk by trust, not by sight. The shift is not meant to make sense. It's meant to make faith. You might be wondering why certain people walked away from you. You might question why doors you once walked through with ease are now locked tight. But let me tell you something powerful. When God is shifting you, He will never allow you to remain connected to what limits you. He will prune you the same way a gardener prunes a vine, not to harm it, but to help it grow stronger and bear more fruit. Every person who left was necessary. Every rejection was protection. Every closed door was direction. If you could see what God saw, you would thank Him for everything that didn't work out. The shift of God will often begin in your spirit long before it shows up in your circumstances. You will feel restless. You will feel a holy discomfort. You will wake up in the middle of the night with thoughts that won't let you sleep. You'll sense a stirring deep within that tells you there is more. That's not anxiety. That's awakening. God is awakening something inside you that has been asleep for too long. You have lived too small, dreamed too small, believed too small, and now God is shifting your perspective. He's teaching you that you are not who your circumstances say you are. You are who He says you are. When God begins to shift you, He also begins to test your obedience. He will tell you to walk away from certain things without explaining why. He will ask you to forgive people who never apologize. He will tell you to keep walking even when you can't see where the road leads. And your obedience in those moments determines how far He can take you. Because God's shifts are always tied to obedience. Every time you obey the whisper of His voice, you move closer to your purpose. But every time you delay obedience, you delay destiny. God doesn't bless hesitation. He blesses surrender. It takes courage to walk where you cannot see. It takes faith to stand when everything around you is shaking. But this is how God separates the called from the comfortable. Those who are willing to walk by faith are the ones He can trust with greater things. When God is shifting you, you must learn to walk even when the path looks unfamiliar. Because what feels unfamiliar to you is already known to Him. He goes before you, clearing the way, arranging the right people, removing hidden traps, and aligning every step with divine timing. You are not lost. You are being led. Sometimes the shift comes as loss. It breaks your heart. It removes what you thought you could never live without. But even in that loss, there is divine mercy. Because God knows that certain attachments will slow your destiny. He knows that certain people will drain your strength. He knows that certain places will limit your faith. So He removes them not to hurt you, but to heal you. And in that pain, He teaches you that you can live without what you thought you needed. But you cannot live without Him. Many people resist the shift because they fear the unknown. But remember this, the unknown is only unknown to you, not to God. The path ahead may look dark, but to Him it's clear. The uncertainty you fear is the very place where miracles are born. When you stop trying to figure everything out and start trusting His direction, you will find peace in the middle of change. You'll realize that what you lost was never your foundation. God was. What you feared to release was never your security. God is. And as you yield to His movement, you'll discover that every change was designed to lead you closer to His perfect plan. When God shifts you, He will also refine your heart. He will expose your motives. He will reveal whether you want His will or just His blessings. Because not everyone who prays for promotion is ready for purpose. God is not just shifting your situation, He's shifting your spirit. He wants to purify your intentions, strengthen your character, and deepen your dependence on Him. You cannot carry pride into divine promotion. You cannot carry bitterness into divine blessing. That's why the shift feels so heavy. He's removing everything that would weigh you down later. There are times when the shift of God will bring silence. You'll pray and hear nothing. You'll seek answers and find none. But silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. It's the moment before revelation. When God goes quiet, it's because He's working behind the scenes. The architect doesn't talk while he's building. The teacher doesn't speak during the test. The silence of God is proof that your shift is in progress. Do not mistake His stillness for inactivity. Just because you can't see Him doesn't mean He's not working. When God shifts you, He requires trust on a deeper level. Trust when you don't understand. Trust when you don't see the outcome. Trust when every sign points in the opposite direction. Because trust is not built on proof. It's built on relationship. The more you trust Him, the more He reveals. Every act of faith invites a greater revelation of His power. Every surrender opens a new door, and every door brings you closer to the destiny that was written for you before time began. You are not just being moved, you are being transformed. God is shifting you from fear to faith, from worry to wisdom, from dependence on people to dependence on Him. The version of you that began this journey cannot survive the next chapter. That's why He's refining you, stretching you, and stripping away what no longer belongs. Because your new season requires a new you. You cannot enter divine elevation with a wilderness mentality. You must think higher, believe deeper, and trust longer. And yes, the shift will test you. It will test your patience, your loyalty, your endurance, and your faith. But what survives the test is meant to last. Every storm that doesn't destroy you develops you. Every trial that doesn't break you builds you. You will look back one day and realize that the season that hurt you the most was the same season that prepared you the best. God never wastes pain. He uses it as the pressure that shapes purpose. There will come a moment when everything suddenly makes sense, when the doors that once closed will open effortlessly, when the people who doubted you will witness your rise, when the tears you cried will turn into testimonies. But you must endure the shift to reach that moment. Do not quit in the middle of the process. Do not run back to comfort just because the wilderness feels uncertain. Remember, the promised land only comes after the desert. Transformation only comes after testing. So if your life feels uncertain right now, if you feel like you're being pulled apart, if the familiar no longer fits, lift your head and know this: God is shifting you. You're not losing control, you're being repositioned. The doors that are closing are not rejection, they're redirection. The storm that feels endless is not punishment, it's purification. And when the dust settles, you will not be who you were before. You will be stronger, wiser, and anchored deeper in faith. The shift of God is never meant to break you. It's meant to make you unshakable. You're being moved from what is temporary to what is eternal. You're being refined to carry a greater purpose. God isn't simply altering what surrounds you. He's transforming who you are so you can stand strong in what's ahead. You asked for greater things, and now He's shaping you to handle them. The question isn't if God is shifting your path. The true question is, will you move when He calls you to move? God's goal is not to make you comfortable. His desire is to make you bold. The divine shift was never designed to soothe your emotions. It was designed to fortify your spirit. God doesn't forge warriors in ease and calm. He forges them through storms, through silence, through struggle. He permits the pressure because it's what produces power. When everything around you seems unstable, that's when God is laying an unshakable foundation within you. The shift is not about what's happening to you, it's about what's happening within you. God is not looking for those who talk about faith, He is looking for those who walk by faith. Anyone can believe when everything looks certain. But faith that pleases God is faith that stands when nothing makes sense. That's why He will sometimes close every visible door so that you stop depending on what you see and start trusting what you know. He is teaching you to rely on His unseen hand, His invisible strength, His divine timing. Because real faith is not built on evidence. It is built on trust. You may not see where God is taking you, but you must believe that wherever He leads, it will always be for your good. When God shifts you, He removes the things that have defined you, so you can be redefined by His purpose. He will separate you from labels that others placed on you. He will deliver you from the need to be understood, approved, or accepted by everyone around you. Because divine destiny does not require public validation. God's approval is enough. The moment you stop chasing human recognition and start seeking divine direction, you will find peace that cannot be shaken by the opinions of others. The shift of God teaches you to live for an audience of one. Sometimes God will let you fail, not to shame you, but to shape you. He lets the plans you built on pride collapse so that you can rebuild them on humility. He lets your strength run out so you can discover His. He lets your heart break not to destroy you, but to teach you what love looks like when it comes from Him alone. There are moments when everything you depended on will crumble, and you will wonder, why did this happen? But in time, you'll realize that God wasn't taking something from you. He was making space for something greater to enter your life. The shift of God exposes everything that is weak, fake, or temporary. It strips away what was never meant to last, leaving only what is real. Many people fear this process because it feels like loss, but it's actually cleansing. God cannot fill what is already full. He empties your hands so He can fill them with better things. He empties your heart so He can fill it with His peace. He empties your plans so He can replace them with His purpose. The emptiness is not a curse. It is a sign that transformation has begun. Do not mistake divine shifts for chaos. When life seems uncertain, God is actually in perfect control. He allows confusion to humble the mind and bring you back to dependence. He allows storms to reveal the strength of your foundation. If your foundation is built on comfort, it will crumble. But if it's built on God, no wind can move it. That's why the shift feels so intense. God is not only changing your circumstances, He's rebuilding your foundation. He's strengthening your faith so that no matter what the future holds, you remain unshaken. God will never shift you without purpose. He will never remove something unless He intends to replace it with something far better. But you must learn to trust the timing of that replacement. The space between what you lost and what is coming next is where your faith grows the most. It's in that waiting season that you must keep walking, keep believing, and keep standing. Because faith is not proven in moments of comfort. It is proven in moments of waiting. You may not see results today, but that doesn't mean God is silent. It means He's preparing something greater behind the curtain of time. When God is shifting you, you'll often feel misunderstood. People around you won't get it. They'll question your decisions, your silence, your distance. But you must remember they cannot understand what they were never meant to experience. The shift of God is personal. It's between you and Him. Don't explain divine transformation to those who have not yet been called to it. The voices that criticize you now may one day witness your breakthrough, and they'll realize that everything you endured was part of a sacred process. Some shifts come gently, but others come like earthquakes. They shake every part of your life. They rearrange relationships, opportunities, and even your identity. Yet in the middle of that shaking, God whispers, "Do not be afraid." This is necessary because only through shaking do you discover what cannot be shaken. When everything else falls away, what remains is your faith, your endurance, and your trust in God's power. Those are the things that storms cannot destroy. Every time God shifts you, He reveals a deeper layer of your purpose. You start to see that what you went through was not random, it was training. The pain, the isolation, the delay, they all carried lessons that your comfort could never teach you. You learn that faith is not about escaping storms, but standing firm through them. You learn that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of divine assurance. You learn that even when life takes unexpected turns, God's plan never changes. The shift also demands spiritual maturity. You cannot move into divine destiny while still thinking like a victim. God will not release new blessings into a bitter heart. You must forgive those who wronged you, release what hurt you, and rise above what broke you. Because as long as you hold on to the past, you cannot receive the future. God is shifting you away from resentment into restoration, from pain into purpose, from fear into faith. The higher He wants to take you, the lighter you must travel. When God is about to elevate you, He will strip away distractions. You might lose people who once made you feel strong, but they were never meant to walk with you into this next level. Some of the most powerful moves of God happen in solitude. When you're alone with Him, your clarity returns. The noise fades and His voice becomes clear again. That's why separation often comes before promotion, because you can't hear divine instructions when surrounded by constant noise. God isolates before He elevates. This shift is not punishment. It is purification. It's not rejection. It's redirection. It's not chaos. It's calibration. God is aligning your heart, your priorities, your desires, and your habits with His plan. The shift is His way of pulling you out of what limits your potential. You asked for greater purpose, and this is His answer. You wanted peace, and this is how He teaches you to release control. You wanted to grow, and this is how He expands your capacity. And when you finally surrender to this process, something miraculous happens. You begin to feel peace in the middle of uncertainty. You stop trying to figure everything out. You stop questioning why and start trusting when. You begin to see that every disappointment carried divine direction. Every delay was protection. Every closed door was a mercy in disguise. You begin to realize that the shift was never about losing, it was about aligning. God is shifting you because He sees what's ahead. He knows the battles you will face and the strength you'll need to overcome them. He's not preparing you for what you have now. He's preparing you for what's coming next. You may feel small, but He's shaping you for something mighty. You may feel hidden, but He's storing you for the right season. He is refining you so that when the time comes, you will walk in your purpose with confidence and power. The shift is proof that God still has plans for you. If you're still being stretched, it means He's not done with you yet. You are being shaped, molded, and purified for something extraordinary. So don't fight the process. Don't cling to the old season. Don't resist what feels uncomfortable. Trust that every push, every pull, every pause is part of His divine choreography. The same hands that are shaking your life are the hands that will settle it again. Stronger, purer, and better aligned than ever before. One day you'll look back and say, that shift changed everything. You'll realize that what felt like the end was actually the beginning. You'll thank God for every door that closed, every friend that left, every plan that failed, because all of it was necessary. All of it was leading you to the place where His purpose could finally unfold without resistance. When God is shifting you, He is not just changing your surroundings, He is transforming your very essence. He is awakening the dormant power within you, the faith that once flickered but never died, the strength that was buried under years of fear and disappointment. He is calling you out of the shadows of hesitation and into the light of divine boldness. This is not a small adjustment. It is a spiritual awakening. God is repositioning you for impact. He is preparing you to carry a greater responsibility, a greater authority, a greater purpose than before. That's why it feels heavy, because destiny always carries weight. When the hand of God is upon your life, you cannot remain the same. You can't keep walking with people who are satisfied with comfort when you are called to conquer. You can't keep entertaining conversations that drain your spirit when God is trying to fill you with vision. The shift requires separation, not because you are better than others, but because your assignment is different. There are seasons when God will pull you away from noise so He can teach you the language of silence. There are moments when He will take away your plans so He can give you His. You must be willing to walk alone if it means walking closer to Him. Some people will not understand the transformation that is happening within you. They will say you've changed, and they'll be right. You've changed because God is revealing who you truly are. The shift strips away the layers of who the world told you to be and exposes who God designed you to become. He is removing fear, pride, and doubt. He is rebuilding your identity in faith, humility, and trust. And that process is sacred. Don't let the misunderstanding of others make you doubt the movement of God in your life. They may not see it, but God is shaping something glorious within you. Every shift begins with surrender. You cannot step into divine transformation with your hands full of old habits, old fears, and old ways of thinking. God will never force you to change. He invites you to yield. When you surrender your timeline, your control, your understanding, He replaces them with peace, direction, and purpose. You begin to see that what you once called loss was actually liberation. What you once called delay was actually divine protection. The moment you stop resisting and start trusting, everything begins to align according to His design. Do not be afraid of uncertainty. It is the training ground of faith. God does not reveal the whole path because He wants you to learn to trust His step-by-step leading. He gives light for the next step, not for the whole staircase. If you could see everything, faith would not be required. He wants you to wake up each day and say, God, I don't know what today holds, but I know You hold me. That is where peace begins, not in control, but in surrender. Sometimes the shift of God comes disguised as delay. You pray, but the answer doesn't come. You plan, but nothing moves. It feels as though heaven is silent. Yet, even in that silence, God is at work. He is aligning people, opportunities, and circumstances that you cannot yet see. What looks still is actually divine movement beneath the surface. Just like seeds buried in the soil, your prayers are germinating in unseen places. God will not allow them to sprout until the conditions are perfect. Delay is not denial, it is divine coordination. When God shifts you, He also stretches your faith. He will ask you to believe for things that seem impossible. He will call you to walk through seasons that test your endurance. You will question, how can I survive this? And He will answer through your strength, not your words. Because sometimes the proof of faith is not in what you say, but in how you stand. When everything tells you to quit, yet you keep moving, that's faith. When the doors remain closed, yet you keep knocking, that's faith. When the storm rages, yet you keep praising, that's faith. The shift trains your faith to rise above feelings. You cannot step into a new level with an old mindset. Many people want change but resist transformation. They want blessings without breaking, progress without pruning, comfort without challenge. But God loves you too much to leave you unprepared. He will confront the thoughts that limit you. He will expose the lies you've believed about yourself. He will correct your vision until you begin to see yourself not as a victim of life, but as a vessel of purpose. The shift of God renews the mind before it rebuilds the life. The beauty of God's shift is that it often disguises itself in disruption. What looks like chaos is actually order being restored. What feels like loss is actually divine rearrangement. He is moving pieces you can't see, orchestrating outcomes you can't imagine. That's why faith is essential. Faith sees order in the middle of confusion. Faith hears direction in the middle of silence. Faith feels purpose in the middle of pain. When you walk with God, you must learn to interpret life not by what it looks like, but by what it's becoming. And as you move through this divine shift, you will begin to sense a deeper hunger in your soul. A hunger for peace that the world cannot offer, for purpose that possessions cannot satisfy, for fulfillment that comes only from walking in divine alignment. This hunger is holy. It's the sign that your spirit is awakening. It's God drawing you closer, inviting you into a level of intimacy that transforms everything about you. When you start desiring Him more than outcomes, that's when the true shift begins. Every divine move starts with discomfort, but ends with discovery. You discover strength you didn't know you had. You discover faith that was buried under fear. You discover clarity that was hidden by chaos. And through it all, you discover that God has been faithful every step of the way. Even in the moments when you felt forgotten, He was guiding you through unseen hands. The same God who allowed the storm is the one who set its boundaries. The same God who closed the door is the one preparing the next opening. You were never abandoned. You were being positioned. When the shift reaches its fullness, you begin to see that every trial was a teacher. Every delay was discipline. Every pain was preparation. The person you were before could not handle what's coming next. That's why the old version of you had to fade away. God didn't just change your circumstances. He changed your capacity. You can now carry more peace, more wisdom, more purpose, more light. And that is the reward of those who endure the process. But hear this, once God shifts you, do not go back. Don't return to what you've outgrown. Don't revisit the places that drained you. Don't lower your standards to fit into spaces God delivered you from. The shift was not just for elevation, it was for separation. You are not meant to blend in with the old when you've been prepared for the new. Stand firm in your transformation. Protect your peace. Guard your faith. Keep walking in the direction God has set before you. There will still be storms ahead, but now you will face them differently. You will no longer fear the wind because you know the one who commands it. You will no longer dread uncertainty because you know the one who writes your story. You will no longer crumble under pressure because you have learned that pressure produces power. The same storms that used to break you will now build you. The same battles that once weakened you will now remind you of the strength God placed within you. So when you feel the ground shake beneath your feet again, do not panic. Recognize the sign. God is shifting you once more. He is not finished. Each shift is a new level of alignment, a new layer of purpose, a new depth of faith. You will continue to grow, continue to evolve, continue to rise until your life becomes a living testimony of what divine surrender can produce. And when the world looks at you, they will see peace where there should have been panic, strength where there should have been fear, purpose where there should have been confusion. They will wonder how you survived, how you endured, how you rose, and you will know it was God. Every step, every tear, every silence, every breakthrough, it was all Him. So I ask you again from the depths of your soul, God is shifting you. Are you ready? Are you ready to let go of the familiar? Are you ready to walk by faith and not by sight? Are you ready to trust His hand when you cannot trace His plan? This is the turning point you've been waiting for, the beginning of your transformation. The winds that once felt like resistance are now pushing you toward your purpose. So rise, hold your ground, and speak with absolute faith. God, I am ready for what you've set before me. I may not grasp it all, but I trust your plan. I may not see the path, but I believe in your guidance. I may not be in control, but I yield to your will. And in that surrender, heaven responds. Doors will begin to open effortlessly. The burdens you've carried will fall away, and a divine peace will fill every corner of your soul. For when you move in harmony with God's timing, nothing on earth can hinder what He has already destined for you. There comes a moment in every soul's path when God begins to quiet the world around you. One by one, the voices that once surrounded you begin to fade. The friends who used to reach out grow silent. The family who leaned on you starts to pull away. The noise that once filled your days dissolves into stillness. And in that stillness, that sacred hush, something unfamiliar begins to rise within you. Loneliness. But hear me, my friend, that loneliness is not a curse. It is a calling. It is not evidence that God has left you. It is proof that He is working in you. He is teaching you the art of being alone, not to make you suffer, but to help you discover the beauty of self-love and the depth of divine love. The kind of love that is not dependent on applause, validation, or attention from others. There are moments when God pulls you away from everyone because He wants you to finally meet yourself. You've spent years caring for others, pleasing others, chasing acceptance, and trying to prove your worth to people who never truly saw you. But now God says, be still, be quiet. I want to show you who you really are. You see, when you are surrounded by noise, you can't hear God's whisper. When your days are filled with endless conversations, distractions, and opinions, you lose the sound of your own soul. But when God isolates you, when He takes away the constant company of people, He is bringing you back to your core, the place where His voice can echo again. God teaches the deepest lessons in solitude. He molds the strongest hearts in silence. Every great soul in history was first taught in isolation. Loneliness is the classroom where God teaches you about inner strength, self-respect, and divine identity. You might think you're losing people, but you're actually gaining clarity. You might feel abandoned, but you're being prepared. You might cry in the midnight hours, but those tears are cleansing your spirit for what's coming next. So many people beg God to give them love from others, but few are willing to learn how to love themselves through Him. God will not allow you to depend on the love of others. If you have not yet learned to depend on His love within yourself, you see, when your happiness depends on how others see you, your peace is fragile. But when your happiness is rooted in how God sees you, nothing can shake it. That's why He isolates you. That's why He removes the crowd. That's why the phone stops ringing. Because He wants to show you never needed them as much as you thought you needed Him. And through Him, you will finally learn how to love yourself the way He loves you. When you are alone, your thoughts become louder. Your insecurities rise. The silence exposes the parts of yourself you've been ignoring. But that is part of the divine process. God is not trying to harm you. He's trying to heal you. Loneliness is not emptiness. It is the sacred space where healing begins. You see, when God pulls you away, He wants to teach you something about your own worth. The world taught you to find your value in others, in how they treat you, in what they say about you, and whether they choose you or not. But God is saying, I chose you before anyone knew your name. I loved you before you loved yourself. I saw your value before anyone else recognized it. That's why some people had to walk away. That's why certain relationships had to end. Because as long as you were surrounded by those who didn't see your worth, you could never see it for yourself. God will sometimes break your heart just to open your eyes. He will allow separation so you can finally experience revelation. You don't grow when you're constantly surrounded by comfort. You grow when you're forced to stand alone and discover what's truly inside of you. And here's the truth. You were never truly alone. You were simply being repositioned by God. You were not being rejected. You were being redirected. God was taking you out of rooms that could no longer contain your purpose. He was pulling you away from people who could not walk with you into your next season. Isolation is not abandonment. It is elevation. When God isolates you, He's preparing you for something greater. A deeper awareness of His presence and a stronger connection with your own spirit. So if you feel lonely right now, don't rush to fill the silence. Don't beg for company. Don't chase after those who left. Instead, sit quietly and ask God, what are you trying to teach me here? Because I promise you, there's a reason for this season. You are not forgotten. You are being formed. God is shaping you in the stillness, polishing your heart, strengthening your spirit, and teaching you to love yourself. Not through the shallow approval of others, but through the deep, unshakable truth that you are enough because He made you enough. When you learn to love yourself the way God wants you to, you stop begging for attention. You stop lowering your worth to fit into someone else's small view of you. You stop chasing people who walk away because you realize you were never meant to chase. You were meant to attract. God wants to make you so complete within yourself that your presence becomes a blessing, not a plea. That's why He isolates you, to remind you that your power does not come from who is around you, but from who is within you. Loneliness is where your transformation begins. The same way a seed must be buried alone before it can grow, you too must go through a season of darkness before you can bloom. That seed is not dead. It's being developed. And so are you. God is not punishing you by letting you be alone. He's preparing you for the harvest. You are in the soil of silence, being watered by His wisdom, nurtured by His presence, and refined by His truth. When God begins to take you into the classroom of solitude, it is not a punishment, it is a promotion. It is the moment when God starts refining the gold within you by removing everything that keeps you attached to things that cannot last. God takes away what distracts you, not to hurt you, but to help you hear what you have ignored for too long. The sound of your own heart and the whisper of His voice. In that quiet space where no one understands your pain and no one seems to see your effort, God is doing His greatest work. The silence you are in is not empty. It is sacred. It is where transformation begins. You see, when you are surrounded by people, you often wear masks. You act strong when you're breaking inside. You smile while your soul is aching. But when God removes the crowd, when He lets the room grow quiet, all the masks begin to fall. You come face to face with your real self, the part of you that feels, that fears, that doubts, that hopes. And that's where God steps in. He meets you in the raw, unpolished place where you can't hide behind your strength. That's where He teaches you that your true power doesn't come from pretending to be unbreakable. It comes from realizing that even in your weakness, you are still worthy of love because you are His creation. There's a reason God doesn't always surround you with comfort. Comfort keeps you asleep, but solitude wakes you up. Solitude exposes the false dependencies you've built. It shows you who you've been leaning on instead of God. Sometimes we lean so heavily on people that God has to remove them. Not because they were bad, but because they became our crutch. God doesn't want you leaning on temporary arms. He wants you standing on eternal truth. And when those temporary supports fall away, you finally realize you were never standing on your own strength. You were being held by God all along. In solitude, God begins to rebuild your foundation. You start to see that your value does not come from being needed, liked, or praised. It comes from being chosen by God. The world may overlook you, but God never does. The silence is where He reminds you that your worth is not up for debate. It is divinely assigned. You start to see that your time alone is not wasted time. It is investment time. God is investing in your spirit, planting seeds of confidence, faith, and clarity that will one day bloom into greatness. It's in the still moments when you start hearing the voice of wisdom. You begin to notice how many things you tolerated that didn't deserve your energy. You realize that peace is more valuable than company, and self-respect is more powerful than approval. You learn that saying no to what drains your spirit is a form of love. A love God wants you to have for yourself. Because self-love in its purest form is not selfish, it's sacred. It's the acknowledgement that you are God's creation, worthy of care, respect, and gentleness. God doesn't isolate you to break you down. He isolates you to reveal what's been buried beneath years of people-pleasing, pain, and pretense. When you are finally alone, the healing begins. You start forgiving yourself for past mistakes. You start letting go of guilt that never belonged to you. You begin to embrace the truth that you are not defined by what others said about you. You are defined by what God knows about you. The quiet moments become mirrors reflecting back the strength you forgot you had. And as you walk through that season, you will notice something powerful. The more time you spend with God, the more peace you begin to feel in your own company. The loneliness that once felt heavy begins to feel holy. The silence that once scared you begins to soothe you. The solitude that once felt like a prison becomes a place of prayer. You start to understand that being alone doesn't mean being empty. It means being available for divine growth. God is teaching you to stop searching for love in places that cannot hold it. He's teaching you that love is not always found in people. It's found in presence, in purpose, and in peace. You will reach a point where your own company feels like a sanctuary because you are no longer running from yourself. You are sitting with your soul, listening, healing, and rediscovering the light that was always inside you. God will show you that solitude is not separation. It is connection. Connection to your inner truth, to your purpose, and to Him. Many people fear solitude because they confuse it with abandonment. But when God removes people, He never removes His presence. When God closes doors, He never closes His heart. You might not see the path ahead, but He is right there in the unseen, guiding your steps. Sometimes what feels like silence from God is actually His way of saying, I am teaching you to trust me without constant reassurance. I am teaching you to find peace even when I am quiet. That's when transformation happens. When you stop asking, why am I alone, and start asking, what is God building in me through this? That's when you begin to change from within. You stop begging to be included in circles that no longer align with your spirit. You stop chasing relationships that drain you more than they fill you. You stop looking for love in broken places and start finding it in divine peace. The truth is, God allows seasons of isolation because He knows what's coming next. He knows you cannot carry your next level with your old habits. He knows you cannot hear His instructions if you are surrounded by noise. He knows that before He blesses you publicly, He must strengthen you privately. And that strengthening happens in solitude. You are being fortified, spiritually trained, mentally renewed. The silence you're in is not empty. It's full of preparation. So don't curse your isolation. Cherish it. Don't despise your loneliness. Study it. God is using it to reveal something you could never see while surrounded by distractions. He's showing you what peace feels like without validation. He's teaching you how to love yourself without permission. He's molding you into someone who doesn't need to be seen to have value. Because once you learn to stand alone with God, you become unshakable. You become someone who doesn't fear loss because you understand that everything you truly need is already within you when you come out of this season. And you will not be the same person who walked in. You will walk with quiet confidence, not arrogance. You will move with calm assurance, not fear. You will radiate a peace that confuses people because it's not coming from the world. It's coming from God. You will have learned the greatest truth, that being alone with God is never a punishment. It is the birthplace of purpose, the foundation of strength, and the beginning of self-love. There comes a moment after the storm of isolation has quieted when your heart begins to see what God was doing all along. It wasn't about losing people. It was about finding yourself. It wasn't about emptiness. It was about awareness. You start to realize that the purpose of being alone was not to make you feel unwanted, but to make you discover how deeply wanted you are by God. When everything and everyone fades, what remains is the truth of who you are in the eyes of your Creator. And that truth is this: you are loved. Not for what you do, not for what you own, not for how others see you, but because God made you, formed you, and placed His Spirit within you. When you begin to see yourself through God's eyes, something inside you shifts. You stop seeing yourself as broken. You see yourself as being rebuilt. You stop calling yourself unworthy. You start understanding that you have always been chosen. You stop chasing people who never valued you because you now understand that your value doesn't need to be earned. It was given by God the moment you took your first breath. God's love for you is not conditional. It is foundational. It is not based on performance. It is based on presence. You were born from His will, and therefore you carry purpose within you. That's why God allows the season of solitude to peel away the layers of false identity you have built from the world's opinions. For too long, you may have believed you were only as good as your success, your appearance, or your approval from others. But in solitude, God whispers to your soul, you are enough not because of what you have, but because of who you are. He teaches you that you don't need to compare, compete, or conform. You were never meant to blend in. You were created to stand out in quiet strength and divine dignity. True self-love is not vanity. It's not arrogance. It's understanding that you are sacred because God's breath gives you life. It is recognizing that you are a vessel of divine intention. Self-love is not about worshiping yourself. It's about honoring the masterpiece that God created. When you love yourself through God's truth, you begin to treat yourself with the respect you deserve. You no longer speak to yourself with harshness. You begin to speak with compassion. You no longer criticize your reflection. You start thanking God for the life He has given you. You no longer tolerate disrespect or mistreatment. You begin to protect the peace that God planted within you. And in that shift, miracles begin to happen. When you stop seeking love from broken places, you start attracting peace from divine spaces. When you start treating yourself like someone who matters, God starts aligning your life with people who recognize that same worth. You see, God cannot allow you to receive the love you deserve until you start giving it to yourself. Because how can you recognize genuine love when it comes if you have never known what it feels like to love yourself in a healthy way? That is why God isolates you to teach you the language of self-love, the rhythm of peace, the melody of worthiness. You start to notice that the more you honor yourself, the more your life changes. The more you respect your time, the less you chase things that waste it. The more you value your energy, the less you allow chaos to drain it. You begin to move differently, speak differently, think differently because you are being guided by a sense of purpose that comes from God. You begin to understand that you are not alone even when you are by yourself because God's presence fills the emptiness. And once you know how to be content with God's presence, you will never again feel desperate for human attention. God wants you to reach a place where you can look at yourself and see His reflection. He wants you to love the person He is shaping you into. You may not be where you want to be yet, but you are further than you were. You may not have all the answers, but you are walking closer to truth. And that truth is this: you cannot hate yourself and expect peace. You cannot reject who you are and still expect to walk in divine favor. God is teaching you to love yourself so you can stop sabotaging your own growth. Because until you learn to love yourself, you will keep accepting less than what you deserve. When you learn to love yourself, you stop apologizing for being who you are. You stop shrinking yourself to make others comfortable. You stop carrying guilt for setting boundaries. You stop feeling responsible for other people's unhappiness. You start realizing that protecting your peace is not selfish, it's sacred. God wants you to live in peace, not in constant chaos. He wants you to love yourself enough to walk away from what wounds you even when it hurts. Because real self-love is not always soft. It's strong. It says, I will not keep giving my energy to what destroys my spirit. And when you reach that level of understanding, the world cannot shake you. You will no longer need people to validate you because you will know that God already approved you. You will no longer chase love that comes with conditions because you will already be full of unconditional love from within. You will no longer see loneliness as a curse because you will realize it was the greatest gift, your awakening. You will finally see that being alone was not about separation, it was about elevation. God separated you so that He could show you that everything you were looking for was already inside of you, waiting to be awakened by His touch. Look around you. Every person who ever became strong, wise, and grounded went through a season of solitude. They learned to love themselves not through praise, but through pain. They found strength not through company, but through communion with God. And that's exactly what God is doing with you. He's refining you, softening your heart, and strengthening your soul. He's teaching you that love is not found in chasing others. It's found in embracing yourself. He's revealing that when you learn to love yourself through His light, you become unshakable. Because once you do, rejection, betrayal, and abandonment lose their power over you. How could you ever be rejected when you already belong to God? How could you feel abandoned when His presence walks beside you always? How could you feel unloved when the very source of love lives within your soul? When that truth takes root in your heart, loneliness fades into peace. Solitude turns into a sacred refuge. Silence becomes a meeting place with God, and self-love becomes your purest form of worship. You are discovering that loving yourself is honoring the masterpiece God created. It means walking with grace, speaking with kindness, living with peace, and guarding your spirit as something divine. God never intended for you to dwell in doubt. He calls you to stand in self-respect. He never wanted you to hide in shame. He desires that you rise in full awareness of who you are in Him. Because the moment you begin to see yourself through His eyes, you no longer fear being alone. You realize that solitude was never a void. It was a vessel through which God pours strength, clarity, and the purest form of love, self-love, that flows directly from Him. There are seasons when God must first break what is false before He builds what is true. There are moments when He removes the foundation you trusted so that He can replace it with one that will never crumble. This is why solitude often feels painful. It is not because God is punishing you, but because He is purifying you. When God begins to teach you self-love, He does not simply add comfort. He removes confusion. He does not always increase what you have. Sometimes He takes away what keeps you blind. And in that removal, you begin to see that what felt like loss was actually deliverance. God breaks your dependence on others so you can learn to depend on Him. He breaks your attachment to people who never valued you so that you can finally value yourself. He allows the silence to echo so that you can hear your soul's cry. The cry for peace, the cry for purpose, the cry for truth. And it is in that deep, quiet cry that transformation begins, because you cannot be healed until you first acknowledge what hurt you. You cannot be rebuilt until you allow God to strip away what no longer belongs. So God is not trying to destroy you. He is trying to remove everything that is not aligned with the person He created you to be. When God teaches you to be alone, He is performing spiritual surgery. He is cutting away the toxic thoughts that told you that you are not enough. He is removing the guilt that made you shrink your spirit to please others. He is cleansing the memories that made you believe love must always come with pain. The process may feel lonely, but it is divine. Every tear you cry is washing away the residue of who you used to be. Every sleepless night is softening the soil of your heart so new wisdom can take root. Every moment of stillness is God whispering, "I am rebuilding you for something greater than you can imagine." The breaking season is not to humiliate you, it is to humble you. It is to bring you back to the place where you realize that your true strength does not come from people, possessions, or positions. It comes from peace. God allows you to reach a point where you can no longer fake your happiness or hide your hurt, because He wants to show you that the peace you've been searching for has always been within His presence. You learn that true strength is not pretending you're fine. It's surrendering your pain to the one who can turn it into purpose. In solitude, God breaks the illusion that you must always be surrounded to be secure. He lets you walk through a season where no one understands you so you can finally understand yourself. He closes certain doors not because He's angry, but because He's protecting your peace. He distances you from noise so that you can hear what your spirit has been trying to say all along. God knows that if He doesn't pull you away, you will never see how powerful you are when you stand with Him alone. And once the breaking begins, the building follows. God doesn't leave you shattered. He reshapes you. He begins to pour new strength into the cracks where you once felt weak. He fills your emptiness with clarity. He replaces your pain with wisdom. You start to realize that the very things that broke you were also the things that built you. You see, every scar tells a story of survival. Every tear is proof that you endured. And every lonely night was preparation for divine revelation. You begin to move differently. You speak with calm conviction. You no longer react to negativity because you've learned that peace is more powerful than noise. You no longer chase people who ignore your worth because you've learned that love must flow from truth, not need. You no longer fear solitude because you've discovered that it is in solitude where you feel God's presence most deeply. There is something sacred that happens when you stop running from loneliness and start embracing it as divine instruction. You realize that solitude was never empty. It was full of God's whispers, full of healing, full of lessons you couldn't learn anywhere else. God teaches you that love is not only something to give, it's something to live. And the first person you must live it with is yourself. Because when you love yourself through God's truth, you no longer crave love that costs your peace. You no longer allow people to define your worth. You no longer live as if you must prove your value to the world. You simply know you are valuable because God made you valuable. That's why He isolates you before He elevates you. He wants you to learn what peace feels like before you share your presence with others. He wants you to build your confidence in solitude so you won't lose it in society. He wants you to find fulfillment in silence so you won't search for it in noise. This is divine preparation. God never sends you into the next season of your life with old wounds. He heals you first, strengthens you, then sends you forward ready, whole, and unshakable. The truth is, you cannot love others fully until you have learned to love yourself through God. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot lead with love if you are led by fear. That's why God isolates you. He is refilling you. He is rebuilding your confidence, refueling your faith, and reminding you that you are complete even when no one else is around. Because when you know who you are with God, no one can make you doubt your worth. And once you reach that understanding, your energy begins to change. You stop begging for what you deserve. You start attracting it. You stop crying over who left. You start celebrating who stayed. You stop feeling sorry for your solitude. You start thanking God for your strength. You become peaceful, powerful, and purposeful. You begin to realize that you don't need to prove anything to anyone, because the one who created you already knows your heart. The breaking and the building are divine partners. One cannot exist without the other. God breaks what was never stable so He can build what will last. He removes what was temporary to make space for what is eternal. You may not understand the pain while you're in it, but when you look back, you'll see that every lonely night was leading you toward freedom. Every silence was shaping your soul. Every tear was watering the seed of your strength. When God begins to isolate you, it is not rejection. It is redirection. It is not punishment. It is preparation. Many people panic when they find themselves alone, but solitude under the hand of God is a sacred classroom. It is where God strips away the noise, the applause, and the distractions so that your heart can finally hear His voice. When no one else is around, when your phone stops ringing, when the people you thought would stay suddenly vanish, God is saying, now it's just you and me. That moment may feel painful, but it is holy ground. It is where transformation begins. Because when you are surrounded by others, you often draw your strength from them. But when God pulls you away, He's teaching you how to draw strength directly from Him. God will use isolation to detox your soul from dependency on people. You may have leaned too much on someone's approval, relied too heavily on someone's presence, or attached your peace to someone's validation. And when they walk away, it feels like your world collapses. But God steps in and says, you don't need them to feel complete. You need me. This is where you learn self-love. Not the shallow kind that depends on the mirror, but the divine kind that flows from knowing your worth through God's eyes. Because when you begin to see yourself as God sees you, no rejection can break you. No loneliness can destroy you, and no loss can define you. In the quiet, God rebuilds your confidence. He begins to whisper truths that the world drowned out. He reminds you that you are not what happened to you. You are what He is shaping you into. You are not a mistake. You are a masterpiece under construction. When people misunderstood you, God understood. When they left, God stayed. And that realization, when it finally sinks into your heart, is where self-love begins. You start to walk differently. You begin to speak life into yourself. You start thanking God, not only for the people who stayed, but also for the ones who left, because their absence became your awakening. Sometimes God will make you walk alone so you can see what you're made of. You think you're breaking, but you're being built. You think you're forgotten, but you're being found by the one who never loses sight of you. You think it's over, but it's only the beginning of a divine transformation. Loneliness is often the furnace where God refines His chosen ones. Every tear you cry in that solitude waters the seed of strength inside you. And when the time is right, that seed will grow into a tree of wisdom, maturity, and self-worth, rooted so deeply in God that no storm can uproot it. When God isolates you, He is teaching you to listen. He is teaching you that silence has a sound, and that sound is peace. You learn to enjoy your own company, not because you are perfect, but because you finally recognize the divine presence within your solitude. That's the moment you begin to rise, not through pride, but through purpose. You start loving yourself enough to stop chasing what breaks you. You stop begging to be understood by those who were never meant to understand you. You stop apologizing for being who God created you to be. And that is freedom. That is the beginning of a sacred kind of love. The kind that honors both God and the soul He placed within you. The truth is, self-love is not rebellion against humility. It is obedience to God's design. When God says, love your neighbor as yourself, He is assuming that you first learn to love yourself. You cannot pour from an empty heart. You cannot lift others if you constantly despise your reflection. That's why God brings you into seasons of stillness to fill you again, to remind you that you are not defined by failure, not measured by opinions, not valued by comparison. You are defined by divine intention. God looked at you before your birth and saw something worth forming. That means you matter not because others said so, but because God said so. So when you find yourself in that lonely place, don't curse it. Don't fight it. Don't rush out of it. Let God finish His work in you, because in that space of isolation, something sacred happens. You begin to see yourself through the light of divine truth. You begin to appreciate your own heart, not out of vanity, but gratitude. You start to say, God, thank you for me. And that is not arrogance, it is awareness. Awareness that you are one of God's greatest creations. Awareness that your existence is not an accident. Awareness that being alone does not mean being unloved. It means being chosen for something higher. Every great transformation begins in solitude. Every chosen one must walk through the wilderness before reaching the promised place of peace. And though it may hurt, though you may not understand it, God is sculpting you. He is chiseling away what no longer serves you, polishing the rough edges of your heart, preparing you for the divine purpose ahead. You cannot skip this process because the one who avoids solitude avoids strength. The one who fears being alone fears discovering their divine depth. But those who embrace it, those who sit quietly in the presence of God, come out glowing with peace, unshakable in spirit, and overflowing with love that no man can take away. There is a profound power that comes when God teaches you to be alone. And it is not understood by the impatient, the restless, or the unprepared. Many fear solitude because they equate it with emptiness. But God wants you to see that it is the birthplace of fullness. When the world grows quiet and every voice around you fades, you are left with one undeniable presence, the presence of God. And it is in that presence that you begin to discover the sacred truth. You are enough. You were never dependent on the approval of others. And you were never meant to find your peace outside of Him. Your value has never been conditional. Your worth has always been divine. God allows seasons of aloneness to strip away all illusions. He removes the distractions that cloud your vision, the attachments that drain your energy, and the false dependencies that weigh you down. In the absence of noise, you finally hear His instruction. In the absence of comfort, you finally feel His strength. In the absence of applause, you finally recognize your own power. Many people spend a lifetime chasing validation from others, seeking love that is fleeting and fearing isolation. But God's way is higher. He does not measure your worth by your popularity or your company. He measures it by your faithfulness, your perseverance, and your openness to receive His guidance in silence. Being alone is a spiritual classroom where God teaches you the art of self-reliance and divine dependence at the same time. You learn to lean not on human hands, but on the hand of God that never falters. You discover that peace is not found in crowds, but in the stillness of His presence. You come to understand that true love is not given in abundance by others. It is revealed in the abundance of God within you. Every trial, every lonely night, every moment of feeling unseen is a lesson. God is teaching you that happiness cannot be borrowed, joy cannot be purchased, and validation cannot be demanded. These treasures are rooted only in the connection between your soul and Him. When God isolates you, He is also preparing you for discernment. You begin to see who truly belongs in your life and who does not. You see the people whose presence nourishes your spirit versus those who drain it. You realize that some relationships were never meant to last because they would have kept you from growing into the person God created you to be. This is the divine wisdom of solitude. God uses aloneness to teach you boundaries, to sharpen your vision, and to refine your understanding of worth. You begin to understand that walking alone is not a curse. It is a command from God to honor yourself and to honor His work within you. Solitude is not simply a pause in life, it is a preparation for elevation. God uses it to cultivate strength in your character that cannot be cultivated in comfort. He teaches patience where there was restlessness. He cultivates faith where there was doubt. He builds resilience where there was weakness. And when you emerge from this season, you do not merely return to the world, you rise above it. You rise with a confidence that is anchored not in fleeting recognition, but in the eternal knowledge of God's presence within you. You rise with a love for yourself that is unshakable because it is mirrored by God's unchanging love for you. So stand tall in your solitude. Rest calmly within your stillness. Move forward with courage in the nearness of God. Welcome the lessons He's weaving into your heart about love, value, and divine intimacy. Do not fear being without company, for His presence is more than enough. Do not grow weary in the quiet, for His whisper is leading you. Do not confuse isolation with weakness, for this is the sacred fire shaping your spirit. You are learning to walk alone. Yet with God, solitude is never emptiness. And when this truth takes root in you, when you truly understand the divine purpose hidden in your aloneness, you will no longer crave completion from anyone but Him. You will no longer hand your peace to human hands. You will no longer question your value because God has revealed the greatest revelation of all. That to love yourself is holy. That being alone is not a sentence but a sanctuary. And that God's presence alone can fill your life with abundance, steady your heart with strength, and anchor your soul in unshakable peace. My friend, hear my heart. You are standing at the threshold of a divine turning point. Your eyes may not yet perceive it. Your emotions might not yet catch up, but deep within your spirit you can sense it. God is about to move in power. There's a rumbling in the unseen, a holy stirring in the atmosphere. Because when God chooses to act, no darkness can resist Him, no barrier can withstand Him, no storm can halt His hand. You may have walked through long stretches of silence, through waiting that tested your soul, through moments when it felt like heaven had forgotten your name. But hear this truth spoken with full conviction. God has been crafting something mighty, far beyond what you pictured, and it's on the verge of being revealed before your eyes. Sometimes before God moves, everything looks still. It feels quiet. It looks ordinary. But that silence is not absence. It's preparation. God often does His greatest work in the unseen, shaping your destiny. When the world thinks nothing is happening, you see, when the ground looks dry, the roots are still growing. When your life feels stuck, God is still writing. And when it seems like the light has gone out, God is only setting the stage for a brighter dawn. The delay is not denial. It's divine timing. The moment you've been waiting for, praying for, crying for is coming. It may not come the way you expect, but it will come the way God intends. Perfect, powerful, unstoppable. There are moments in life when God steps in so suddenly, so unexpectedly that everything changes overnight. You wake up in one reality and go to bed in another. One prayer, one encounter, one divine instruction. And the chains that held you for years begin to break. That's how God moves. He doesn't need permission. He doesn't need evidence. He doesn't consult your past to determine your future. When God says, now, every obstacle that has stood in your way bows to His command. And I believe with all my heart that you are approaching that now. You are stepping into a moment where God Himself will demonstrate His power in your life. You may say, but I've been through so much. I've been broken, rejected, and forgotten. My friend, those are not signs that God has abandoned you. Those are signs that He is preparing you. Before God raises a person, He refines them. Before He trusts you with destiny, He tests you with difficulty. Every tear you cried, every disappointment you faced, every door that shut was not punishment. It was preparation. God was removing what could not go with you into your next season. The pain you endured was not wasted. The loneliness you felt was not ignored. God was shaping your faith, strengthening your spirit, teaching you to depend not on people but on Him alone. Because when He moves mightily, He wants the world to know that it was His hand, not yours, that brought the victory. There are seasons when God hides you. People don't understand you. They forget your name. You feel invisible. But that hiddenness is holy. God hides those He's about to use greatly. He hides them from premature exposure. He hides them so they can develop roots deep enough to sustain the weight of future glory. The seed cannot complain about being buried because the burial is not the end. It's the beginning. So if you feel buried under problems, understand this: you are not buried, you are planted. And soon what was hidden will burst forth in divine power. God is about to move the soil, reveal the growth, and bring forth the fruit of all you've endured. Some of you have been praying for years, praying for healing, praying for restoration, praying for breakthrough, and you've wondered, why hasn't it happened yet? But God's silence is never empty. He was aligning circumstances, shifting hearts, rearranging what you could not see. You were praying for change, but God was building your capacity to handle the change. He was preparing you so that when the blessing comes, you won't lose it. Because when God blesses, He doesn't just give you something temporary. He gives you something eternal, something established by His own power. That's why He takes His time. That's why He doesn't move according to your schedule, but according to His purpose. And when His timing and your faith collide, the impossible becomes possible. I want you to know the storm that was meant to destroy you has become the training ground for your strength. Every valley you walk through has been a classroom where God taught you how to stand firm when others fall. You see, strength is not born in comfort. It's forged in battle. Faith doesn't grow on mountaintops. It grows in the dark when you can't see the way. Yet you keep walking because you trust the voice of God. You have not been forgotten. You have been strengthened. And that strength is proof that God is not finished with you. He's not done writing your story. In fact, the best chapter is about to begin. The same God who brought you through the storm is about to reward you openly for what you endured privately. When God moves, it's never small. He doesn't do halfway miracles. He doesn't give partial victories. When God moves, He shakes foundations. He rearranges destinies. He restores years that were lost. He lifts those who were overlooked and humbles those who exalted themselves. His movement is mighty, undeniable, unstoppable. It's the kind of move that causes those who doubted you to say, surely God was with them. And this is what He's about to do in your life. You've been through too much to end in defeat. You've prayed too long to be forgotten now. The heavens are shifting and your name has reached the throne. God is about to show Himself strong on your behalf. My friend, there are seasons when it feels like God is silent, yet heaven is louder than ever. You might not hear Him with your ears, but your spirit knows He's near. The silence is not absence, it's strategy. God hides His moves until the right moment. Just like the seed that grows underground, unseen but unstoppable, God is preparing to bring something forth from within you that will surprise even you. The delay is the divine womb of destiny. What looks like nothing happening is in truth everything happening beneath the surface. God is working behind the curtains of time to bring forth the promise He placed in your heart. You have been in a season of stretching where everything around you felt uncertain. You have been questioning, wondering, crying out for answers. But the stretching was not to break you. It was to build your capacity. God has been expanding your faith because what is coming requires a bigger vessel. The blessing He is preparing cannot be contained by your old mindset, your old circle, or your old way of living. He is enlarging you from within. He is teaching you to trust not in what you see, but in who He is. Because when the move of God comes, it comes suddenly, and only those whose faith is deep will be able to carry it. When God moves, He often moves after you've given up trying to control everything. He waits until you've exhausted every human plan, every self-made solution, every reliance on others. That's when His hand appears. That's when He shows you that He alone is the source and the sustainer. God never wants to share His glory with human effort. He allows you to reach the end of yourself so that you can witness the beginning of Him. And when He moves, you will know it was not your strength, your wisdom, or your strategy. It was His divine intervention. You may think you're at a dead end, but with God, there are no dead ends, only divine turns. You may think something is over, but with God, endings are merely transitions into greater beginnings. When one door closes, it's because God is building a gate that no one can lock. You see, the paths of destiny are not paved by people. They are carved by the will of God. You might not understand the path you're walking, but it's leading you somewhere sacred. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment has been divinely calculated to position you where the next mighty move of God will find you. God is about to prove that every hardship had a purpose. You didn't cry for nothing. You didn't lose for nothing. You didn't suffer for nothing. Everything that tried to break you has actually built you. You are stronger than you were, wiser than before, and more spiritually grounded than ever. God allowed the pain not to destroy you, but to transform you. Because when He moves mighty, He wants a vessel that has been purified through the fire of endurance. You have been tested by storms so you can stand in glory. You have been humbled by loss so you can handle gain with grace. You have been emptied, so now He can fill you. There is something sacred about waiting on God. The world sees waiting as weakness, but in the kingdom of the unseen, waiting is warfare. Every time you waited and didn't quit, you were fighting battles you couldn't see. You were holding your ground when darkness tried to pull you down. That waiting built an unshakable faith inside you, a faith that can now call down miracles. And that's why the enemy tried so hard to make you give up. He knew that if you ever held on long enough, you would step into a season where God Himself would begin to move on your behalf. There is a shift happening in the unseen realm. The tables are turning. The burdens are lifting. The very thing that was meant to weigh you down will soon be the reason you rise higher. God is rearranging what was once against you to work for you. He is turning closed doors into divine redirection. He is transforming obstacles into stepping stones. When He moves, it will be swift. One moment you will be in the struggle, the next you will be in the breakthrough. Because God's power does not operate in gradual phases. It operates in divine moments. When His time comes, change is instant. You may have been mocked for your faith. People may have called you foolish for trusting in God when things looked impossible. But soon those same people will see what faith can do when God honors it. God is about to publicly reward what you privately endured. The same mouth that laughed at your struggle will speak in awe of your blessing. The same people who walked away will see that you were never alone, that God was walking beside you all along, guiding every step of your journey. Sometimes God lets you walk through fire so that those watching can see that the fire doesn't burn when His presence is with you. He lets you go through storms so that when you come out untouched, people will say, "How did they survive?" And you will say, "Because God was my shield." Every pain you've endured has been painting the backdrop for a mighty revelation of His power. God is about to make your life a testimony that faith still moves mountains, that prayer still opens heavens, that surrender still releases miracles. Right now you may feel surrounded by darkness, confusion, fear, and weariness. But darkness is not the absence of God. It's the canvas upon which His light shines brightest. When the night seems longest, it's because dawn is near. God often allows darkness to surround you before He displays His glory, so that when He moves, there will be no doubt who the source of light truly is. The pressure you feel right now is not punishment. It's prophecy. It's the sign that something divine is about to break through. When God moves, He restores what was broken beyond repair. He breathes life into dead dreams. He brings order to chaos. He gives strength to the weary, peace to the troubled, and direction to the lost. And when He moves, He doesn't just change your circumstances. He changes you. The same hands that part seas can also mend hearts. The same power that creates galaxies can heal your wounds. The same wisdom that formed the heavens is guiding your next step. So lift your eyes. Stop looking at what went wrong and start expecting what God is about to make right. Expectation is the seed of manifestation. When you expect God to move, you align your faith with His will. Faith is not pretending everything is perfect. It's believing God can bring perfection out of chaos. It's standing in the middle of the storm and declaring, "I still trust God." And when you stand with that kind of faith, heaven takes notice. God cannot ignore a heart that refuses to give up. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not behind. You are right where God wants you in the quiet, before the mighty movement. The air is thick with divine timing. The season is ripe. The heavens are about to respond to your persistence. You have fought battles no one saw. You have endured nights that broke you inside. But the one who sees all has counted every tear, and not one has been wasted. God is about to turn your mourning into strength, your loss into abundance, your silence into song. Prepare yourself, because when God moves mightily, He does not consult the opinions of men. He does not ask permission to bless you. He doesn't check who likes you or who supports you. When He moves, He bypasses all human systems and touches your life directly. He can raise you from obscurity to influence in a single moment. He can turn your greatest weakness into your strongest testimony. He can shift the hearts of those who once rejected you to now favor you. That is the magnitude of His movement. It changes everything. And when He does, you will realize that all along the pain had a purpose. The silence was sacred. The waiting was holy. Every part of your journey was orchestrated by divine wisdom. And now the season of manifestation is near. You will soon stand in awe of how everything came together. Not by chance, not by your effort, but by the mighty hand of God. There comes a sacred moment in every person's life when the spiritual atmosphere begins to shift. It is subtle at first, like the quiet rustle of wind before a storm, but your soul can feel it. You sense that something divine is drawing near, that unseen hands are rearranging the pieces of your life, and that everything you've endured was not in vain. My friend, that moment is now. God is aligning heaven and earth for your transformation. He is not simply preparing to give you what you ask for. He is preparing to make you into someone capable of carrying what He's about to release. Before every mighty move of God, there is a period of inner awakening. It's when you begin to lose interest in things that once held your attention. It's when you no longer find peace in old environments or with old habits. It's when your spirit grows restless, not because you are lost, but because you are being prepared for elevation. God disturbs your comfort when He's ready to move you to a higher level of calling. The uneasiness you feel is not confusion. It's divine movement stirring within you. The reason you don't fit in where you once belonged is because your spirit has outgrown your surroundings. God is stretching you for something greater. When God is about to move mightily, He first separates you. He pulls you away from noise, distractions, and influences that would dilute His voice in your life. You may not understand why certain people walked away or why familiar doors suddenly close, but every separation carries a secret blessing. God removes what could interfere with His purpose. Sometimes He isolates you to amplify His voice. The silence you experience is not emptiness. It's the sound of God's construction. He is building strength where weakness used to live. He is planting peace where fear once ruled. He is renewing your focus so that when He speaks, you will recognize His instruction instantly. You must understand God never wastes time. Every delay carries meaning. What looks like waiting to you is working to Him. When you feel forgotten, you are actually being refined. Well, you are being molded into a vessel that can hold glory without cracking. Because when God moves mightily, He pours out blessing that requires maturity to sustain. The weight of His favor can crush those who are unprepared. That's why He develops you in hidden seasons, so that when He lifts you up, you won't fall under the weight of your own destiny. There are people who pray for the movement of God, but resist the process that precedes it. They want the blessing without the breaking, the promotion without the preparation. But God's pattern has never changed. He builds before He blesses. The foundation must be deep before the structure can be high. So if your life feels like it's been under construction, it's because God is fortifying your base. He's laying spiritual concrete beneath your feet so that when He elevates you, you'll remain unshaken no matter how high you rise. When God moves, He not only changes your circumstances, He transforms your perspective. You begin to see life through divine clarity. What once made you anxious no longer disturbs you. What once seemed impossible now feels inevitable. You begin to trust God's plan even when you can't trace it. This is the mark of those who have been prepared for the mighty move. Their faith becomes unbreakable. Their peace becomes untouchable. Their hearts remain calm even in the storm because they have learned that God's hand is always at work, even when His presence seems invisible. There are signs that God's mighty movement is drawing near. One sign is divine restlessness, that stirring in your soul that whispers, "There's more." Another sign is divine discontent. When you can no longer tolerate the mediocrity you once accepted, you begin to crave deeper purpose, higher discipline, greater closeness to God. You feel an urgency to pray more, to think differently, to walk in obedience. That's not coincidence. That's calling. God is positioning you for transformation. He is waking up the sleeping potential within you so that when His power moves, you are ready to step into it without hesitation. When God moves mightily, He first moves in you before He moves for you. He works in your thoughts, in your heart, in your habits. He removes fear, pride, and doubt because those things cannot survive in the presence of His glory. He reorders your desires so that what once distracted you now disgusts you. He makes you hungry for holiness, not applause, for purpose, not pleasure. That inner cleansing is the first sign that His mighty movement has begun. The heart that yields fully to God becomes the battlefield where victory is first won. You see, the greatest move of God in your life won't come through what He gives you, but through who He makes you. Blessings without transformation become burdens. But when God changes your heart, even your pain becomes productive. You begin to thank Him for the things you once complained about because now you see their purpose. You realize that the rejections protected you, the losses led you, and the delays developed you. Every tear was watering the soil of your destiny. Every setback was shaping your strength. And now, because of all that, you are ready. God is about to release what has been held up. There are things written in your destiny that have been waiting for the right moment to manifest. That moment is approaching. Doors that were shut are about to swing open. Opportunities that were hidden are about to reveal themselves. God is preparing to connect you with people who carry the keys to your next level. He's bringing order to the chaos that once confused you. He's clearing the path before you, removing hidden traps and unseen dangers. The same power that commands the stars is commanding your steps. You are walking into a divine setup orchestrated by the hand of God. Do not mistake small beginnings for insignificant ones. God often begins His greatest works quietly. The seed of change is planted in stillness before it grows into greatness. You may not see the full manifestation yet, but that does not mean God isn't working. What you perceive as nothing happening is often the most sacred stage of divine activity. Beneath the surface, God is building momentum. Every prayer you prayed, every act of faith, every tear you shed, all of it has been stored in the unseen, waiting for God's appointed hour. And when that hour strikes, everything will align in a way that human logic could never explain. You must stay expectant. Faith without expectation is empty. Expect God to act. Expect the impossible to become possible. Expect the shift you've been praying for. Expect the peace that surpasses understanding. Expect clarity, strength, and favor. When expectation meets divine timing, miracles are born. And when God sees that your heart is ready, He releases what your faith has been holding in place all along. The movement of God is not always loud. Sometimes it arrives as peace in the middle of chaos. Sometimes it comes as sudden strength when you are ready to give up. Sometimes it's an opportunity disguised as a challenge. But if you stay alert in spirit, you will recognize the fingerprints of God everywhere. His presence doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just transforms everything around you quietly, steadily, powerfully. Do not let fear stop you from receiving what God has prepared. Fear is the enemy's last weapon before breakthrough. Right before the door opens, fear tries to whisper that you're unworthy, unready, unqualified. But if God has chosen you, no force in creation can disqualify you. What He ordains, He sustains. What He starts, He finishes. So stand firm in faith. Lift your head. Declare to your heart that God is not done with you. He's just getting started. Heaven has seen your faith. Your prayers were never lost in the silence. Every tear, every moment you stood firm when quitting felt easier, has been recorded before God's throne. And now the time of fulfillment draws near. The harvest of your endurance is coming into view. You will behold beauty rising from the ashes of what once broke you. You will understand why the path was narrow, why the nights were long, because every step led you to this divine intersection where God is about to reveal His mighty hand in your life. There comes a moment in every believer's journey when the ordinary turns sacred, when what seems like just another sunrise becomes the dawn of transformation. At first, you might not recognize the signs, but when God begins to move in power, the very air around you begins to shift. Obstacles start to bend. Closed doors swing wide. Hearts that once overlooked you begin to see you. And it's not because your strength increased. It's because His favor has gone before you. It's because God has shifted His hand toward your life. When His hand moves, everything under His command responds. Mountains melt, doors open, hearts soften, and what was once impossible becomes reality. You are standing on the edge of divine motion. God has been aligning events, conversations, and moments behind your back to bring forth a transformation that will testify of His power. He is moving pieces you can't see, influencing hearts you don't know, and setting the stage for the fulfillment of His word in your life. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour was part of this divine arrangement. You thought you were waiting on God, but God was positioning everything perfectly for you. That's why He calls you to quiet moments of surrender. Moments when you must let go of control and simply trust. Because when you surrender to God, you make room for His strength to replace your weakness. You invite His wisdom to overtake your confusion. You exchange your plan for His perfect design. And when you reach that place of full trust, that is when His movement becomes unstoppable in your life. So often people look for the movement of God in thunder and spectacle. They want the dramatic sign, the grand announcement, the sudden miracle that the world can see. But many times God moves in silence, in the subtle shift of peace that enters your heart after a storm, in the calm assurance that whispers, "You are not alone," in the gentle redirection that turns your steps toward destiny without noise or recognition. The most powerful moves of God are not always seen. They are felt, known, experienced in the stillness of faith. When God begins to move, the first thing He often does is bring clarity. Confusion breaks. The fog lifts. You begin to see what once seemed impossible to understand. You realize why things had to happen the way they did. You start to connect the dots that once felt random. God does not move in chaos. He brings divine order. He restores sense to what was senseless, purpose to what was painful, and peace to what was uncertain. That clarity is a sign that His hand is already at work. Another sign of His mighty movement is inner peace that defies logic. The world around you may still look the same, but you are not the same. You are no longer shaken by what used to disturb you. You begin to respond to life with wisdom, not worry. The noise outside no longer disturbs the calm within. That peace is not weakness. It is evidence that God's Spirit is governing your heart. It is proof that His power is alive in you. And once that peace takes root, no circumstance can uproot it. Then comes divine reversal. When God moves mightily, He turns the tables. Those who were once ahead find themselves behind, and those who were overlooked find themselves lifted. Situations that seemed irreversible suddenly bend in your favor. The same places that rejected you begin to call for you. The same people who doubted you begin to respect you. The same circumstances that worked against you begin to work for you, because when God moves, He doesn't just restore, He multiplies. He doesn't just replace, He elevates. He doesn't just fix what's broken, He builds something better. And when this happens, understand this truth. You will not have to fight for attention or recognition. The blessing of God will speak for you. You won't have to defend your worth because His favor will confirm it. You won't have to chase opportunities because opportunities will begin to chase you. When God moves mightily, your name begins to echo in places you've never been, and doors begin to open that you didn't even knock on. That is how powerful His hand is. Do not underestimate what God can do in a moment. He can shift years of struggle in a single breath. He can turn mourning into strength overnight. He can erase debt, restore dignity, heal hearts, and renew minds with one command. You are not waiting on a gradual process. You are waiting on a divine decision. When God decides it is time, what held you for years will release you in seconds. That's how mighty His movement is. But let me remind you, before the public movement comes, there must be private alignment. You must keep your heart positioned in humility. Pride repels the hand of God, but humility attracts it. God lifts those who remain low before Him. Stay faithful in the unseen. Stay consistent in your prayers. Keep doing good even when no one claps. Keep trusting even when no one believes. When you stay faithful in the small things, God prepares you for the great thing. He cannot pour a mighty blessing into a heart that has not been trained to handle it with gratitude. Sometimes before God moves, He will allow pressure to increase. You might feel like everything is falling apart, but that's often the signal that everything is about to come together. The pressure pushes out what cannot stay. It forces growth. It births strength. Diamonds are formed under pressure, and so are destinies. So when you feel that intensity, don't fear it. Recognize it as the birth pains of breakthrough. It's the sign that the old season is collapsing because a new one is emerging. God's mighty move will not just bless you, it will flow through you. He is preparing to make your life a vessel of impact. He will use your story to inspire others. The same pain that once silenced you will become the testimony that empowers others. The same places where you were once rejected will become the stages where you speak victory. The same tears that once fell in despair will water the seeds of hope for those who come after you. This is how God multiplies His glory, not by giving you comfort alone, but by making your transformation a light to others. So keep your spirit awake. Be alert, because the movement of God often comes when the world least expects it. It comes to the humble, the steadfast, the surrendered. It comes to those who choose faith over fear, obedience over convenience, and patience over panic. It comes to those who refuse to let go of hope even when everything else fades. God moves mightily, not for the loud, but for the loyal, not for the perfect, but for the faithful. And when He moves, you will know. You will feel it in your bones, in your heart, in your spirit. You will wake up one day and realize that the heaviness has lifted. The doors that once resisted, you will now open with ease. The same path that once felt impossible will now feel guided. You will sense divine favor walking ahead of you, making the crooked places straight. And you will know without a shadow of doubt this is the movement of God. There are moments in life when everything seems still, when your prayers hang in the air like unanswered echoes, when your hope feels dim, and when your strength runs thin. But hear this truth: the silence of God does not mean the absence of God. Sometimes, before the greatest move of His power, God allows the stillness to settle in, not to discourage you, but to prepare you. The quiet seasons are the testing grounds of faith. When it feels like nothing is happening, that's often the time when God is aligning everything behind the scenes. He is not idle. He is intentional. He is positioning hearts, circumstances, and even the winds of destiny to blow in your favor. The waiting is not wasted. It's divine preparation. You must understand that when God decides to move mightily, He often begins by shaking what is unstable in your life. What feels like loss is sometimes His way of clearing the path for your breakthrough. When people walk away, when opportunities close, when everything you built begins to fall apart, it is not because God has abandoned you. It is because He is making room for His glory to be revealed. God cannot fill a vessel that's already full of its own plan. He must first empty you of your dependence on everything and everyone else, so that when He moves, you will know it was Him and Him alone. Many people want God to move, but they resist the change that comes before it. They want blessings without breaking, increase without surrender, victory without obedience. But God does not move mightily where there is resistance to His will. His power flows through the heart that says, God, even if I don't understand, I trust you. That kind of surrender attracts divine movement. When you release control, you create space for God to take over. When you stop fighting His process, you begin to experience His power. Do not be surprised when your life feels unsettled right before your blessing. Do not panic when doors begin to close. God often shuts what is not meant for you to open what is destined for you. He is a God of order, and His plans are flawless. Sometimes He delays to protect you. Sometimes He withholds to prepare you. Sometimes He hides His hand so that your faith can grow strong enough to receive what He is about to release. You may think you've been forgotten, but the truth is your name is written on the palm of His hand. God has not overlooked you. He has been watching, refining, molding, and strengthening you for the moment when His power will break forth in your life like a flood that no force can stop. When God moves mightily, it's not always gentle, it's powerful. His move can shake the foundations of your past, and He can remove people who are not meant to walk with you into the next season. He can expose hidden intentions and bring truth to light. It may feel uncomfortable, but it's all part of His divine rearrangement. When God moves, He uproots what was built on weakness so that He can rebuild on faith. He tears down what was built on fear so that He can construct something lasting, something holy, something unshakable. You might be in the middle of a battle that feels like it's too much for you to bear, but that's a sign that God is near. You wouldn't be under this much pressure if something mighty wasn't about to break forth. The greater the warfare, the greater the breakthrough. Every struggle, every delay, every sleepless night is preparing you for what God has ordained. Don't let the storm convince you that you are. He is looking for hearts that will trust Him even before the change appears. So that doesn't mean He's not working. He's forming the miracle underground. The roots of your breakthrough are spreading deep before the fruit appears. And when it does appear, it will be more than you expected. God never moves halfway. When He moves, He restores fully. When He blesses, He multiplies. When God restores, He leaves nothing broken behind. When He unlocks a path, no force can seal it shut. The same God who carried you through the last storm will not forsake you in this one. If His strength upheld you once, it will sustain you again. You may not see the method or the moment, but His movement is already in motion. It's coming with authority, arriving right on heaven's schedule. So keep your ground, keep your faith alive, Speak life even when everything around you seems lifeless. Worship through the waiting. Because each word of praise offered in pain becomes a stone of faith that will soon stand as a monument of His power. The very place that once held your tears will soon echo your triumph. The same struggle that forced you to bow low will be the moment where God raises you high and reveals the strength of His mighty hand. There come moments in life when silence weighs more than any spoken word, when those you once leaned on have turned away, and the world feels too cold to embrace you anymore. Yet listen closely, because when the world withdraws, God does not. When hearts grow distant, His purpose remains steady. And when you feel overlooked or forgotten, know this: God is preparing someone somewhere to step into your life carrying a fragment of His divine love. You might not anticipate it. You might even doubt it could ever happen. But hear me clearly, in His perfect timing, in His perfect design, God's love will reveal itself through someone meant for you. Many people cry out for miracles, expecting fire to fall from the sky, yet God's wonders often arrive wrapped in the simplicity of a human heart. A gentle word from a stranger, a helping hand when your strength begins to slip away, someone who appears right when your hope runs thin. That's not luck. That's God. His love doesn't always roar from the heavens. Sometimes it whispers softly through the soul of another He sends your way. When God chooses to reveal His love, He can use anyone, anywhere, at any time. You may think your pain has gone unnoticed, but even now He's stirring the heart of someone who will carry a message of His care straight to you. God works through people because He is love. His love is not confined to the clouds above. It moves through the veins of humanity, touching one life through another. Every time you think no one cares, God may be sending someone who will prove you wrong. Every time you feel unseen, He may be preparing an encounter that will remind you that heaven never lost sight of you. You see, God's love doesn't just comfort you from afar, it walks towards you. It reaches for you. It moves through ordinary people who do extraordinary things because they are guided by divine purpose. That's how God shows up through the compassion of others. Sometimes the person God uses won't look like what you expected. They may not speak your language, share your story, or walk your same path. But God's love has no boundaries. It can come through a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, or even someone you once considered your enemy. God can turn any heart into a vessel of His mercy. You might meet someone who simply listens when no one else does. And in that moment, you will feel the warmth of God's love surrounding you. You will realize that you were never abandoned. You were being led to the one He prepared for that season of your life. But before God reveals that person, He often tests your heart. He allows isolation not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because unless you've known loneliness, you'll never recognize love when it arrives. Unless you've tasted bitterness, you'll never appreciate the sweetness of divine comfort. So if you're walking through a season where everyone seems distant, understand this: God is not removing people from your life to hurt you. He's clearing the stage for the one through whom His love will be revealed. You had to be emptied so that He could fill you again through the right soul. Some of you have been asking, why did they leave me? Why did those I trusted turn their backs? And the answer is simple: because they were not the vessels God had chosen. Some hearts were too weak to carry the weight of His love for you. Some people were never meant to handle the responsibility of your purpose. God removes them not out of cruelty, but out of protection. When His love is meant to reach you, it will not come through someone who uses you. It will come through someone who values you as part of God's plan. That's why you had to lose those who only saw your surface, so that the one who sees your spirit could find you. And hear this truth. When God sends that person, it won't be confusing. You won't have to chase them, convince them, or beg them to stay. God's love brings peace, not anxiety. It brings assurance, not doubt. When His love moves through someone, their presence feels like clarity after a storm. They bring calm where there was chaos, light where there was darkness, hope where there was despair. That's the power of divine love in motion. You will know it's from God because it will not pull you away from Him. It will draw you closer. You see, when God reveals His love through someone, it's never just about companionship. It's about transformation. That person doesn't come to fill your loneliness. They come to awaken your purpose. They remind you of who you are in God's eyes. They lift you when you forget your strength. They don't just love you, they restore you. And when you encounter such a person, you're not just meeting a human being, you're meeting the evidence of God's hand in your life. His love manifested in a heartbeat, a gesture, a voice that speaks life into your dry places. But for God to send that person, your heart must be open. Many people pray for love, yet close the very door through which God wants to deliver it. Bitterness, fear, and pride become barriers. You cannot receive divine love while holding on to earthly wounds. God cannot send you someone to heal you while you're still clinging to the pain of who hurt you. You must release what's behind you to receive what's ahead. Forgive not for them, but for your freedom, because only a healed heart can recognize holy love. And let me tell you, when God reveals His love through someone, it will not always feel easy. Divine connections come with divine purpose, and purpose often brings refinement. That person may challenge you to grow. They may confront your weaknesses, not to condemn you, but to elevate you. Sometimes God uses love as a mirror to show you who you truly are. That's why divine love isn't always comfortable. It's transforming. It stretches you, molds you, and pulls you closer to the image of what God created you to be. Through that person, you will experience a love that not only warms your heart, but purifies your soul. So don't mistake temporary affection for divine love. The world offers imitation love, loud, shallow, and fleeting. But God's love is quiet and steady. It doesn't shout for attention. It shows up in consistency. It doesn't demand. It gives. It doesn't confuse. It clarifies. When God reveals His love through someone, it will align with your peace, not disturb it. It will strengthen your faith, not weaken it. It will remind you that you are valuable not because of what you can offer, but because of who you are, a creation of God, worthy of care, worthy of attention, worthy of love. Perhaps the person God sends will be someone who believes in you when no one else does. Maybe they'll stand beside you when the world walks away, or maybe they'll carry a message that reignites your hope. Whatever form it takes, recognize it as divine. Do not take it lightly when someone enters your life and begins to bring you closer to peace, to truth, to God. That is sacred. That is purpose. That is love revealing itself from heaven to earth through a human soul. You might not even realize how much you needed that person until you meet them. God's timing is precise. Never late, never rushed. While you were crying in the dark, He was preparing someone who would understand your pain. While you were questioning your worth, He was shaping a heart that would remind you how deeply you are valued. And when the two of you cross paths, everything will make sense. You'll see how every delay, every heartbreak, every lonely night was not wasted. It was preparation for that moment when His love would finally be revealed. And to those who think they've already missed it, who believe they are too old, too broken, or too far gone, hear me. God does not operate on your clock. His love knows no deadline. You are never too late for divine connection. Some of the most powerful revelations of His love come in the later chapters of life. You may think your story is ending, but God may just be introducing the character who will carry your spirit into a new beginning. Age cannot limit what God is ready to release. Even in sorrow, God's love can appear. Sometimes the one He sends is not there to stay forever, but to teach you something eternal. They may come into your life for a season, but leave behind a lesson that lasts for eternity. They remind you that love isn't possession, it's purpose. God uses people as chapters in your story, not to fill your book, but to reveal His authorship. And once you realize that every person God sends has divine meaning, you'll stop asking, "Why did they leave?" and start asking, "What did God teach me through them?" Sometimes the love God sends into your life will not come dressed in perfection, but in patience. It will not arrive to impress you, but to understand you. The one through whom God chooses to reveal His love will see beyond your surface. They will see your heart. They will not run when your flaws appear. They will stay because their love is not their own. It is God's love flowing through them. And when that happens, you will know that divine love does not demand you to perform. It invites you to be at peace. It does not require you to be flawless. It allows you to be real. God's love meets you where you are. Yet it never leaves you the same. When God reveals His love through someone, you will notice something powerful. They will bring balance to your life. Where you were weak, they will be strong. Where you were unsure, they will be steady. This is no accident, for God sends what you need, not always what you want. You might have prayed for comfort, but God sends correction. You might have prayed for someone who looks perfect, but God sends someone whose spirit carries healing. You may have expected a blessing to fall from the sky, but God places it inside the heart of a person who will walk beside you. That is divine wisdom. God does not just answer prayers, He orchestrates them. The one God sends will never compete with your relationship with Him. Instead, they will strengthen it. They will not distract you from your purpose. They will remind you of it. Their presence will not drain your spirit. It will refresh it. When they speak, their words will not flatter your ego. They will feed your soul. Because when love is born from God, it carries a spiritual fragrance that human words cannot imitate. It brings peace to your chaos, direction to your confusion, and light to your path. It is love that uplifts without pride, supports without control, and stays without fear. But before God entrusts you with such a person, He often calls you into a season of inner transformation. You see, God never sends divine love into a heart that's still chained by bitterness. He cannot pour purity into a vessel filled with resentment. That's why your loneliness was necessary. Your silence had purpose. God used your isolation to purify your perspective, to strengthen your spirit, to remove the noise of the world so you could finally hear His guidance. Every tear you cried was watering the ground where His next blessing would grow. Every disappointment was clearing the way for divine connection. You thought you were being abandoned, but you were being aligned. God's love does not rush. It builds. It takes time to prepare two hearts that are meant to meet. Sometimes one person is ready while the other still needs healing. That's why patience is faith in motion. When you trust God's timing, you are declaring that His wisdom is greater than your desire. Because what God builds will last. He does not create momentary happiness. He creates lasting harmony. And when His love finally manifests through someone, you will see why the wait was worth it. What is sent by God will never require you to compromise your peace to keep it. When God reveals His love through someone, it is not only to comfort you, but to shape you. That person may be the instrument God uses to teach you forgiveness, compassion, or humility. Divine love refines. It exposes your hidden fears, so they can be healed. It confronts your impatience so it can be replaced with understanding. It forces you to grow not away from God but closer to Him. Because when God's love touches your life, it is not there to make you comfortable, it is there to make you complete. And through that completeness, you learn to reflect His love onto others. You may have been hurt by people who claim to care for you, but remember, humans may fail, but God never does. His love cannot be corrupted, and when it flows through someone, it transforms them as well. The person God sends into your life will carry the strength of divine purpose. They may not have all the answers, but they will have sincerity. They may not be perfect, but they will be present. You will recognize them not by how they look, but by how they make you feel when you are near them. Safe, seen, valued, and at peace. That is the language of God's love. But here is a truth that must be spoken. Sometimes God reveals His love through someone and then removes them. Not because the love was false, but because its purpose was fulfilled. God's love is eternal, but its vessels are seasonal. There are souls that walk into your life to awaken you, to heal a broken part of you, to restore your hope. And once that purpose is complete, God calls them to another path. Don't mourn their departure. Thank God for the revelation they brought. They were a living message, not a permanent possession. Their presence was proof that you were never forgotten. And when they leave, understand this: God's love did not leave with them. It merely changed form. The same God who sent that person still watches over you. His love is infinite. It cannot be confined to one relationship or moment. If He revealed His love once, He can reveal it again. God is not limited by time, space, or circumstance. His love finds new ways to reach you through a smile, through a word, through an act of kindness from someone unexpected. That's why you must keep your heart open, because divine love never stops moving. Sometimes God even reveals His love through pain. The one who hurts you may unknowingly push you toward prayer. The betrayal that shattered you may have forced you to find refuge in God. The loneliness that tore you apart may have drawn you into His arm. So even in suffering, love is working. Even in tears, purpose is forming. God's love doesn't always protect you from pain, but it will always use pain to perfect you. The same fire that burns also purifies. The same heartbreak that weakens your flesh strengthens your faith. Through every trial, God is preparing you for a higher expression of His love. And once you've tasted divine love, you will never settle for less again. You will stop chasing those who drain your spirit. You will stop begging for attention that isn't rooted in sincerity. Because when you know how deeply God values you, you cannot accept counterfeit affection. The love that comes from Him teaches you self-respect. It teaches you to walk away from those who play with your peace. It teaches you that being alone with God is better than being surrounded by people who do not carry His Spirit. That is the freedom divine love brings. It breaks every chain that once held you hostage to emptiness. One of the greatest signs that God's love is working through someone is that they remind you of your worth without even trying. They don't have to flatter you. Their presence affirms you. They don't need to convince you that you matter. Their actions prove it. They show up when it's inconvenient. They listen when it's uncomfortable. They choose patience over pride. And when you see such consistency, know this: it is not ordinary. It is divine orchestration. God is speaking through their actions, whispering through their kindness, reminding you that His love is still alive and active in this world. Sometimes the person God sends will not speak your language, but their spirit will. You'll feel peace without explanation. You'll sense familiarity that defies logic. It's because their soul recognizes yours through the divine plan. Before you ever met them, God already aligned your paths. They were not an accident. They were an answer. And once you understand that, you'll stop questioning why things didn't work out with others because it was never meant to. God's love doesn't compete, it completes. God's love is revealed not just through romance, but through every form of genuine care. A mother's prayer, a friend's encouragement, a stranger's kindness, each one is an echo of divine compassion. God's love wears many faces. Sometimes it's the neighbor who checks on you, the child who smiles at you, the teacher who believes in you. Every time someone chooses goodness when they could have chosen indifference, God is revealing His presence in the world. Never underestimate these moments. They are sacred. They are God reminding you that His hand still touches the earth through human hearts. There will come a day when you look back and realize that every connection, every heartbreak, every delay was divinely coordinated. You will see how the ones who left were making space for the one who would stay. You will see how the tears that fell watered the roots of your strength. And you will understand that God's love is not random. It is deliberate, wise, and patient. Every detail of your story has been written with divine intention. Nothing is wasted when God is the author. And as you live, you will also become that vessel for someone else. You will be the one through whom God reveals His love to another weary soul. That is the beauty of divine love. It never ends with you. It flows through you. When you speak encouragement to the broken, when you forgive the undeserving, when you stand beside someone who has no one else, you become the evidence of God's love on earth. You may not realize it, but your compassion could be the answer to someone's prayer. That is how God works. Quietly, powerfully, through willing hearts. If you truly desire to witness God's love revealed, become the vessel that carries it. Be the one who listens when others turn away. Be the comfort when others cast judgment. Be the light that shines when everything else grows dim. For every small act of sincere kindness becomes a pathway for divine love to flow into the world. God is not seeking grand displays. He seeks faithful hearts, hearts that mirror His gentleness, His compassion, and His calm. When you love without expecting anything in return, you carry the very essence of God. And the greatest revelation is this: God's love is not something to pursue, it is something to awaken to. It surrounds you constantly, speaks through people, and moves within the moments that seem ordinary but are filled with the extraordinary. You are never without love. You are never invisible. The evidence of His love is already drawing near to you. Even now, somewhere, God may be stirring a heart to reach out, to speak life, to hold you steady in your weakest moment. You may not know their name yet, but they are coming. Because when God decides to reveal His love, nothing can stop it. And when that moment arrives, when the person God has prepared finally crosses your path, you will feel something shift within your spirit. It will not be mere emotion. It will be divine recognition. Your heart will sense what your eyes cannot yet comprehend, because God never sends confusion wrapped in affection. He sends purpose dressed in peace. The love that comes from Him will never drown you in uncertainty. It will anchor you in calm assurance. It will not compete for your attention. It will align with your faith. For when God moves, His presence brings order, not chaos. His love does not rush. It settles. It builds upon truth, not illusion. You will notice that the one through whom God reveals His love will value silence as much as words. They will listen with sincerity, not to reply, but to understand. Their patience will teach you that love is not about how loudly someone speaks, but how deeply they care. Their actions will carry consistency, and their loyalty will not fade when life becomes difficult. For God's love does not flee at the first sign of trouble. It stands firm in the storm. It does not depend on convenience. It thrives on commitment. When God's love is flowing through someone, their faithfulness becomes a reflection of His eternal nature. There will be seasons where God uses someone's gentleness to heal the wounds others caused. That's how He works. He uses the same realm that hurt you to heal you. The very place you were betrayed will become the place where He restores your faith in love. The very kind of person who once broke your heart will be replaced by one who cherishes it. Because God is not only a healer, He is a restorer. He will not just mend what was broken, He will make it stronger. When He reveals His love through someone, it is not a repetition of your past. It is the redemption of it. And sometimes that person will enter your life when you least expect it. When you've given up on love altogether, when you've closed your heart and said, "I am done trusting anyone," that's when God steps in, because He wants you to know that love was never the problem. Misplaced trust was. Love is still pure, still powerful, still divine. It's just that you needed to meet love in its true form. The form that God designed, not the one the world distorted. The love that comes from God will not demand that you lose yourself. It will inspire you to become your best self. It will not take from you. It will give to you. It will not dim your light. It will make it shine brighter. You see, God's love is so powerful that it cannot be hidden. It radiates through the one He sends, illuminating every space they enter. You will see it in their humility, in their compassion, in the way they treat others. They will not speak of love, they will live it. And when they touch your life, you will feel something holy about it, because divine love carries a purity that no human effort can manufacture. It humbles your pride. It softens your anger. It makes you want to become better, not for approval, but out of gratitude. That is how you know it's from God. It transforms you without demanding that you change to please another person. It draws out the goodness that was already within you. But hear this truth. Before God sends someone to reveal His love to you, He may first call you to become that person for others. Because love that is not given cannot be fully received. You must learn to be a vessel of divine love before you can recognize it when it arrives. That means speaking kindly when it's easier to criticize, forgiving when it's easier to resent, helping when it's easier to ignore. Every act of selfless love you perform prepares your spirit for the love that is meant for you. God uses your giving to shape your receiving. The heart that gives love without expectation is the heart most ready to receive it in its purest form. And when you love others sincerely, even when they don't deserve it, you are not being weak. You are being divine. Because love is God's greatest expression of strength. It takes power to remain gentle in a cruel world. It takes courage to keep your heart open after being hurt. It takes faith to believe in goodness when disappointment surrounds you. But every time you choose love over bitterness, you are testifying to God's nature. You are declaring that evil may touch you, but it will not define you. Hatred may come near you, but it will not live in you. You are saying to the world, "I am guided by God's love, not man's opinion." And those who live by that love will never be without favor, for wherever divine love resides, blessings follow. When your heart becomes a reflection of God's compassion, doors open that no man can close. You will attract peace. You will attract people who honor you. And you will walk under the light of divine favor, because God does not ignore a heart that mirrors His own. When you become a vessel of His love, you become unstoppable, not by force, but by grace. Love is not weakness. It is the purest form of divine power. Sometimes God will even use your enemies to reveal His love. You may ask, how can that be? But understand this: when someone mistreats you and you choose not to respond with hatred, you are witnessing the power of divine restraint. When someone lies about you and you remain calm, you are standing in God's love. When the world tries to pull you into bitterness and you rise above it, that is proof that love has conquered your heart. God uses opposition to show you what real love looks like. Strong, patient, unshaken, rooted in peace. That is when you begin to see that His love is not just an emotion, it is your armor. God's love is not fragile, it is unbreakable. It survives betrayal, endures silence, and outlasts time. It remains when all else fades. It cannot be destroyed because it originates from eternity. And when that eternal love touches your temporary life, everything changes. The things that once mattered begin to lose their grip. You stop chasing approval. You stop fearing rejection because you finally understand that no human can take from you what God has already given to you. Unconditional love flowing endlessly from the source of all creation. And when God reveals His love through someone, it is not meant to replace your faith, it is meant to deepen it. Their presence will not distract you from your devotion, it will remind you of it. They will not take the place of God in your life. They will point you back to Him. True divine love never competes with your spiritual life, it completes it. That is why when God sends the right person, you will feel peace both in your heart and in your soul. You will not have to question if it's real because everything about it will align with truth. You may have waited for years. You may have prayed with tears. But when that love finally arrives, you will see that the waiting was not wasted. It was sacred. God had to prepare your heart, purify your intentions, and strengthen your spirit. Because if He had sent that person earlier, you might have mistaken them for something ordinary. Now you will recognize the extraordinary when it appears. You will look into their eyes and see not just affection, but divine purpose. You will feel that this connection was written long before you ever prayed for it. Because God's timing is always perfect, and His revelations always arrive when your heart is ready, not when your mind is impatient. But even before that moment comes, you can already begin to live in the awareness of divine love. Open your eyes and see how God surrounds you with signs of His care. The sun that rises to greet you each morning, the air that fills your lungs, the stranger who smiles at you. All are reminders that His love never left. When you begin to see life through that lens, gratitude replaces fear. You no longer beg for love. You recognize it everywhere. God's love is not limited to people. It is written into the rhythm of existence. It flows through the laughter of children, the kindness of elders, the stillness of nature. Everywhere you look, if your heart is open, you will find Him. And that awareness changes everything. You begin to treat others differently. You begin to see pain differently. You begin to understand that even heartbreak is a classroom where God teaches you to love more deeply. Every experience becomes sacred. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start saying, "Teach me, God." Because every moment, good or bad, is an opportunity to know His love in a deeper way. The person who understands that never loses peace. They may cry, but they still trust. They may hurt, but they still hope because they know that love is not gone. It is simply preparing to appear in a new form. So today, wherever you are, lift your head and believe this truth. God's love will be revealed through someone in your life. It may come softly, it may come suddenly, but it will come. It may walk in quietly, but it will leave a permanent mark on your heart. That person will not only remind you of what love feels like, they will remind you of who you are, chosen, worthy, and deeply known by God. And when that love finds you, do not run from it. Receive it with humility. Cherish it with gratitude. For through it, God is speaking directly to your soul, saying, "You are not forgotten, you are not alone, my love has found you." There are moments when you will feel that God has forgotten you, that your prayers are bouncing off the walls, that your cries for help are met with silence. But listen closely. God is never absent. He is never unaware. He is preparing someone, molding someone, positioning someone to reveal His love to you in a way that will change your entire perspective of life. You may not see it now, but God has already whispered your name into the heart of another. Somewhere, someone is being moved by the Spirit of God to bless you, to comfort you, to remind you that you are not alone. God's love is not confined to feelings or thoughts. It moves through people, through actions, through compassion that touches the soul when words cannot. When you least expect it, God will send someone who will see your pain when you try to hide it behind a smile. They will feel your heaviness when you remain silent. That's not coincidence. That's divine orchestration. God works through human vessels. He uses ordinary people to express extraordinary love. You might think that the person who shows up in your life came by chance, but nothing in the realm of God happens by chance. Every encounter, every conversation, every moment of kindness is part of a divine plan unfolding with precision. When God decides to reveal His love through someone, He moves mountains, rearranges schedules, and crosses paths that were never supposed to meet, just to show you that His love never left you. Some of you have cried yourself to sleep wondering when God will show up. You've said, "God, if you still love me, give me a sign." And while you were expecting a miracle to fall from the sky, God was preparing a person to walk into your life and remind you that His presence is closer than your breath. It may be through a friend who listens when you thought nobody cared, through a stranger who helps you when you had no strength left, or through a loved one whose words heal wounds you never spoke about. That person is not random. That person is God's messenger, sent not with wings, but with a heart full of compassion. There is someone whose spirit is aligned with yours, whose soul resonates with your pain and hope alike. That person will appear in your life when the time is right, not to replace God, but to reflect Him. For the love that comes from God does not enslave, it liberates. It doesn't manipulate. It heals. It doesn't demand. It gives. When God sends love through someone, that love will make you feel peace, not confusion. It will make you grow stronger, not weaker. It will draw you closer to God, not away from Him. And here's the truth that many forget. Sometimes God reveals His love through unexpected people. The one you least expect may be the one carrying your blessing. The person you overlooked may be the one chosen to lift you up. That's why you must never despise small acts of kindness. Never ignore simple words of encouragement, because God often hides His greatest gifts in humble vessels. He can use the stranger at the market, the neighbor who checks on you, or even the one who once hurt you, because His love is so powerful that it can transform broken relationships into divine testimonies. There will also be times when you are the one God uses. You may not even realize it, but your words, your patience, your compassion might be the very tool God uses to reveal His love to someone else. When you forgive someone who hurt you, when you comfort someone in despair, when you show kindness to those who can't repay you, you are revealing God's love through your life. You become a living channel of divine grace. Every time you love selflessly, you are participating in God's eternal work of healing the world. Do not underestimate the power of being chosen by God to be that vessel. You don't need a title, a stage, or recognition. You just need a willing heart. God's love flows through those who keep their hearts pure and open. If your heart carries bitterness, jealousy, or resentment, His love cannot move freely through you. But when you surrender those burdens to God, He fills you with a love that overflows. And when it overflows, it touches everyone around you. Some of you are wondering why certain people walked out of your life, why those you loved didn't stay. But let me tell you, sometimes God removes people because their presence would block the one He has prepared for you. God doesn't let the wrong people stay when His love is ready to be revealed through the right one. When you hold on to what God is trying to remove, you delay your blessing. But when you let go and trust His timing, the one He sends will enter your life effortlessly, naturally, divinely. You will know it's from God because His peace will come with it. There won't be anxiety. There won't be games. There will be understanding, honesty, respect, and divine harmony. When God's love is revealed through someone, it brings clarity, not confusion. It brings strength, not weakness. It fills your soul, not drains it. You won't have to chase it because what is from God will come with grace. Sometimes God hides His love in the pain that breaks you. The same heart that was shattered will be healed through the touch of someone He sends. He will use another person's kindness to rebuild what life tried to destroy. And when that happens, you will see that every tear had a purpose, every delay had meaning, and every heartbreak was preparation for something divine. God allows pain only to make space for greater love. So do not lose faith when people disappoint you. Do not close your heart because of betrayal or rejection. The enemy wants to convince you that love is dangerous, that people cannot be trusted. But God wants to show you that love, when it comes from Him, is the most powerful force in the universe. It rebuilds faith. It restores hope. It reawakens the soul. The love that comes from God cannot be destroyed because it flows from eternity itself. Open your heart to receive it. Prepare your spirit to recognize it. When God sends someone to reveal His love to you, you will feel it in your soul. Their presence will bring light where there was darkness. Their words will sound like healing. Their care will feel like home. And when it happens, you'll realize it was never random, never chance. It was God Himself reaching through that person, whispering, "I still see you. I still love you. My presence has never left your side." So hold fast to your faith. Guard your heart with purity. Keep your spirit watchful. Because even now, in ways your mind cannot yet grasp, God is scripting a chapter of your life where His love will walk in through someone He has chosen. Someone who reflects His gentleness, His truth, and His light. And when that divine encounter unfolds, you will see that God was never distant. He was quietly orchestrating the moment to display His love through the one meant for you. Have you ever asked yourself a question you were too afraid to face? Have you ever stared at the ceiling late at night, wondering if the one holding your heart is truly the one God intended for you? My friend, nothing is more dangerous than tying your soul to the wrong person. The wrong relationship can drain your spirit, shatter your peace, deceive your mind, and blind you from the destiny God has prepared. That's why I speak with urgency today. Because so many are walking a path built on charm and attraction, yet it ends in heartbreak and confusion. And some of you listening right now, deep down, you already know that your heart has been given to the wrong person. But you need the voice of truth to cut through the fog. And God has brought you here to hear it. Love is powerful, but love misplaced is poisonous. Love given to the wrong heart will not build you, it will break you. It will not lead you toward God, it will pull you away. And yet, So many people cling tightly to relationships that are crushing them because they confuse attachment with destiny. They confuse obsession with love. They confuse temporary passion with eternal purpose. But God has not created you to live in confusion, to waste your days chained to someone who does not value the sacredness of your heart. God has called you to clarity, to strength, to a love that reflects His light, not a darkness that hides in shadows. There are signs when you are in love with the wrong person, and these signs are not always subtle. God has planted warnings in your spirit. He stirs your conscience. He whispers through the uneasiness in your soul. But too often people silence that inner voice. They say, maybe I can fix them. Maybe they will change. Maybe things will get better if I just love harder. My friend, when God shows you who someone is, you must believe Him the first time. Ignoring the signs does not change the truth. Love is not meant to be torment. Love is not meant to strip you of your peace. When you are walking with the right person, the path may not always be easy, but the foundation will be solid because it is built with God at the center. When you are with the wrong person, the foundation cracks from the very beginning, and no matter how much paint you put over it, it will eventually crumble. The first sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when being with them pulls you away from God instead of drawing you closer to Him. Let me tell you with all conviction, any relationship that weakens your connection with God is not from Him. If you once prayed with fire, but now you can barely lift your hands because this relationship consumes all your energy, that is not love. If you once walked in purity, but now you compromise your values to keep their approval, that is not love. If you once heard God's voice clearly, but now all you hear is the constant chaos of arguments, guilt, and compromise, that is not love. Real love magnifies God. It sharpens your faith. It does not blur your convictions. It deepens them. If someone is pulling you away from the very one who created you, they are not sent by Him. And yet so many people hold on to relationships that are choking their spirit, believing that love is supposed to hurt. My friend, no. Love is not meant to choke the breath out of your soul. Love, when it is aligned with God, is meant to give life, not to drain it. The second sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when your peace is consistently replaced with fear, anxiety, and doubt. God has given you peace as a gift, a shield for your soul. But the wrong person will rob you of it little by little. They will make you question your worth. They will make you question your place. They will make you feel you are never enough, always one step behind, always on edge. That is not the kind of love God designed. A love that constantly keeps you guessing whether you are valued is not love, it is bondage. If every time you hear their name, your stomach twists in anxiety rather than peace, if every conversation feels like walking on eggshells, if every day is a cycle of being lifted and then dropped, then you are not in love. You are in captivity. Do not confuse the intensity of emotions with the stability of love. True love aligned with God does not leave you trembling in fear of tomorrow. It anchors you in faith for the future. The third sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when you must sacrifice your identity to keep their attention. God has made you in His image, unique, powerful, with a destiny crafted by His hand. But when you are with the wrong person, you slowly lose yourself. You begin to dim your light so they won't feel insecure. You silence your voice so they won't get angry. You bury your dreams so they won't leave. Piece by piece, you sacrifice who you are to keep someone who is not even meant to stay. And in the end, you look in the mirror and you don't even recognize the person staring back at you. My friend, any love that requires you to betray yourself is not from God. God did not form you so you could shrink into the shadows to keep someone else comfortable. God did not design your destiny so it could be thrown away just to hold on to a temporary attachment. If the cost of being loved is losing who God made you to be, then you are paying far too high a price. And the fourth sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when the relationship is built on control instead of respect, manipulation instead of trust, and selfishness instead of sacrifice. When you are constantly being controlled, when every decision is dictated, when you are treated more like a possession than a partner, you are not loved. You are trapped. Love rooted in God is never about domination. It is about mutual honor, about seeing the other person as a soul created by Him. But the wrong person will twist your heart into believing that love must always submit to their will, their temper, their desires. They will use guilt to bind you. They will use anger to silence you. They will use charm to keep you. And yet, all the while, your spirit feels enslaved. Do not confuse possession with passion. Do not confuse manipulation with devotion. If someone loves only when you bend to their control, that is not love. It is bondage dressed in disguise. So many people see these signs, yet they stay. They stay because of fear. Fear of being alone. Fear of starting over. Fear of never finding love again. But let me declare with boldness, it is better to be alone with God than to be chained to the wrong person. It is better to walk in the wilderness with God's presence than to lie in a bed of comfort with someone who leads you away from Him. Loneliness with God is never truly lonely because His Spirit fills the empty spaces. But being bound to the wrong person will leave you lonelier than solitude ever could. God does not want you to live in the misery of a counterfeit love when He has prepared something greater, purer, stronger, and aligned with His purpose. Do not let the world convince you that you are nothing without a partner. You are already whole because God made you whole. Do not let the wrong person make you feel like your value depends on keeping them. You had value before they came, and you will have value long after they leave. God is not withholding love from you. He is protecting you from the wrong kind of love so that in His time you can experience the right one. But as long as you are clinging to the wrong person, your hands are too full to receive the blessing God is waiting to give you. When God shows you the signs, He is not trying to take something from you. He is trying to save you. He is trying to free you. He is trying to remind you that His plan is greater than your attachment, that His wisdom is higher than your emotions, and that His love for you is deeper than any love a person could ever offer. Trust God's voice when He says, "Let go." Trust God's direction when He tells you the road you are walking is leading you away from Him. Do not silence His warnings just because your heart is entangled. The heart can deceive you, but God never will. So many hearts today are bruised because they have mistaken chemistry for destiny. They thought the sparks were a sign from heaven, when in reality the fire was only smoke blinding their eyes. God does not guide you with confusion. My friend, God does not lead you into turmoil and call it love. When it is from Him, even through trials, there will be clarity. There will be alignment, and there will be a peace that no storm can fully erase. But when it is not from Him, you will spend sleepless nights bargaining, reasoning, excusing, and hoping that the cracks will somehow hold the weight of your soul. But cracks never turn into foundations. They always spread wider until everything collapses. Let me tell you this with fire in my voice. When you are with the wrong person, your spirit will know it even before your mind admits it. God has written His truth into your very being. He has given you an inner alarm, a stirring in your conscience. Every time you feel that heaviness after being around them, every time you sense that distance between you and God when they are near, every time you force yourself to silence what you know is right just to keep them, you are betraying that divine voice inside of you. And I must warn you, the longer you silence God's whisper, the louder the crash will be when the truth finally breaks through. Do not wait for the breaking point. Do not wait until your heart is shattered into fragments. God is not calling you to endure destruction disguised as devotion. He is calling you to stand in His light, to recognize the truth, and to walk away from what was never meant for you. You may feel as if letting go will break you, but holding on to what God is trying to remove will destroy you. And some of you listening to me right now, deep down, you already know you are not where you should be. God has been nudging you, convicting you, warning you, but you have been covering your ears because you fear the cost of obedience. My friend, the cost of obedience is always less than the price of disobedience. Let us be honest with ourselves. So many stay in wrong relationships because of the illusion of time. You think, I have already invested years. If I leave now, all that time will be wasted. But hear me clearly, wasted years are never redeemed by adding more wasted years. Time spent in the wrong place does not become meaningful just because you refuse to walk away. If anything, the longer you hold on, the more years you forfeit that God could have filled with purpose, peace, and His true blessing. The enemy of your soul would love nothing more than to keep you trapped in a counterfeit love. So you never make room for the genuine one God has prepared. Do not let the years behind you chain you from stepping into the years ahead of you. Another powerful truth you must grasp is this: the wrong person often comes wrapped in your deepest desires. They may look like everything you prayed for on the surface, but if you test their spirit, you will see the cracks. This is why you must measure every relationship not by how much it excites your flesh, but by how much it honors God. The wrong person can speak all the right words, but their actions will betray their heart. They can shower you with promises, but when the test of time comes, their character will show whether they are aligned with God or not. Do not be blinded by charm. Charm fades, but truth endures. Ask yourself this question with courage. Does this relationship honor God? Or does it simply satisfy my loneliness? The answer to that will set you free. Let me speak with compassion now to those who are afraid of loneliness. Loneliness is real and it can be painful. But do not let loneliness trick you into tying your soul to the wrong person. Loneliness in God's presence is a season of preparation. Being with the wrong person is a prison of regret. The silence of solitude may feel heavy, but it will teach you to rely on God's voice. The noise of a toxic relationship will drown out God's voice completely. Do not let the fear of being alone rob you of the peace that God is trying to establish in your life. Remember this: God never leaves you. Even in your solitude, His presence surrounds you. It is better to be single in God's will than married outside of it. It is better to walk alone with God's hand holding yours than to walk with someone who pulls you out of His embrace. And hear this: the wrong person will always distract you from your purpose. God has created you with a calling, a vision, a mission only you can fulfill. But when you are tied to the wrong person, you spend your energy putting out fires in the relationship instead of igniting the fire of your destiny. You spend your time explaining yourself instead of expanding yourself. You spend your prayers begging for peace instead of interceding for purpose. And slowly the dreams God placed in your heart gather dust, while you fight to keep alive something that God never breathed life into. If you truly desire to walk in the fullness of God's plan, you must be willing to release what is draining you. No matter how tightly you have held on, the wrong person will also distort your vision of love. They will make you believe that jealousy is passion, that manipulation is devotion, that disrespect is normal, that dishonor is acceptable. And if you stay too long, you will begin to normalize the very things God never intended for you to accept. You will convince yourself that this is all love is meant to be, when in truth, God has something infinitely greater. Do not allow your heart to settle for a counterfeit when the Creator of the universe has designed the real thing. You do not have to beg for real love. You do not have to compromise for real love. You do not have to trade your peace for real love. When love is aligned with God, it will not crush your spirit. It will uplift it. It will not silence your prayers. It will deepen them. It will not weaken your identity. It will strengthen it. And let me speak this into your life. Sometimes the wrong person is not wrong because they are evil, but because they are simply not aligned with the season and destiny God has placed on you. Good people can still be wrong for you. Do not let the fact that someone is kind, attractive, or even well-intentioned blind you from the truth that they are not your assignment. Not every person who enters your life is meant to stay. Some are lessons, not lifetime. Some are temporary companions, not eternal partners. Learn to release with gratitude rather than cling with desperation. If God allowed them to exit your life, it is because He saw what you could not. He saw the road ahead, and He knew that tying yourself to them would derail you from His purpose. And remember this: when you ignore the signs God gives you, the consequences do not vanish. If God shows you that someone is pulling you away from Him, and you stay anyway, the distance between you and God will only grow. If God shows you that your peace is being destroyed, and you stay anyway, your spirit will become weaker and weaker until you cannot recognize His voice anymore. If God shows you that your identity is being stripped, and you stay anyway, you will forget who you were created to be. Do not ignore the signs and then blame God for the outcome. He has already warned you. He has already spoken. The question is not whether God is guiding you. The question is whether you are willing to obey. So I ask you today, who has your heart? Who has your peace? Who has your focus? If the answer is someone who is not leading you closer to God, then you already know the truth. God is not calling you to live in denial. He is not calling you to stitch together a broken thing that was never whole to begin with. He is calling you to trust Him enough to release what is wrong so He can give you what is right. Trust God enough to let go. Trust God enough to wait. Trust God enough to believe that His plan is worth more than your temporary comfort. There is something you must understand, and it is this: the wrong person will always reveal themselves through patterns, not promises. Promises can be spoken in a moment, but patterns reveal the truth over time. Anyone can promise to change. Anyone can swear they will do better. Anyone can say the right words when they fear losing you, but patterns do not lie. If the pattern of their life leads you away from God, it will not suddenly turn into a path that leads you closer to Him. If the pattern of their choices leaves you drained, fearful, and silenced, no promise of "I'll change" will undo the reality that this is not the right soil for your soul. God has given you eyes not only to see words, but to discern actions. Watch the fruit, not the flowers. Flowers bloom for a season, but fruit tells you the health of the tree. And if the fruit is bitter, no amount of wishing will make it sweet. The wrong person will often appeal to your emotions, but the right path will always align with God's truth. Emotions are powerful, yes, but they can deceive. You may feel intoxicated by their presence, but intoxication is not the same as love. You may feel addicted to their attention, but addiction is not the same as commitment. And you may feel you cannot breathe without them, but dependency is not the same as destiny. God never intended for you to live enslaved to another human being. He designed you to be whole in Him so that your love for another person flows out of the abundance of His presence within you, not out of a desperate need to fill your emptiness. If you feel like you cannot survive without them, that is not a sign of love. It is a sign of bondage. And where God's Spirit is, there is freedom, not captivity. Some of you may be asking, but what if I leave and never find someone else? What if this is the only person who will ever love me? Oh, that is the voice of fear, not the voice of God. God has never abandoned His children. God has never withheld what is good when it is aligned with His plan. When you trust Him, He will not leave you empty-handed. When you hold on to the wrong person out of fear, you are silently saying that God is not strong enough to send you the right one. Do not allow fear to make you question the faithfulness of God. He knows how to provide. He knows how to bless. But you cannot receive His best while your heart is still attached to what He never appointed for you. There are times when your blessing is ready, but it cannot reach you because your hands are still gripping what should have been released long ago. Another snare that traps people in wrong relationships is the illusion of potential. You catch glimpses of who that person might become, and you fall in love with that imagined version instead of accepting the truth of who they really are. Remember this, love is not built on who someone could become someday. It is about who they are right now. God does not call you to marry potential, to bind yourself to someone's unfinished possibility. He calls you to discern whether the person before you honors Him as they are. If they refuse to honor God now, what makes you believe they will suddenly wake up tomorrow transformed? Change is not something you can force. Change is a work only God can do. And it cannot be rushed by your tears or secured by your sacrifices. If they are not walking with God now, do not gamble your destiny on the hope of what they might be someday. Do not confuse compassion with commitment. Yes, God calls you to love, to forgive, to show kindness. But loving someone does not mean binding yourself to them for life if they are destroying your spirit. You can pray for someone without pledging your future to them. You can hope for their growth without sacrificing your peace to stay. Too many hearts have been broken because they thought saving someone was their mission, when in truth only God can save a soul. You are not the savior of the person you are with. You are not their healer. You are not their God. Stop trying to do what only God can do and start listening to what God is telling you about where your heart belongs. And here is a sobering truth. The wrong person can cost you not just years, but generations. Because who you choose to bind yourself to will shape not only your life, but the lives of your children and their children after them. The wrong relationship is not just a personal mistake. It becomes a legacy of pain passed down. The battles you refuse to face today will become the burdens your children will have to carry tomorrow. But if you trust God enough to walk away from the wrong person, you are not only protecting yourself, you are protecting the generations yet to come. Do not underestimate the weight of this choice. Who you give your heart to shapes your destiny, and destiny shapes generations. God is calling you to break the cycle of settling so your children can inherit a legacy of strength, not of regret. And let me say this with fire. Sometimes the wrong person is not sent by accident, they are sent as a distraction. The enemy of your soul knows that if he can tie you to the wrong person, he can delay or even derail the mission God has for you. He knows that the wrong relationship can sap your energy, cloud your vision, and silence your prayers. While you are busy wrestling with heartbreak, you are too distracted to rise into your calling. While you are consumed with keeping someone who is draining you, you have no strength left to build what God has placed in your hands. This is why discernment is critical. Not everyone who enters your life is a gift from God. Some are traps meant to detour you. Pray not only for love, but for clarity. Pray not only for companionship, but for discernment. Ask God to reveal whether the person you are with is a divine assignment or a destructive distraction. But here is the hope. God is merciful and His arms are always open. Even if you have wasted years in the wrong relationship, even if your heart has been broken, even if you feel ashamed of the choices you have made, God can restore you. He can heal the scars. He can redeem the time. He can lift you from the ashes of what was wrong and set your feet on the path of what is right. But you must surrender. You must acknowledge what God has been showing you. You must be willing to release the counterfeit so He can give you the authentic. Do not cling to the ashes when God is offering you a crown. Do not dwell in regret when God is offering you redemption. Every step you take in obedience to God brings you closer to the destiny He has prepared. My friend, let me tell you something that may be hard to hear, but it is the truth you must face if you truly want to be free. Sometimes God allows your heart to break in order to save your soul. Sometimes the pain of separation is the very tool He uses to keep you from greater destruction. You may see the ending of a relationship as loss, but God sees it as protection. You may weep over what slipped from your hands, but God knows that what you are crying for is not worthy of the destiny He has placed inside you. Do not call it rejection when in reality it is redirection. Do not call it heartbreak when in reality it is deliverance. God knows what you cannot see, and He removes what you refuse to release. Think of it this way. If you are holding a handful of thorns, bleeding with every grip, yet refusing to let go, how can God place a crown of blessing upon your hands? He cannot fill what is already clenched in pain. He cannot pour new wine into a broken vessel that refuses to be healed. When you cling to the wrong person, you are closing your hands to the right one. And sometimes God in His mercy must pry open your fingers so that you do not destroy yourself in the name of holding on. Do not mistake His mercy for cruelty. Do not mistake His discipline for abandonment. God is not trying to hurt you. He is trying to heal you. Another truth you must never forget is this. Love without God's foundation will always collapse under pressure. You may have attraction. You may have passion. You may even have moments of happiness. But if the root is not anchored in God, the storm will uproot it. The winds of life will come. Disagreements will come. Trials will come. And if God is not at the center, what you built will not stand. Too many people enter relationships hoping their feelings will be enough. But feelings are fragile. They shift like sand. Only God is the rock strong enough to hold two souls together. If your relationship has no room for prayer, no room for reverence, no room for surrender to God, then it is built on sand, and sooner or later it will sink. But let me go deeper. The wrong person does not just steal your peace, they steal your vision. They cloud your eyes so that you no longer see what God placed in your spirit. You once had goals, but now you are distracted. You once had courage, but now you are timid. You once had fire, but now you are drained. The wrong person can dim the brightest flame until you forget it was ever burning. And if you allow them, they will convince you that you never had a purpose beyond serving their needs. That is the most dangerous thing about being tied to the wrong person. You begin to believe the lie that this is all your life will ever be. But God did not create you to live in shadows. He created you for light. He created you for purpose. He created you for victory. And if someone in your life is consistently blinding you to that truth, then you must see them for what they are, not a gift, but a chain. You may ask, but what if I love them too much to let go? Then I must answer you with conviction. Do you love them more than you love God? Because if the answer is yes, then you have made them an idol in your heart. And idols always destroy the one who worships them. God has commanded that nothing should take his place. Not wealth, not status, not power, and certainly not another person. When you love someone more than you love God, you will tolerate what he never intended you to accept. You will justify what he never approved. You will stay in what he has been calling you out of. My friend, do not let your heart dethrone God for the sake of another human being. No matter how strong your emotions may be, they must never outrun your devotion to God. And remember this, the wrong person will never celebrate the fullness of who you are. They will tolerate parts of you, but suppress the rest. They will love the version of you that serves their needs, but resent the version of you that shines too brightly. They will encourage you only when it benefits them, but grow cold when your success outgrows their comfort. That is not love. Love aligned with God rejoices when you flourish. It celebrates when you rise. It prays for your victories and stands beside you in your struggles. If someone cannot handle your growth, they are not equipped for your destiny. And if you shrink yourself just to keep them, you are betraying the very gift God placed inside you. Some of you have been praying for clarity, asking God for a sign, and he is answering you right now through this very message. The unease in your spirit is not random. It is God's alarm. The tears you cry at night are not unnoticed. They are God's way of nudging you toward freedom. The conflict in your soul is not weakness. It is the battle between your will and God's will. And I must warn you, the longer you resist, the louder the pain will become. God does not stop calling you. But when you ignore his call, the road becomes harder, the weight becomes heavier, and the heartbreak becomes deeper. It is always better to obey God early than to learn the lesson late. But here lies the promise. If you obey, if you release, if you trust, God will not only heal what is broken, he will exceed what you thought was possible. He will replace the counterfeit with the genuine. He will restore your peace, renew your strength, and realign your destiny. He will open doors you thought were closed and bring people into your life who will honor him alongside you. God does not take without giving. He does not empty without refilling. He does not close one chapter without preparing the next. The wrong person is not the end of your story. They are only the obstacle you must overcome to step into the next level of God's plan. Do not let guilt hold you hostage. Some of you feel guilty at the thought of leaving. You fear what others will say. You worry about disappointing family, friends, or even the person themselves. But let me tell you, your first responsibility is not to please people. It is to please God. You are not accountable to the opinions of others. You are accountable to the one who gave you life, the one who shaped you, the one who will judge you. And on that day when you stand before Him, no excuse about "I stayed because I was afraid" will be enough. Choose now to honor Him above all else. Choose now to live in obedience, not in fear. And finally, know this: when you are with the wrong person, your prayers will always feel heavy. But when you are aligned with God's will, your prayers will flow with power. There is a difference between praying for survival and praying with purpose. When you are with the wrong person, your prayers revolve around asking God to fix what keeps breaking. But when you are with the right person, your prayers turn into thanksgiving, vision, and partnership with God. One drains you, the other empowers you. One keeps you stuck in cycles. The other propels you forward into destiny. The choice before you is clear. Will you stay bound to what drains you, or will you step into what God has prepared for you? My friends, let me press this truth deeper into your hearts, because the decisions we make about who we bind ourselves to will echo for years, for generations, and even into eternity. Many are drawn by the allure of feelings, by the charm of appearances, by the fleeting rush of attraction. But God is not deceived, and He will not let your soul rest if you walk willingly into a trap. Love is sacred because it was God who first placed it in the human heart. Love is not man's invention, it is God's. And when you twist it, when you settle for a counterfeit, when you give your heart to someone who is not leading you closer to God, but instead dragging you further from His light, then you are choosing chains instead of freedom. You cannot build a life of peace on a foundation of compromise with darkness. You cannot plant the seeds of holiness in soil that is poisoned with rebellion. And yet, how many keep clinging to relationships that grieve the heart of God? They tell themselves, maybe things will change. Maybe if I try harder, if I sacrifice more, if I ignore the red flags long enough, this person will become who I need them to be. But God never calls you to sacrifice your soul to rescue someone else's rebellion. God never asks you to trade your peace for someone else's chaos. That is not love. That is bondage. There is a love that leads to life, and there is a love that leads to destruction. The wrong person will never push you higher. They will pull you lower. They will diminish your vision, distract you from your purpose, and weaken your strength in God. The wrong person will make you question your worth, distort your values, and dull your sensitivity to the voice of God. But when you are aligned with the right person, your faith grows stronger, your spirit becomes sharper, your purpose burns brighter, and together you walk in the light of God's blessing. Do not be deceived by the temporary thrill of being wanted by someone who does not honor God, for their desire cannot secure your destiny. Only God can do that. God is calling some of you today to let go of the hand you are holding, to release the grip on a relationship that has already shown you it is not built on truth. You are clinging to a person as if they are your Savior, but salvation belongs to God alone. You are clinging to their attention as if it can define your worth, but your worth has always been declared by God, and no man or woman can alter it. Do not mistake possession for love. Do not mistake passion for purity, and do not mistake comfort for calling. The wrong person can feel right to your flesh and yet be wrong to your spirit. Hear me with all the urgency of heaven. God does not want you entangled in a love that suffocates your calling. God does not want you trapped in a union that keeps you in constant conflict with His Word. He does not want your nights filled with confusion, your days filled with regret, your prayers drowned out by someone's disrespect. God wants you free. He wants you whole. He wants you in alignment with His will, walking with a heart that beats in rhythm with His purpose. The wrong person will fight against that purpose, but the right person will fuel it. Do not think that letting go means you are losing. No, letting go is the moment you choose to win. Because the greatest victories are not always seen in battles fought, but in chains broken. Sometimes the hardest fight is walking away. But in that step of obedience, you are telling God, I trust you more than I trust this feeling. I trust you more than I trust this attachment. I trust you to provide better than what I am clinging to right now. And God honors that kind of faith. He honors the one who puts his will above their own desires. Beloved, there is nothing lonelier than being bound to the wrong person. There is nothing heavier than carrying a love that God did not bless. You will smile in public and cry in private. You will pretend to be happy but feel empty inside. That is not the life God has for you. God's design is not misery disguised as love. His design is not compromise disguised as devotion. His design is truth, peace, growth, and holiness. And when you recognize the signs that you are with the wrong person, do not ignore them. Do not explain them away. Do not bury them under excuses. God gave you discernment for a reason. When your peace evaporates, when your joy diminishes, when your spiritual fire grows dim, pay attention. These are not just emotions. They are warnings from the Spirit of God telling you that this path is dangerous. My friends, what God has for you will never require you to lose Him in the process. What God has for you will never demand that you silence your conscience, abandon your values, or sacrifice your calling. What God has for you will align with His truth, not twist it. It will lift you up, not tear you down. It will give you strength, not drain your soul. The wrong person is a weight. The right person is a wing. The wrong person will hold you back, but the right person will help you soar. So I plead with you, stop pretending you don't see the truth. Stop ignoring the quiet voice of God in your spirit. Stop delaying obedience because you are afraid of loneliness. God will never leave you empty when you surrender to Him. If He asks you to walk away, it is only because He has something greater for you. Trust His wisdom, not your emotions. Trust His timing, not your desperation. Trust His plan, not your fears. God is not against love. He is the author of it. But He will not bless a love that destroys your soul. And if you find yourself in such a place today, take courage because God is giving you the strength to walk out, to stand up, to choose Him over everything else. And when you do, you will discover that the love you were clinging to was never love at all. It was a counterfeit. True love flows from God, and anything that comes from Him will never pull you away from Him. My friends, listen carefully as I draw this to a close. Love is one of the most powerful gifts God has given to humanity. But it was never meant to be misused, twisted, or spent on someone who drags you away from His light. The greatest tragedy is not being alone. The greatest tragedy is being tied to the wrong person while your heart cries out for God. Do not trade your eternal peace for temporary comfort. Do not trade your purpose for a fleeting pleasure. Do not trade the voice of God for the whispers of someone who has no intention of honoring Him. If the signs are before you, if the evidence is clear, if your spirit is restless and God is tugging at your heart, then the choice lies in your hands. God will not force you, but He will warn you. He will not chain you, but He will call you. And when you listen, when you obey, when you trust Him enough to walk away from what is wrong, you are not stepping into emptiness. You are stepping into freedom. You are not losing love. You are making room for the love that God has prepared for you. A love that is pure. A love that strengthens. A love that does not compromise your soul, but aligns with His will. The wrong person will drain your spirit, but the right person in God's timing will pour life into it. The wrong person will close your eyes to God, but the right person will open them wider to His majesty. The wrong person will have you questioning who you are, but the right person will remind you daily of who God says you are. That is the difference between counterfeit and truth, between bondage and blessing, between destruction and destiny. Today, I urge you to make a choice. Choose God above everything else. Allow Him to guide your every step. Allow Him to protect your heart. Allow Him to shape the path that lies ahead. Trust Him enough to release what He never intended for you. And trust Him enough to wait patiently for what He has already prepared. Because when God is the author of your story, it always unfolds more powerfully, more beautifully, and far better than anything you could create yourself. This is your moment to rise in faith, to walk away from what is not meant for you, and to root your heart in His divine plan. For within Him there is no fear, no confusion, no regret, only peace, truth, and an unfailing love that endures forever. My friend, lean in and hear this with your whole heart tonight. You are not here by mistake. You didn't stumble upon these words by random chance. You didn't arrive at this very moment through coincidence. God Himself brought you here, and there's a reason for it. He wants to speak something that could shift the entire direction of your life. God is guiding you towards someone who already carries love for you in their spirit. You may not see it right now. You may not feel it yet. But heaven is aligning your path piece by piece. God is arranging, directing, and shaping your steps toward a relationship that won't just touch your heart. It will reveal that His hand has been covering your life from the very beginning. Some of you listening feel abandoned. You've been broken. You've been rejected. You've been left behind. You've wondered if anyone could ever truly care for you as you are. You've carried the weight of loneliness like a heavy stone on your chest. And in the midnight hour, when no one else saw your tears, you asked, "Does anyone even see me? Does anyone even want me?" And I tell you this with authority. God saw you. God heard you. God cared for you even in that moment. And now He is leading you to someone who already loves you. Not because of what you can offer, not because of your performance, not because of your achievements, but because of who you are in the eyes of God. The world has taught us to chase love, to chase approval, to chase validation. But hear me, when God leads, you don't have to chase. You only have to walk. When God prepares, you don't have to beg. You only have to believe. And when God appoints someone into your life, you will not have to force their love. It will already be there. God is not the author of confusion. When He sends the right person, it will not come with chains of fear, but with the peace of His guidance. So many of you have wasted years running after people who never saw your value. You've poured your heart out to those who trampled on it. You've loved those who could not love you back. But let me tell you something. Rejection is not the end of your story. Rejection is often the redirection of God. Every no you faced was not a punishment, but a protection. Every door that closed was not God abandoning you. It was God saving you from what was not meant to hold your heart. He was preparing you for someone who already carries the love He intends for you. You see, human love can be selfish. It can be conditional. It can be shallow. But the love that God plants in the right person for you, it is steadfast. It is pure. It is lasting. And when you step into that God-ordained connection, you will realize that the delays, the heartbreaks, the waiting were all leading you here. God never makes mistakes. He knows who needs to be in your life, and if you trust His timing, if you trust His direction, He will not disappoint you. Some of you have been questioning the silence of God. You've been asking, why has He not answered yet? Why do I still feel alone? Let me remind you, silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. God is weaving together a story greater than what you can see. And sometimes before He places someone in your life who already loves you, He must first teach you to love yourself as He sees you. He must first heal the wounds of yesterday so that when this love appears, you don't sabotage it with your fears. God is a God of order. He is preparing you as much as He is preparing them. Let me speak directly to your heart now. Do not settle. Do not lower your standards to fit into someone else's story. Do not compromise your worth just to avoid being alone. Because if you force yourself into the wrong relationship, you will miss the one that God has already prepared for you. The right person, the one God is leading you to, will not make you feel less, will not make you doubt your value, will not break your spirit. They will carry a love that reflects the care and thoughtfulness of God Himself. And here is the beauty of it. This person already loves you. Before you meet them, before the introduction, before the crossing of paths, their heart is already inclined towards you. Do you know why? Because God has already placed you in their spirit. He has already whispered your name into their destiny. He has already planted in them a readiness to love the one He will bring. You are not going to have to fight for their affection, because their affection is already aligned with God's design. When God says He is leading you to someone who already loves you, it means you are not walking into manipulation. You are not walking into games. You are not walking into exploitation. You are walking into confirmation, a confirmation that God's hand has been on your journey, a confirmation that His plan for you includes companionship, partnership, and love that will honor Him. But I must caution you, my friend, the enemy will always try to distract you before the blessing. He will always bring counterfeits before the real. He will try to convince you to grasp at what looks good on the surface, but is rotten underneath. And if you are not anchored in the guidance of God, you may confuse temporary attention with lasting love. That is why you must remain in prayer, remain in faith, remain in patience, so that when God presents the person who already loves you, your spirit will recognize them immediately. You don't need to perform to be loved by the one God sends. You don't need to chase. You don't need to beg. Real love, the kind God ordains, meets you where you are, accepts you as you are, and grows with you into all you are called to be. That is the kind of love God is preparing for you. Some of you feel unworthy. You say, but I've made too many mistakes. I've been too broken. I've been too scarred. Let me tell you something. God does not lead based on your past. He leads based on His plan. He is not limited by your failures. He is not intimidated by your scars. The person He is leading you to is not blinded by your past. They are already prepared to embrace you fully. You are not too broken to be loved. You are not too far gone to be chosen. You are not disqualified from what God has prepared. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Walk with faith. Because even now, while you're listening to these words, God is aligning steps. He is orchestrating encounters. He is setting in motion the very path that will bring you to the one who already loves you. And when it happens, you will not have to ask this from God. You will know because peace will rest upon it, because confirmation will be undeniable, because love will not just be spoken, it will be lived, it will be proven, it will be steadfast. And perhaps right now you don't feel ready. Perhaps you are afraid of being hurt again. That's all right. God is patient. He is working on your heart. He is healing wounds you don't even know are still there. And when the time is right, He will bring this person not to complete you. For God alone is your completeness, but to complement you, to walk beside you, to journey with you as you both fulfill the greater purpose He has written. There is something you must understand about the way God works. He does not throw lives together in chaos. He does not allow His children to wander endlessly without purpose. Every connection, every meeting, every path that crosses another is woven into His design rope. God is not careless. He is intentional. And if He is leading you to someone who already loves you, then every step of your past, yes, even the painful ones, was part of the preparation. Think about this. The tears you shed in solitude, the nights when loneliness pressed upon your chest like a weight too heavy to bear, were not wasted. They were watering the soil of your future. God was softening your heart, shaping your spirit, teaching you empathy so that when love appears, you will not take it for granted. The rejections you faced were not merely losses. They were protections. God was shielding you from hands that were never meant to hold you. And the silence you endured was not neglect. It was training. Training you to listen, to discern, to trust Him above all. God is not sending you just anyone. He is not leading you into another cycle of heartache. He is leading you to someone He has prepared, someone whose heart already beats with love for you, someone whose spirit already resonates with yours even before you meet. This is not the shallow affection of fleeting attraction. It is the deep current of divine design. But here is a truth that many overlook. Before you can recognize the person who already loves you, you must first learn to recognize the hand of God. If your eyes are fixed on your own desires, you will be deceived by appearances. If your ears are tuned only to the noise of the world, you will miss the whisper of God. But if you anchor yourself in Him, if you learn to hear His voice in the quiet, you will see the difference between a counterfeit and the real. God will never lead you to confusion. He will never guide you into destruction. His path may stretch your patience, but it will always protect your heart. And so I must tell you, wait. Do not rush ahead of God. Do not grasp at what seems available just because you are tired of being alone. Loneliness is dangerous because it can make you accept what is less than God's plan. But if you can stand firm in the waiting, if you can trust that God is arranging something greater than what you see, then when the right moment comes, your patience will be rewarded beyond measure. The person who already loves you will not just walk into your life. They will fit into your life as though God carved the space for them from the very beginning. Many of you have prayed, God, send me someone who will love me. And you've wondered why it has not happened yet. Could it be that God has already answered your prayer but is still preparing the introduction? You see, timing is everything. If you meet too soon, you might not be ready. If you meet too late, you may grow weary. But God is perfect in His timing. He knows when both hearts are prepared. He knows the exact season when the crossing of paths will ignite destiny. Some of you doubt this because of what you've been through. You say, "But I have been betrayed. I have been left alone too many times. How can love still be possible for me?" My friend, God does not operate within the limits of your pain. He operates from the abundance of His power. Your scars do not disqualify you. In fact, your scars are part of the story that makes your love stronger, deeper, more resilient. The one who already loves you is not deterred by your scars. They will see them as evidence of your survival, as proof of the strength God has built within you. Now let me take you deeper. This love that God is preparing for you is not only about companionship, it is about purpose. You see, God never unites people without a reason. He does not bring lives together for mere comfort. He brings them together for destiny. The one He is leading you to will not only love you, they will sharpen you. They will challenge you. They will inspire you to walk more fully in what God has called you to be. And you will do the same for them. Together your union will shine as a testimony of God's faithfulness. This is why you must not compromise. This is why you cannot settle. Because if you tie yourself to the wrong person, you will be pulled away from your destiny. But if you trust God's leading, He will not only give you love, He will give you alignment. He will send you someone whose vision complements yours, whose strength lifts you, whose faith pushes you closer to God. That is the kind of love worth waiting for. Let me remind you again, this person already loves you. Even now, while you wonder if you are forgotten, someone is praying for you. Even now, while you question if love is possible, someone's heart is already stirred by the thought of you. God has planted seeds in their soul, just as He has in yours. And when the moment comes, those seeds will bloom into a love that feels less like discovery and more like recognition. It will feel as though you've known them all along. That is how God works. His connections are not built on chance, but on destiny. Do you not see? You have been carried to this moment by the hand of God. And if He has carried you this far, will He not complete what He has begun? Will He not fulfill the promise He whispered into your soul? Do not let fear drown out His assurance. Do not let impatience rob you of His timing. He is faithful and He is leading you even now. Some of you may be asking, what do I do while I wait? The answer is simple yet profound. Draw closer to God, because the closer you are to Him, the clearer His leading becomes. The more you align your heart with His will, the more ready you will be to recognize the person He has chosen for you. Do not spend your waiting time in despair. Spend it in preparation. Work on your character. Strengthen your faith. Heal from your wounds. Because when the right person appears, you want to be ready to love them in the way God intended. Remember, love is not just about what you receive, it is about what you give. And if you are asking God to lead you to someone who already loves you, then prepare yourself to already love them in return. Let your heart be softened. Let your patience be stretched. Let your faith be deepened so that when destiny arrives, you will embrace it with open arms, not closed fists. How many lives have been wasted chasing what was never meant to last? How many hearts have been broken because people rushed ahead of God? But it does not have to be your story. You can choose to wait. You can choose to trust. You can choose to believe that God has something greater than what you see. And when you make that choice, When you rest your soul in His timing, you will be amazed at what unfolds. Because the truth is, the love that God ordains is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not dependent on circumstances. It is rooted in His will. And anything rooted in God cannot be shaken. That is the love He is preparing for you. That is the person He is leading you toward. Someone who will not just walk beside you, but will walk with you toward Him. There comes a moment in every life when the silence of waiting feels unbearable. You look around and it seems as though others are finding love, others are being chosen, others are walking hand in hand while you are left behind. And in that quiet ache, doubt whispers, maybe it will never happen for you. Maybe you are destined to be alone. But I declare to you tonight with unwavering conviction, those are not the words of God. Those are the lies of despair. God has not overlooked you. He has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you to loneliness. He is leading you, and His leading is never in vain. When God is guiding your steps, He is not merely thinking of your comfort. He is thinking of your destiny. He is orchestrating something that is bigger than a fleeting companionship. He is shaping a union that will become a reflection of His faithfulness. You see, love from God's hand is not just about filling an empty seat at your table. It is about filling your life with a partner who mirrors His care, His strength, His endurance. This person is not just meant to love you. They are meant to walk with you into the fullness of what God has written for your life. And here is the extraordinary truth. While you are here questioning, while you are here yearning, someone out there is already carrying love for you in their heart. They may not know your face. They may not yet know your name, but they are being prepared by the hand of God. Their story is being written to intersect with yours. Their path is being guided toward your path. And when that intersection happens, it will feel as if the two of you were always meant to find one another. Because you were. Do not underestimate the precision of God's design. He does not simply throw two lives together and hope for the best. He aligns them. He cultivates them. He places within them the strength to love with endurance, the patience to walk through storms, the humility to forgive, the courage to stay when others would leave. That is why the waiting is so important. Because if He gave you this person before the time was right, neither of you would be ready to carry the weight of such love. But when the moment comes, you will both be shaped by God's hand in such a way that your love will not only survive, but thrive. Do not confuse delay with denial. Just because it has not yet happened does not mean it will not. God's delays are not refusals. They are preparation. And while you are waiting, God is teaching you the discipline of trust. Because if you can trust Him in the waiting, you will trust Him in the having. And trust is the foundation of love. The person He is preparing for you is not coming to replace God in your life. They are coming to walk beside you as you both continue to follow Him. Let me speak plainly. You cannot afford to let bitterness poison your heart while you wait. Bitterness blinds you. It makes you suspicious of what God is doing. It convinces you to hold on to the past when God is trying to hand you a future. If you want to be ready for the one who already loves you, you must let go of the ones who could not. Do not carry yesterday's pain into tomorrow's promise. God cannot fill a hand that refuses to release what is broken. Surrender the pain. Surrender the disappointment. Leave it in His hands, because only then can He place in your life what He has been preparing. And hear me on this: the one God is leading you to will not come into your life as a test, but as a gift. You will not have to wonder if you are enough. You will not have to beg for their loyalty. You will not have to chase their attention. Their love will already be waiting. It will be steady. It will be sure. It will not demand that you change who you are. It will embrace who you are while encouraging you toward who you are becoming. That is the beauty of God's timing. That is the security of God's design. Now let me bring your focus to something deeper. Love is not only about the emotions of two people, it is about the purpose of God working through them. That is why you cannot settle for less than His will. The one He is leading you to will not only know how to hold your hand, but how to hold you in prayer. They will not only walk with you in laughter, but stand with you in battle. They will not only celebrate your victories, but help lift you in your struggles. Because God never sends someone into your life just to fill space. He sends them to strengthen your purpose. And don't be mistaken, this kind of love is rare. It's not shaped by the shallow patterns of this world. It's crafted by the eternal wisdom of God Himself. That's why your gaze must stay fixed on Him, because the enemy will do everything he can to distract you with counterfeits. He'll send imitations that shimmer on the surface, but carry no real depth. He'll whisper that waiting is pointless, that settling for something easy is safer than believing for something holy. But if you choose patience, if you stay rooted in the promises of God, you'll see clearly the difference between fleeting attention and everlasting love. My friend, God Himself is guiding your steps. This isn't wishful thinking. It's divine truth. Each day you walk in faith. Each day you choose trust over impatience. He's aligning your path with someone who won't just appear in your story, but will stay for a lifetime. Someone who won't treat you as an option, but as a purpose. Someone who won't love you for your usefulness, but for your essence. That kind of love isn't man-made, it's heaven-sent. Do not be surprised when the day comes that everything suddenly makes sense. The broken pieces of your past will fall into place. The rejections you endured will be seen as protection. The long nights of prayer will be revealed as preparation. And standing before you will be someone who already loves you. Someone you will recognize not only with your heart, but with your spirit. It will be as though God Himself is saying, "This is the one I have prepared for you." And peace will flood your soul. But until that moment, walk faithfully, live fully. Do not put your life on hold while you wait. Continue to grow. Continue to serve. Continue to trust God with every step. Because love is not found in desperation. It is found in destiny. And when God ordains destiny, nothing can stop it. There is a truth that must sink deep into your soul. The love God prepares for you is not fragile, it is not uncertain, and it is not conditional. It is anchored in something greater than human desire. It is anchored in the divine wisdom of God. When God places love in your path, it is not tossed by the winds of circumstance, nor broken by the weight of trials. It is sustained by the one who designed it. That is why you must not measure God's plan by the disappointments of men. Human failure does not limit divine intention. God has not changed His mind about you. What He has promised, He will fulfill. You must begin to see yourself as God sees you. Too many walk through life convinced they are unworthy of love, convinced they are too flawed, too damaged, too forgotten to be chosen. But if you could see yourself through the eyes of God, you would know you are treasured. You are precious. You are worthy of a love that endures. God does not make mistakes, and He did not make a mistake when He made you. The person He is leading you to has already been given eyes to see you in this way, not through the lens of your failures, but through the lens of your worth. But understand this: before God places that person in your life, He often takes time to separate you from those who were never meant to stay. The leaving of people who did not value you was not abandonment. It was divine removal. God cannot bring the right one into your life if you are still clinging to the wrong ones. Every ending you thought would break you is actually clearing space for the new beginning He intends for you. Do not mourn forever what God has removed. Celebrate the space He has created, because it is being prepared for something far greater. And here lies a mystery that too few grasp. The person who already loves you is not waiting to be convinced. They are waiting to be revealed. God is not in the business of forcing love. He is in the business of aligning hearts. That is why you must remain patient. Because the same way you long for someone who will love you deeply, they are longing too. They are praying. They are hoping. They are waiting, just as you are. And in God's perfect timing, the waiting will end and the longing will meet fulfillment. Think of how remarkable this is. Somewhere in this very moment, there is someone whose life is being shaped, whose spirit is being prepared, whose heart is already inclined toward you, and they do not even know it yet. That is the magnitude of God's orchestration. You are not searching in vain. You are being led. And the person who is being led to you is already carrying a love that will feel like home. Now let me speak directly to your fear. Some of you are afraid that when love finally comes, you will ruin it. You fear that your past mistakes will resurface, that your insecurities will rise, that your brokenness will push the right one away. But hear me clearly, when God leads, He also equips. He does not just give you the blessing, He gives you the strength to sustain it. The person He brings into your life will not recoil at your humanity. They will embrace it because they too have been shaped by God's grace. This will not be a love that crumbles at the first storm. This will be a love that weathers storms because it was built by God Himself. Do not let comparison steal your peace. It does not matter how long others have walked hand in hand, how quickly they found their person, or how loudly they parade their happiness. Your journey is not theirs. Your timing is not theirs. Your blessing is not theirs. God is writing a unique story for you, and the timing of it is perfect. Do not measure your life by someone else's clock. God knows exactly when to bring forth the person who already loves you. And His timing will be better than anything you could force for yourself. And understand this, when that person comes, it will not be about perfection. It will be about alignment. You will not need them to complete you because God alone completes you. You will not expect them to heal your wounds because only God heals. Instead, you will walk together as two whole people chosen by God to complement each other. This is why you must continue to grow in Him. Now, the healthier your spirit, the stronger your love will be when it arrives, God. But let me press this point with urgency. Do not sabotage what God is preparing by entertaining what He is not. The enemy knows the power of God-ordained love, and he will send distractions. People who look appealing but cannot endure, people who speak well but do not live well, people who appear to love but cannot commit. Do not let impatience make you settle for a counterfeit. Counterfeit love always costs more than it gives. But the love God ordains, it multiplies, it strengthens, it restores. It is the kind of love that adds and never subtracts. So I tell you, guard your heart, guard your faith, guard your waiting. Because when the time comes, it will all make sense. Every tear will be explained. Every rejection will be justified. Every unanswered question will be resolved. And you will see with your own eyes that God was not silent. He was strategic. He was not withholding. He was preparing. He was not punishing. He was protecting. Can you imagine the day when you finally see the one God has prepared for you? It will not feel like the start of something uncertain. It will feel like the continuation of something eternal. Your spirit will recognize theirs, and theirs will recognize yours. And you will realize that while you were waiting, God was weaving. While you were hoping, God was aligning. While you were praying, God was answering. That is the power of His leading. And this is why you must remain steadfast. Because love that comes from God is not rushed. It is revealed. It is not taken. It is given. It is not demanded. It is discovered. And when you discover it, you will know beyond doubt that it could not have come from anyone but Him. Lift your faith higher tonight. Refuse to believe the lie that you are alone. Refuse to accept the notion that your story is over. God is still writing. He is still moving. He is still guiding. And the person who already loves you is not far. They are in His hands, being prepared just as you are. Trust His hand. Trust His timing. For when it unfolds, you will see the beauty of a plan that could only have been written by God. There are moments when the weight of loneliness presses so heavily upon a soul that it feels as though God has forgotten to write their name into the story of companionship. But my friend, God does not overlook you. God does not abandon you. God is not indifferent to the cries that rise from the secret places of your heart. He who formed the heavens and the earth knows the deepest yearning of your being. And He has already begun weaving together the unseen threads of your life to bring you face to face with someone who already carries a love that reflects His goodness. You see, love does not begin the day two people meet. Love begins in the heart of God, who plants it long before the eyes ever meet or the hands ever touch. That is why I say with absolute certainty, God is leading you to someone who already loves you. The world may try to tell you that love is something you must chase, that you must strive, manipulate, or compromise your worth to find it. But hear this truth. What comes from God cannot be taken by force, nor can it be diminished by delay. The one God has prepared for you does not need to be persuaded to see your value. They already love you with a love that has been nurtured in prayer, in patience, in the quiet chambers of their own soul, where they too have cried out to God. And God, who hears both hearts, has been preparing the day when paths will cross, when prayers will meet in flesh and bone, and when love that was once invisible will become a living reality. Do not mistake waiting for being forgotten. The season of waiting is sacred. It is not wasted. God uses it to mold your heart, to purify your desires, to strengthen your faith, so that when He brings that person into your life, you are ready to receive the gift without fear, without insecurity, without the shadows of your past dictating the joy of your present. Many people miss this truth because they confuse delay with denial. But if God is delaying, it is not because He has no intention of answering. It is because He desires the blessing to arrive at its appointed time when it will shine brightest and last longest. And let me tell you this, when God says He is leading you to someone who already loves you, it is not just about romance. It is about alignment with His divine will. The person He leads you to will not only love you in word or emotion, but will love you with actions rooted in faith, with sacrifices born out of devotion, with loyalty that cannot be shaken by storms. This is not the shallow affection that fades when seasons change. This is a love born out of the fear of God, a love that understands the sacred responsibility of cherishing what God has entrusted. When such a person loves you, they are not simply loving your smile or your achievements. They are loving the soul God has placed within you. And that is a love that does not fade with time. There will be moments when doubt whispers, "What if I am not worthy of such love?" But let me assure you, if God has written this blessing into your story, then your worth is already settled. You do not earn love by striving. You receive love because God has declared you deserving of it through His mercy and wisdom. Stop rehearsing your past mistakes. Stop condemning yourself with old failures. Stop believing the lies that say no one could truly love you. God has already ordained someone who sees beyond your scars and recognizes the treasure within you. And when God reveals them, you will understand why every disappointment, every heartbreak, every lonely night was necessary. Because all of it was preparing you to value the love He was sending your way. I must tell you this with urgency. Do not sabotage what God is preparing by settling for counterfeits. Too many hearts grow weary in the waiting and grasp at whatever passes by, mistaking attention for love, mistaking passion for commitment, mistaking companionship for destiny. But listen, when love is from God, it does not require you to diminish yourself. It does not require you to compromise your faith. It does not demand that you abandon your dignity. The person God is leading you to will honor you because they honor God. They will protect you because they understand you are a trust from the Almighty. They will cherish you not for what they can take, but for what they can give. That is the difference between human desire and divine design. So lift up your head and walk in faith. When you feel forgotten, remind yourself that God is still writing. When you feel abandoned, remind yourself that God is still guiding. When you feel unlovable, remind yourself that God is still preparing. The promise of God is not empty and His hand is not slow. The one who already loves you is being shaped by the same God who is shaping you. And at the appointed time, your paths will meet, and you will see with your own eyes what your heart has believed all along. That God is faithful and His love never fails. Every story of God's guidance is marked by patience, but every testimony of His provision is marked by joy. Yours will be no different. You will one day look back on this season of uncertainty and thank God for not letting you rush, for not letting you settle, for not letting you give up. You will see that His timing was perfect. His choice was flawless, and His plan was greater than anything you could have orchestrated on your own. God is leading you, and He is leading you well. Trust Him, for the one who already loves you is also trusting Him, waiting for you, praying for you, and longing for the day God unites your lives under His divine plan. And now I tell you with all the weight of truth in my heart, do not doubt what God has already declared over your life. God has written your story with care. He has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you to wander endlessly. He is leading you step by step to someone who will not only stand beside you, but will love you with a love that has been planted in their heart by God Himself. That love will not fade. It will not be shallow. It will not break under pressure. It is anchored in the eternal power of the one who is love itself. Do not let fear steal the beauty of this promise. Do not let impatience push you toward what was never meant for your heart. Do not let the pain of yesterday blind you to the goodness that's still ahead. The hand of God never trembles. His design is perfect. His timing is divine. And when He finally brings you face to face with the one He has chosen for you, you'll realize that every tear, every quiet prayer, every night of waiting carried purpose. It was heaven shaping you to receive what only His wisdom could craft. Hold on tight, my friend. Stand your ground in faith. Keep your heart lifted in trust. For soon you'll look back and declare, God has truly been faithful. God has truly led me well. And in that moment, you'll see clearly, it was never chaos, never confusion, but God gently guiding you toward the embrace of someone who already carries your love within them. Because that love was planted by His own hand. And when it finally meets you, it will mirror His endless, holy love. My friend, let me ask you something today. What do you do when life itself seems to corner you with the impossible? What do you do when the doctor shakes his head and says there's no cure left to try? What do you do when your wallet is empty, your heart is weary, your family's breaking apart, and every door you knock on stays shut? What do you do when the weight of life pushes you to your knees and every whisper around you says, "It's over"? I tell you, lift your eyes to heaven, for the same God who scattered the stars and spoke light into being knows the silent cry of your heart, even in the middle of what feels impossible. He hears the prayers you can't put into words. He counts the tears that fall unseen in the darkness. He knows your every longing, your every need, even the ones that seem unreachable. And He alone holds the power to make what seems impossible bow to His will. There is no darkness so deep that God's light cannot pierce through. No wall so high that He cannot bring it down with a single word. No storm so violent that He cannot calm it with His breath. The impossible is not the end of your story. It is where the glory of God begins to shine. It is the place where human strength collapses and divine power rises. Many of you listening today are burdened under the weight of circumstances that you cannot change. You have prayed, you have waited, and you have asked, where is the breakthrough? Where is the answer? Hear me now. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean God is not working. Just because the ground looks barren doesn't mean the seed is not sprouting underneath. Just because the night feels long doesn't mean the dawn is not on its way. God knows your desire even when the situation looks impossible, and He has not forgotten you. Do you know why God allows you to face the impossible? Because it is in those moments that you discover who He really is. When all human help is gone, when every option fails, when every friend turns away, then you find that God is enough. You may have thought your faith was strong when the path was easy, but faith is not proven in comfort. It is proven in crisis. Faith is not revealed on the mountaintop. It is revealed in the valley. And God knows exactly what He is doing. He knows your heart's desire. He knows the prayers you have whispered in the stillness of the night. He knows the longing that burns inside of you, the need that others cannot see, the dream you have carried for years. And God is saying to you today, do not be afraid, do not give up. I am the God of the impossible. Some of you are listening right now and you have been carrying an unfulfilled desire for years. Maybe it is the desire to see your family restored. Maybe it is the desire to rise out of poverty. Maybe it is the desire to walk in peace when your mind has been tormented. Maybe it is the desire to break free from a chain that has held you for too long. And you say to yourself, "This is impossible." But I am here to declare to you what is impossible with men is possible with God. The doctors may not have the cure, but God holds the keys of life and death. The judges may not give you justice, but God is the judge of all the earth, and He does not sleep. The doors of opportunity may be locked to you, but God is the one who opens doors no man can shut. He knows your desire, and He is not limited by the word impossible. The reason many of us faint in the waiting is because we think God has forgotten us. But God does not forget. God does not misplace His people. God does not miscalculate His timing. God does not overlook your prayers. The waiting season is not wasted, lo. It is the season in which God shapes you, molds you, prepares you for what is coming. You think you are standing still, but God is working beneath the surface. You think nothing is changing, but God is aligning circumstances you cannot see. He is moving hearts, shifting atmospheres, removing obstacles, breaking chains. And when the time is right, the very thing you thought could never happen will break forth like a flood. Your desire is not hidden from Him. Your tears are not wasted. Your faith is not in vain. I want you to think about this. When a child cries in the night, the parent hears. Even if the house is filled with noise, the parent recognizes the sound of that child. And if an earthly parent can respond to the cry of their child, how much more will God respond to the cry of His people? Your cries do not go unnoticed. Your prayers do not rise into emptiness. They ascend before the throne of the Almighty, and He bends His ear to listen. The silence of heaven is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of something greater than you imagined. He knows your desire in the impossible situation, and He is not silent forever. Sometimes God allows the situation to grow darker so that when the breakthrough comes, no one can say it was human strength. Sometimes God lets the odds stack against you so that when the victory arrives, everyone will know it was His hand. Sometimes He waits until the last moment so that the glory will belong to Him alone. That is why your impossible situation is not a curse. It is an opportunity for God to show His greatness. You may feel weak, but God is strong. You may feel small, but God is infinite. You may feel forgotten, but God's eyes are always on you. When the world says finished, God says not yet. When the enemy says impossible, God says, watch me work, my friend. Hear me closely. When you look at your life and see the mountain that will not move, when you stare at the river that you cannot cross, when the giant in front of you seems stronger than anything you have ever faced, I want you to remember one thing. God knows. God knows your pain, your hunger, your desire, your prayer. He knows the secret longing of your heart. He knows the very thing you have been afraid to speak aloud. He knows what weighs you down in the night and what steals your peace in the day. And He does not only know, He has already measured it, already written the answer, already carved the pathway that will lead you out of what seems impossible. Many people say, I want God to remove the impossible situation. But beloved, sometimes God does not remove it. He transforms it. Sometimes He does not erase the mountain. He gives you the strength to climb it. Sometimes He does not dry up the river. He builds the bridge that carries you across. Sometimes He does not silence the storm. He anchors your soul so deeply in Him that the storm loses its power to destroy you. This is why you must never judge God by your present circumstance. He is bigger than what you see. He is wiser than what you know, and He knows what is good for you even when you cannot understand why the delay is long or why the road is difficult. His knowledge surpasses the wisdom of all men, and His timing is perfect. Let me tell you, desire is not something that hides from God. Desire is something He Himself placed within you. the very dream that burns in your spirit, the very hunger that drives you to your knees, that very ache in your soul, it was not placed there by accident. God put it there. And if He placed it within you, then He intends to fulfill it in His time and His way. Your desire may look impossible, but the one who gave you breath also gave you purpose. And purpose will never be denied when it is rooted in God. That is why you must never confuse delay with denial. Just because the blessing has not arrived yet does not mean it is not coming. Just because the healing has not manifested yet does not mean it is not on the way. Just because the door is still closed does not mean the key is not in God's hand. The reason some of you are broken right now is because you have been staring at the size of your problem instead of the size of your God. You have been measuring your situation by human ability instead of divine power. You have been listening to the voice of doubt instead of the voice of faith. But I came to tell you today, God is not intimidated by your impossibility. God is not limited by the laws of nature, by the verdict of men, by the reports of experts, or by the limits of time. When He decides to move, nothing can stop Him. When He chooses to open a door, no one can shut it. When He speaks life into a dead situation, even the grave must give way. Impossible is not in the vocabulary of God. And let me say this, God often uses impossibility to reveal His greatness to you. If life were easy, you would never learn to depend on Him. If every prayer were answered instantly, you would never grow in faith. If every mountain melted away at the first sign of struggle, you would never learn perseverance. But God allows the impossible to stretch you, to refine you, to deepen your trust, to strengthen your spirit, and to reveal to you that He is not a small God who works only in the shallow waters. He is the God of the deep, the God of the storm, the God of the wilderness, the God of the midnight hour. He is with you when the road is clear, and He is with you when the path is blocked. He is present when the sun shines, and He is present when the night seems endless. And all the while He knows your desire. Do you know what God is teaching you in the waiting? He is teaching you that your desire must not become your idol. Too often people love the blessing more than the giver. They crave the miracle more than the one who performs it. They want the gift more than they want the presence of God. And so in His mercy, God delays because He wants your heart first. He wants your trust first. He wants you to love Him not only for what He can give, but for who He is. And when He sees that your heart clings to Him more than to the outcome, that your faith rests in Him more than in the desire, that your joy is found in Him more than in the answer, that is when He releases the impossible into your hands. Some of you are asking, why has it taken so long? Let me tell you, time is not the enemy when God holds it. Time is the tool He uses to prepare you, to prepare the blessing, and to prepare the people around you. Some blessings are delayed because God is protecting you. Some are delayed because He is strengthening you. Some are delayed because the blessing itself is not ready yet. If He gave it too soon, it would crush you. If He answered too quickly, you might mishandle it. If He opened the door before you were mature, the very thing you prayed for could destroy you. But when the fullness of time arrives, what looked impossible will unfold in a way that leaves no doubt it was God and God alone. Beloved, I want to stir your faith today. Do not let your impossibility become your identity. Do not label yourself by your struggle. You are not defined by your lack, your sickness, your brokenness, or your failure. You are defined by the God who created you. And that God is faithful. He has not abandoned you. He has not overlooked you. He has not turned His face away from you. He is closer to you in the impossible than you realize. He is whispering to your heart even now, do not be afraid, do not lose hope. I am with you and I know your desire. My friend, there is something you must understand. Oh, the impossible situation you face is not designed to destroy you. It is designed to reveal God's strength in you. The valley you walk through may feel endless. The walls around you may feel suffocating, but God is the one who walks into the fire with you, and He never lets the flames consume you. You may think you are alone, but you are not. You may think your cries vanish into the night, but every whisper of your heart is carried straight to the throne of the Almighty. He knows your desire before you speak it, before you shape it into words, before you even recognize it yourself. He is closer than your very breath, and He has already seen the outcome long before you began the battle. There are moments when God allows the desire to remain unfulfilled for a time. Not because He delights in your struggle, but because He wants to draw you deeper into trust. The truth is this: your relationship with God is not tested when life is comfortable, but when life is unbearable. Anyone can say they trust God when the cupboards are full, when the children are healthy, when the body is strong. But what happens when the cupboards are empty? When sickness enters the home? When strength fades away? That is where trust is refined like fire. That is where faith ceases to be theory and becomes the very foundation you stand on. And when you hold on in those moments, you declare to every power of darkness and every whisper of doubt, I believe God even when I cannot see Him. I believe He knows my desire even when the answer has not yet come. Too often people give up in the waiting. They think silence means absence, but silence is not absence. It is preparation. God is not delaying because He is careless. He is delaying because He is perfect. He is positioning you, aligning circumstances, removing people who would harm you, and building strength in your spirit that you did not know you had. Think of this. A tree planted in shallow soil will collapse when the winds blow. But a tree whose roots have been forced to go deep into the ground will stand no matter what storm comes. And so it is with you. God sometimes withholds the quick answer so that your roots of faith will grow deep, so that when the blessing comes, you will be able to carry it with strength and gratitude, not with pride and weakness. Never forget this: God is not only the God of beginnings, He is the God of completion. He does not start what He cannot finish. If He has placed a desire in your heart, He will bring it to pass in the way that honors Him and fulfills you. Some of you are carrying visions that look dead. You once had a dream, a hope, a fire that burned inside you, but disappointment poured cold water over it, and now you barely dare to believe again. But God specializes in resurrecting what looks finished. He breathes life where men declare death. He restores what time has broken. He lifts up what the world has cast down. And if you would dare to believe again, if you would dare to trust again, you will see that God has not forgotten what He placed inside you. Your desire is alive in His presence, even when it looks buried in your reality. And let me tell you this: sometimes God answers not by removing the situation, but by transforming you in the middle of it. You may think the desire is only for a change in circumstance, but God is using that very circumstance to shape your character. You pray for the problem to be removed, but God is making you stronger than the problem. You pray for the door to open, but God is building endurance in you so that when the door does open, you will not crumble under the weight of the blessing. Your desire is not forgotten, but God is preparing you to carry it with wisdom and humility. What use is a blessing if you are not ready for it? What use is freedom if you do not know how to walk in it? God will not give you a gift that destroys you. He will only give you a gift that matures you, strengthens you, and brings glory to His name. Some of you are wrestling in the midnight hour saying, God, do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you know how much this means to me? And the answer is yes. He sees, He hears, He knows. But hear me clearly. God does not work according to your clock. He does not bend to your schedule. He is eternal. He knows the exact second when the answer must arrive, and He will never be late. You may feel pressed to the limit, but you will not break because He has measured the weight of your trial, and He knows exactly how much you can carry. You may feel you are at the edge, but that edge is not the end. It is the place where God's hand will lift you. Do not despise the impossible, for the impossible is the place where miracles are born. Do not curse the delay, for the delay is the place where faith matures. Do not run from the struggle, for the struggle is the place where your spirit learns to depend fully on God. You see, your desire is not simply about what you want. It is about who you are becoming. God is not only concerned with giving you the blessing, He is concerned with making you the kind of person who can honor Him with the blessing. And so He watches, He waits, He strengthens, He refines. And when the moment comes, the blessing will not be just an answer to prayer. It will be a testimony that God is faithful, that God sees, that God remembers. My friend, I must tell you this with fire in my soul. When God places you in an impossible situation, it is not to shame you. It is to shape you. The impossible is not God's way of abandoning you. It is His way of revealing Himself to you. For it is only in the furnace that gold is purified. It is only in the wilderness that strength is built. It is only in the midnight hour that faith learns to see in the dark. And God knows your desire. He knows the weight you carry. He knows the dream you nurture in secret. And He has not forgotten you. Do not mistake silence for neglect. Do not confuse waiting for rejection. God's silence is not absence. It is strategy. Just because He has not moved yet does not mean He is idle. Even when the surface looks still, beneath the soil roots are spreading, foundations are being laid, preparations are being made. God works in ways unseen so that when the answer bursts forth, it will come suddenly, powerfully, undeniably. You may feel like your story has reached its final page, but remember, God still holds the pen and the ink has not run dry. What looks impossible is simply the platform where His greatness will be revealed. Let me remind you, God is never confined by the circumstances surrounding you. People are limited by resources, by time, by strength. But God has no limits. He speaks things into existence that have never been seen before. He carves roads through wilderness and makes rivers flow through dry ground. He causes light to burst forth in the darkest night. And if He could create the universe out of nothing, He can rebuild your future from the pieces of what feels broken and lost. You might say, I have no strength left, no resources, no one beside me. But that, my friend, is exactly where the glory of God begins to shine, when nothing remains but Him. Some of you have whispered for years, God, please remember me. Hear this today. He already has. The delay is not His denial. The waiting is not wasted. Your desire has not been forgotten. God heard you the very first time you prayed. From that moment, the answer began its journey toward you. The struggle you face is not meant to destroy you, it's preparing you. It is to prepare you to carry the very thing you ask for. A vessel must be strong enough to hold the oil, or else it will break. And so God strengthens the vessel before He pours out the blessing. That is why you have faced resistance, why you have felt stretched, why the battle has been fierce. It is not because God has rejected you. It is because He is preparing you. And I tell you something more. The very impossibility that frightens you is the same impossibility that terrifies the enemy. Because the enemy knows what will happen when God breaks it open for you. The enemy knows the testimony you will carry, the lives you will touch, the strength you will release, the power of faith you will walk in. That is why he wants you to quit in the waiting. That is why he whispers lies into your mind. That is why he tells you it will never happen. But hear me, the enemy's words are dust. God's words are fire, and God's fire always burns brighter. Do not allow your desire to become a seed of bitterness. Too many let the delay twist their hearts. They say, God has forgotten me, God has overlooked me, God has abandoned me. No, He has not. Do not poison your spirit with unbelief. Hold on to faith even when your hands are trembling. Hold on to hope even when your eyes are filled with tears. For the God who gave breath to your body has not forgotten the cry of your soul. And let me go deeper. Sometimes what you think is the desire of your heart is only a shadow of something greater God wants to give you. You are asking for a small blessing, but God has a larger one in mind. You are asking for survival, but God wants to give you abundance. You are asking for the door in front of you to open, but God wants to lead you into a land you have never seen. This is why He delays, not because He ignores you, but because He intends to exceed you. He intends to give you more than what you dared to imagine. You want the possible, but God wants to show you the impossible. Beloved, faith is not believing that God can do what you think is reasonable. Faith is believing that God can do what men call ridiculous. Faith is believing that the barren can give birth, that the broken can rise again, that the prisoner can walk free, that the rejected can be chosen, that the impossible can become reality. And the moment you choose to believe, even when everything in you screams otherwise, that is the moment God moves. Listen closely, my friend. The very fact that you still have breath in your body is proof that God is not finished with you. If your story were over, you would not still be here. If your destiny had been canceled, your heart would not still be beating. God has preserved you for a reason. He has carried you through nights you thought would end you. He has sustained you in moments when you were too weak to stand. He has shielded you from dangers you never even knew were near. And why? Because He knows the desire of your heart. He knows the purpose of your life, and He is not about to let you drown in what looks impossible. There is power in knowing that God sees what men overlook. Men may dismiss your dreams as foolish, but God gave them to you. Men may mock your faith as unrealistic, but God honors it. Men may laugh at your prayers as hopeless, but God bottles every tear and records every cry. You are not invisible. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. God has been with you in every season. When you walked in joy and when you staggered in sorrow, when you stood in strength and when you fell in weakness, and through it all, He has carried the knowledge of your desire, waiting for the moment to bring it forth in His perfect timing. Do you know what separates those who see the impossible become possible and those who never do? It is persistence in faith. It is the refusal to let go of God even when everything around you screams that it is useless. It is the decision to stand in the ashes and still declare, I believe. It is the courage to say, though the night is long, I will not stop looking for the dawn. It is the resolve to trust that the one who knows the stars by name also knows the longing in your soul. And that kind of faith moves mountains because it is not rooted in circumstances. It is rooted in God. You may say, "But I am tired, I am weary, I am broken." And I tell you, yes, you may be. But God is not tired. God is not weary. God is not broken. You are leaning on the one whose strength does not fail, whose wisdom does not falter, whose love does not fade. The weight that crushes you is light to him. The burden that bends your back is nothing to his mighty hand. Stop trying to carry what only God can carry. Stop trying to fight battles that only God can win. Your desire is not accomplished by striving alone. It is fulfilled by surrender. When you lay it down before him, when you release it into his care, when you say, "God, you know best," that is when peace floods your heart and power flows into your situation. And I tell you something else. Say, God does not answer according to your impatience. He answers according to his wisdom. Sometimes we demand quick answers, but quick answers do not always produce lasting fruit. God is not interested in temporary solutions. He is interested in eternal results. That is why he takes his time, why he works in ways you cannot see, why he allows you to walk through valleys before bringing you to the mountain. He is not only concerned with giving you what you desire, he is concerned with shaping you into the person who can handle it, protect it, and multiply it for his glory. Remember this truth. Every great testimony is born in a great test. Without the trial, there is no triumph. Without the struggle, there is no strength. Without the impossible, there is no miracle. You may want the crown, but the crown is only given after the battle. You may want the harvest, but the harvest only comes after the sowing. And in the same way, your desire will be fulfilled, but only after the process has done its work in you. Do not despise the process, for the process is the hand of God preparing you for what you ask for. When you are surrounded by impossibility, when the walls close in on you and every direction seems sealed, that is not the end of your story. That is the stage upon which God shows his greatest power. The human heart often trembles when confronted with circumstances too heavy to bear. But it is in those very moments that God's presence burns brightest. What seems like a dead end to man is only a doorway for God. He has never been bound by what is possible to men. For his word created the heavens and the earth, and his command still sustains them. If he spoke existence out of nothingness, can he not bring life, order, and victory out of your situation? Do not measure your future by the limits of your resources. Do not measure God by the boundaries of human ability. The eyes of flesh will tell you there is no way. But the eyes of faith remind you that God is the way maker, the one who causes rivers to flow in the desert and bread to rain from heaven. Your desires may look foolish in the face of your trials, but remember this. Say God placed that desire in your heart, and he is able to bring it to pass in his perfect time. Never let the enemy deceive you into believing that God has forgotten you. He has not turned his face from you. He has not closed his ears to your cries. Your tears are counted. Your prayers are stored, and your trust will not be in vain. Think of how God works in the hidden places. Seeds germinate underground, unseen by the human eye, yet in due season they burst forth into life. So it is with your impossible desires. They may seem buried, lifeless, invisible, but beneath the soil of your waiting, God is working, preparing, aligning, shaping, and arranging what your eyes cannot yet see. If you can endure the silence, if you can hold on through the waiting, you will live to see the fulfillment of what God promised you. Do not despise the waiting seasons, for they are not wasted. They are wombs where miracles are formed. Many times we think God delays, but He is never late. He is not confined to our calendars, nor is He restricted by our timetables. When He moves at the perfect moment, not too early to leave it unfinished and not too late to bring despair. If your desire looks impossible today, it is because God is preparing a testimony that will leave no room for doubt. When He answers, no one will be able to say it was your strength, your wisdom, or your strategy. It will be known by all that it was the hand of God. The danger in impossible situations is not the situation itself. It is the temptation to give up hope, to stop praying, to believe the lie that God has abandoned you. That is why the enemy fights your faith so fiercely. He knows that if you keep believing, if you keep trusting, if you keep calling on God's name, then the impossible must bow to the will of the Almighty. Hold firm, therefore, refuse to let despair rob you of your confidence in God. Stand tall in faith even when the storm rages. The night may be long, but God has promised that dawn will come. Remember, God has a history of stepping into impossible places. Did He not part the Red Sea for a people with no escape? Did He not cause water to gush from a rock in a barren desert? Did He not close the mouths of lions and quench the fury of fire for those who trusted Him? And if God did it, then He can do it again. His power has not diminished. His authority has not weakened. His promises have not expired. The same God who moved in ages past is moving in your life today. So lift your head even in the valley of impossibility. Speak to your heart. Command it not to faint. Tell your soul that God is still on the throne, still ruling, still orchestrating, still delivering. Do not silence your desire, for it is the seed of what God intends to do. Your impossible desire is not a burden. It is an invitation to witness the greatness of God. He chose you to carry it, so that when it comes to pass, you will testify of His power to all who see. And let me tell you something, God loves the impossible, for it is in the impossible that His glory shines the brightest. If man could solve it, if human hands could fix it, then it would not show the power of God. But when the door is locked, when the way is blocked, when the path is dark, and when hope is gone, that is when God shows up with light, with deliverance, with power, and with victory. Therefore, do not despise your impossible season. Embrace it, for it is the very soil where God will plant His miracle. Your situation is not too far gone. Your dream is not too big. Your desire is not too outrageous. With God, nothing is impossible. And when He moves, He will move in such a way that you will weep with awe. You will fall to your knees in gratitude, and you will declare with trembling lips that God has done what no man could ever do. When you walk through the fire of impossibility, do not fear, for God is with you. When the waters of uncertainty rise against you, do not be afraid, for God holds them back with His command. The strength of man will fail, the counsel of the wise will falter, and the wealth of the powerful will crumble. But the word of God stands forever. Your situation may appear unmovable, but God is not limited by appearances. He sees beyond the visible. He works beyond the natural. He moves beyond the reach of human understanding. Where you see walls, God sees open doors. Where you see a closed chapter, God sees the unfolding of a greater story. So often we confuse impossibility with finality. We think that because we cannot see a way, there must be no way. But God does not require your eyes to see before He acts. He does not ask your mind to understand before He performs. He is not waiting for human approval to release His power. God is independent, sovereign, absolute, and limitless. What He wills, He does. What He speaks comes to pass. And what He has determined for your life, no force of darkness, no opposition of men, no chain of circumstance can stop. In your impossible desire lies a hidden truth. It is not there by accident. The longing you carry in your spirit is not random. It is planted by God to draw you into deeper dependence on Him. If you could fulfill it by your own strength, you would have no need to call upon His name. If you could reach it by your own wisdom, you would have no reason to bow in prayer. But when the desire outweighs your ability, when the dream exceeds your reach, when the mountain towers higher than your strength, then you are positioned for God to reveal His glory. And understand this, God is not only aware of your desire, He is shaping it, purifying it, and aligning it with His will. Sometimes He allows the impossible to remain just long enough to refine your heart, to strip away pride, to break self-reliance, and to anchor you more firmly in His power. God does not deny your desires to punish you. He delays to prepare you. He does not withhold because He is unkind. He waits because His timing will be perfect. You may think you are waiting on God, but often God is waiting on you to grow, to trust, to surrender, to mature. Think of Abraham, who carried a promise for years before he saw its fulfillment. Think of Moses, who wandered in the wilderness before leading his people into freedom. Think of Joseph, who dreamed of greatness but endured betrayal, slavery, and prison before rising to power. In each of these, God placed a desire that looked impossible, but in time He brought it to pass in a way that magnified His power. Your life is no different. If God has allowed you to carry an impossible desire, He has already prepared the miracle that will fulfill it. Do not let the silence of God deceive you into thinking He is absent. God's silence is not His abandonment. It is often His preparation. He is weaving threads you cannot see. He is moving hearts you cannot touch. He is arranging circumstances you cannot influence. And when the appointed time arrives, everything will fall into place so swiftly, so perfectly, that you will know it was orchestrated by His hand alone. Lift your faith higher than your fears. Refuse to let the size of your problem dictate the strength of your prayers. Do not pray according to what you see. Pray according to what God can do. For He can bring water out of stone, light out of darkness, abundance out of lack, and life out of death. When you ask, do not ask small. Do not shrink your desire to fit your human reasoning. Ask boldly, for God delights in showing His greatness. Ask faithfully, for He rewards those who trust Him fully. Ask persistently, for delay is not denial, and the waiting is never wasted. The impossible is not a barrier to God. It is a stage for His glory. And when He fulfills your desire, it will not only bless you, but it will bless everyone who sees it. People will look at your life and say, "This is the hand of God." Your testimony will become a beacon for others walking through their own impossibilities. You will be a living reminder that with God, nothing is beyond reach. So today, hold fast to your desire. Do not bury it under fear. Do not silence it with doubt. Do not hand it over to despair. Place it in the hands of God and trust that He who knows your heart also holds your future. He will not fail you. He cannot fail you. For God is faithful, and His faithfulness endures forever. And so, my friend, when you find yourself staring into the impossible, do not tremble as though you are alone. For you are not alone. God is with you. God knows the cry of your heart, the longing you dare not even whisper, the desire that feels too great to hope for. He knows the burden you carry, the dream that feels buried, the prayer that seems unanswered. And God is not blind to your tears, nor deaf to your prayers, nor distant from your pain. He is nearer than your breath, closer than your thoughts, and stronger than the storm that surrounds you. The truth you must never forget is this: impossibility is not the end. It is the doorway for God's glory to be revealed. Where you see dead ends, God sees new beginnings. Where you see failure, God sees the soil of victory. Where you see darkness, God is already preparing light. Your story is not finished. Your desire is not wasted, and your future is not forgotten. God has written it, and His hand cannot be erased. So rise up in faith. Refuse to let the weight of impossibility crush your hope. Stand firm even when everything shakes. Raise your voice in prayer even when heaven seems silent. Keep believing even when your eyes can't see a single sign. Because in God's perfect timing, every impossibility will bend to His will. And when it unfolds, it won't just fill your heart with joy, it will stand as a testimony to the world that nothing is too hard for God. Hold this truth close to your heart. The desire that lives inside your impossible situation is not a mistake. It is a divine promise of what God is preparing to fulfill. Trust Him, wait for Him, cling to Him. For the day will come when you will look back, your lips trembling and your heart overflowing with joy, and say, God saw my desire, and He has done what no one else could ever do. Have you ever lain awake in the stillness of the night, your thoughts spinning with fear about what tomorrow may bring? Wondering how the bills will be paid, how the sickness will be healed, how the door will open, or how the storm will finally pass? Have you ever felt your chest grow tight with worry, your mind tangled in endless questions, your strength slowly drained by the weight of what you cannot control? My friend, hear me now with truth and power burning in my spirit. You do not need to worry any longer because God has already worked it out for you. The battle that keeps you awake at night has already been decided in heaven's court. The fight that looks impossible has already been won by the one who reigns over all. The tears you've cried in silence have already been counted, and before your prayer ever left your lips, God had already written the answer. You've been carrying a weight that God never intended for you to bear. And tonight, I say to you, let it go, for God has already taken care of it. Worry steals your peace. It drains your joy. It steals your strength before the real battle has even begun. Worry shackles your heart in chains of fear, convincing you that you are alone, that no one hears, that no one cares. But I tell you today, you are not alone. God has gone before you. God has walked into tomorrow long before you stepped into it. God has already cleared the path you are trembling to walk on. You may see darkness, but God has already lit the way. You may see a closed door, but God has already turned the key. You may hear the voices of doubt, but God has already spoken a word of victory. Why do you tremble at shadows when the light has already shone? Why do you bow to fear when God has already given you the promise of triumph? Think of how many times you worried about something only to look back later and realize it never came to pass the way you feared. Think of how many hours you wasted in dread only to discover that God had already arranged a way out, a solution, a blessing hidden in the very place you feared. Worry is faith in the power of the problem, but trust is faith in the power of God. Which one will you give your heart to tonight? Will you let fear sit on the throne of your mind, or will you let God reign as the master of your destiny? You cannot serve both. You cannot bow to worry and claim to believe in God's power at the same time. Either God has worked it or He has not. And if you believe He has, then why torment yourself with the what-ifs? Why lose today's joy over tomorrow's unknown when tomorrow's answer is already written by the hand of God? I tell you with deep conviction, your problem is not your problem. Your real problem is your doubt in the one who has already solved it. You keep asking, but what if this doesn't work out? What if I fail? What if I'm rejected? What if the sickness grows worse? What if I lose everything? But have you ever stopped to ask, what if God has already arranged my victory? What if this very thing I fear is the key to my breakthrough? What if the rejection is actually protection? What if the failure is actually redirection? What if the door that slammed shut was never meant for me, and God is preparing something far greater? You see, worry narrows your vision to the problem, but faith lifts your eyes to see God's hand already moving in ways you cannot yet perceive. While you are pacing the floor in fear, God is arranging people, opportunities, and outcomes that you could never orchestrate on your own. While you are biting your nails in anxiety, God is whispering to the winds, commanding them to shift in your favor. While you are crying in despair, God is weaving the very threads of your pain into a tapestry of purpose. I tell you, every time you choose to worry, you are choosing to insult the sovereignty of God. Every time you let anxiety take control, you are saying that the Creator of heaven and earth is not capable of handling your situation. And is He not capable? Is the one who hung the stars in the heavens and set the oceans and their boundaries suddenly too weak to carry your burden? Is the one who formed you in the secret place, who numbered every hair on your head, who breathed life into your lungs, suddenly indifferent to your cries? My friend, do not let the enemy deceive you. God has not abandoned you. God has not forgotten you. God is not late. He is never late. He has already worked it out. Look at the mountains of your life. They look immovable, but God says they will crumble. Look at the storm that rages against you. It looks overwhelming, but God says peace is already declared. Look at the enemies who rise up against you. They look powerful, but God says they are already defeated. The path may look blocked, but God has already built a road through the wilderness. The well may look dry, but God has already spoken water into the desert. The night may look endless, but God has already commanded the morning to rise. Do you not see the worry in your heart is a lie? Because God has already written a different ending. I want you to grasp this with your whole being. The battle is not yours. It is God's. The weight is not yours, it is God's. The future is not yours to control, it is God's to unfold. You cannot add a single hour to your life by worrying. You cannot change a single outcome by fretting. You cannot bend reality by twisting yourself in knots of fear. But you can destroy your peace. You can poison your spirit. You can blind yourself to the blessings that are already being poured out. And that is exactly why worry is so dangerous. It distracts you from seeing what God is already doing. It blinds you from recognizing the answer that is already in motion. It keeps you chained to fear while God is calling you to freedom. Hear me now, every sleepless night you've endured, God has seen. Every tear that has rolled down your face in secret, God has counted. Every whispered prayer you thought went unheard, God has already answered. You think you are waiting on God, but many times it is God waiting on you to release the worry, to release the fear, to let go of the outcome, and to trust that He has already completed the work on your behalf. God does not operate on your panic. He operates on His plan, and His plan has never failed. Not once in all of history has God's purpose been defeated by the schemes of men, by the weapons of the enemy, or by the fears of the anxious. If His plan has never failed, then why should yours be any different? When you were formed, God already wrote the story of your life. Before you faced the storm, God already designed the rainbow. Before you entered the valley, God already carved the path out. Before the problem showed up, God already designed the solution. And before you even knew what to pray, God had already sent the answer. That is why you can live without worry. Because you are not walking blindly into chaos. You are walking into a future already authored by the hand of God. And if the author of life has written a script, then every page, even the painful ones, are part of a greater story that ends in victory. Do you realize what worry does to you? It makes you live twice through the same storm. Once in your imagination and then again in reality. And most of the time, reality never comes close to the nightmare you built in your mind. Worry magnifies the shadows, but it never changes the truth. And the truth is this: God has already set boundaries around your struggle. He has already measured the weight of your burden and promised not to give you more than you can bear. He has already written the end from the beginning, and your worry cannot alter what God has ordained. When you cling to fear, you are rehearsing defeat. But when you cling to faith, you are rehearsing victory before it arrives. God has already worked it. And when He works, no one can reverse it. Think about the strength of God for a moment. The mountains rise and fall at His command. The rivers carve their paths because He spoke it to be so. The sun rises faithfully because He ordered it. And yet you tremble as if your life is too complex for His wisdom. You shake as if your need is too great for His provision. You fear as if your problem could possibly outweigh His power. No, my friend, if God can command the galaxies to hold their place, He can certainly handle the weight of your tomorrow. If God can provide for the birds of the air and clothe the flowers of the field, He has already provided for you. Your fear may tell you it is uncertain, but God says it is already secured. Your doubt may whisper, it is impossible, but God says it is already done. Worry feeds on the lie that you are abandoned, but you are not abandoned. God has walked every step with you, even the ones where you felt utterly alone. When you felt abandoned by people, when you were misunderstood by family, when you stood in the crowd but felt unseen, God was watching. He was guiding. He was orchestrating. He was working things in ways that your eyes could not see. Do not let the silence of God fool you into thinking He is absent. The silence of God often means He is working on something far greater behind the curtain of your life. You may not hear His voice in the storm, but the storm itself is already under His authority. You may not see His hand in the wilderness, but the very wilderness is under His control. You think the waiting is wasted, but the waiting is where God builds the strength in you to carry the blessing He has prepared. You think the delay is denial, but the delay is often protection. You think the silence is rejection, but the silence is the soil where God is planting something that will bloom in its appointed time. Worry resists the silence, but faith embraces it. Worry screams for answers, but faith trusts that the answer is already sealed in the hands of God. And I tell you, when the appointed time comes, nothing and no one will be able to stop what God has prepared for you. Let me speak this clearly. Or Papa, your future is not in the hands of chance, it is in the hands of God. The economy is not your provider, God is. Your employer is not your master, God is. The sickness in your body does not control your destiny, God does. The betrayal of people does not define your outcome, God defines it. So why should you let worry chain you to the false belief that your life is at the mercy of circumstances? You are not at the mercy of chance. You are in the grip of God's will. And if you are in His grip, nothing can snatch you out. The reason you must let go of worry is not just because it is heavy, but because it is useless. Worry has never healed a sickness. Worry has never paid a bill. Worry has never opened a door. Worry has never restored a broken heart. All worry has ever done is rob you of the strength to endure until God's provision arrives. Worry eats away at the very energy you need to see the answer when it comes. Worry blinds you to opportunities that are standing right in front of you. Worry makes you doubt when you should be declaring. Worry keeps you on the ground when God is calling you to soar. Why would you serve such a cruel master when you could walk in the peace of God? Peace does not come when the storm ends. Peace comes when you realize that the storm is already under God's control. Peace does not come when the provision is in your hand. Peace comes when you trust that God has already released it in His time. Peace does not come when the enemy is gone. Peace comes when you understand that the enemy is already defeated by the power of God. And once you know that, once you truly grasp that worry loses its grip, fear loses its hold, anxiety loses its teeth, because you are no longer living in reaction to the storm. You are living in response to the God who commands it. Listen closely. Some of you are so consumed with worry that you cannot even enjoy the blessings God has already given you. You are surrounded by answers you once prayed for, but your eyes are fixed on the next problem. You asked God for a job and He gave it to you, but now you are consumed with fear of losing it. You asked God for provision and He supplied it, but now you worry if it will last. You asked God for strength and He strengthened you, but now you doubt whether you can make it through the next valley. Worry blinds you to the blessings you are already standing in. And if you cannot recognize today's miracle, how will you ever receive tomorrow's? No more worry. The time has come for you to rise up and declare that your life is not ruled by fear, but by faith. The time has come for you to trust the God who has never failed. The time has come for you to silence the voices in your head that tell you it will not work, and to lift your voice in praise to the God who has already worked it out. You cannot keep entertaining fear and expect to walk in freedom. You cannot keep feeding doubt and expect to live in peace. You must starve your worry and feed your faith. You must stop rehearsing the disaster and start rehearsing the promises of God. God has promised to sustain you. God has promised to guide you. God has promised to protect you. God has promised to provide for you. God has promised to never abandon you. And if God has promised, then it is already settled. Worry questions what God has already answered. Worry argues with what God has already declared. Worry resists what God has already done. But faith bows before God and says, I believe it even if I cannot see it. I trust it even if I cannot feel it. I know it is finished even if I cannot yet touch it. Tonight, I want you to let this truth burn into your spirit. Nothing you are facing today has caught God by surprise. Not the sickness, not the betrayal, not the financial strain, not the heartbreak. God knew it before you arrived at this moment. and He has already worked the outcome for your good. What you see as a problem, God may be using as a preparation. What you see as a closed door, God may be using as redirection. What you see as a loss, God may be using as protection. You do not see the full picture yet, but God does. And when the picture is complete, you will look back and say, now I understand why I had to go through that. Now I see why it didn't work out my way. Now I see why the delay was necessary. God was working all along. Some of you are standing at a crossroads in your life, paralyzed by worry because you are afraid to make the wrong move. You fear the path ahead will collapse beneath your feet. You fear the decision you make will destroy everything you have built. But hear me well, God is already in tomorrow. God has already inspected the ground you are about to walk on. God has already gone before you and marked the way. When you walk with faith, you are not stepping into the unknown. You are stepping into what God has already prepared. Worry says, what if I fail? Faith says, God has already established my steps. Worry says, what if I lose? Faith says, God has already secured my portion. Worry says, what if this destroys me? Faith says, God has already ordained that all things work together for my good. You may feel as though the world is against you. People may plot against you. Voices may rise to condemn you. Enemies may sharpen their weapons to strike at you. But do you think God is unaware? Do you think the one who sees the heart of every man cannot see their schemes? God has already disarmed them. God has already turned their curse into a blessing. God has already written the downfall of every plan formed against you. While you are trembling at their threats, God has already declared their defeat. Do not waste your energy fearing what others may do to you, because no one can undo what God has already spoken over your life. Worry thrives in the soil of the unknown. It whispers, you do not know what will happen, but God has already written your days. God has already measured your years. God has already numbered your breaths. You may not know what tomorrow holds, but you know who holds tomorrow. The unknown may terrify you, but it is not unknown to God. And if it is not unknown to God, why should it paralyze you? Your mind may not understand the plan, but your heart can rest in the assurance that God has already secured it. Worry resists the mystery, but faith embraces it, because faith trusts that even in mystery, God's hand is still moving. Let me tell you something important. Sometimes worry comes because you are staring too long at the problem. You are magnifying it in your sight, feeding it with your attention, letting it grow larger and larger until it swallows your peace. But have you turned your eyes to God? The more you look at the problem, the bigger it becomes. The more you look at God, the smaller the problem becomes. Worry grows when you fixate on what is against you. Faith grows when you fixate on the one who is for you. You cannot look at both at the same time. You must decide which direction you will fix your gaze. Will you stare at the storm, or will you lift your eyes to the one who commands the winds? Worry also comes because you are carrying what was never meant for you. You are holding responsibility for outcomes that belong to God alone. You are trying to solve problems that only God can solve. You are trying to open doors that only God can open. You are trying to heal wounds that only God can heal. And no wonder you feel crushed beneath the weight. You were never designed to be God. You were designed to trust God. You were never created to control every outcome. You were created to surrender to the one who holds every outcome in his hands. Letting go is not giving up. It is placing it in the hands of the one who has already finished the work. Understand this. Your worry does not impress God. and it does not make him move any faster. God is not stirred by your fear. He is moved by your faith. Faith is not proven by how loudly you speak in the light, but by how firmly you stand when darkness surrounds you. Faith is believing that even when no path is visible, God has already opened one. Faith is trusting that even when heaven seems silent, God has already spoken his answer. Faith is stepping forward when everything inside you wants to turn back because you know God has already gone before you. There is something powerful that happens when you finally let go of worry. Your mind becomes clear. Your heart becomes light, and suddenly you begin to see what God has been doing all along. Worry blinds, but trust opens your eyes. Worry paralyzes, but trust sets your feet in motion. Worry silences your voice, but trust fills your mouth with praise. And when you live in trust, you no longer wait in fear for tomorrow. You rest in peace, knowing that tomorrow is already secured. Think of the seasons of your life. The seed does not worry when it is buried in the soil. It trusts that its time will come. The tree does not worry when winter strips its branches bare. It trusts that spring will return. The river does not worry when the rocks block its way. It trusts that the water will carve a new path. So why do you, made in the image of God, worry when your life enters a season of silence or loss or delay? If the creation trusts the Creator, should you not do the same? God has already determined the season of your breakthrough. God has already commanded your harvest. God has already appointed your time of renewal. The seed may wait in darkness, but its future is secure. And so is yours. Some of you are holding on to memories of failure and using them as fuel for worry. You say, I tried before and it didn't work. I prayed before and nothing changed. I hoped before and I was disappointed. But do you not know that God is not limited by your past? The failure you fear so much is not the end. It was the preparation. The disappointment you carry is not the verdict. It was the foundation. God does not waste your pain. God does not waste your losses. God does not waste your tears. What you see as wasted years, God sees as training ground. What you see as brokenness, God sees as the soil where strength is being born. Do not let the failures of yesterday write the story of tomorrow. God has already written tomorrow, and it is greater than the pain of your past. I tell you with conviction, every obstacle you face has already been measured by God. Not one trial has escaped His eye. Not one struggle has been allowed outside of His knowledge. If you face it, it is because God has already provided the strength to endure it. If you encounter it, it is because God has already written the way through it. If it has come to your door, it is because God has already ordained that you will overcome it. The presence of the trial does not mean God has abandoned you. It means God has trusted you with a challenge that will reveal His glory through you. You must rise above the illusion of control. Worry thrives in the hearts of those who think they can manage everything, fix everything, and predict everything. But life will prove you wrong again and again. Control is an illusion. The only true control belongs to God. And when you finally release the need to control every detail, when you finally hand the pen back to the author, when you finally say, God, you have already worked it. I trust you. Then and only then will peace flood your heart like a river. There are moments in life when the weight of uncertainty presses so heavily upon you that even your breath feels labored. When each step forward feels like walking into a fog that grows thicker instead of clearing. In those moments, the temptation of worry screams the loudest. It tells you that you must find your own way, that you must struggle in your own strength, that if you do not hold everything together, it will all collapse. But do you not see that this very pressure is what God uses to push you closer to Him? The fog may be thick before your eyes, but it is never thick before His. What confuses you, God sees with absolute clarity. What intimidates you, God has already subdued. What feels like chaos in your hands is already order in His. The danger of worry is that it convinces you to trust in your own sight rather than in God's vision. Your sight is limited. Your vision is narrow. Your understanding is fragile. You see the wall and assume there is no passage, but God sees the door hidden within the wall. You see the storm clouds and assume destruction is coming, but God sees the rain that will water your next harvest. You see the valley and assume it is your grave, but God sees the path that leads to your next mountain. When you worry, you put your faith in your own limited vision. But when you trust, you put your faith in God's limitless vision. And His vision is never clouded. I tell you the truth, worry does not only rob you of peace, it robs you of obedience. When worry governs your heart, you hesitate to act where God has already commanded. You delay when God says move. You remain silent when God says speak. You cling tightly when God says release. Worry makes you a prisoner of hesitation. But God is calling you to act, to move, to trust, even when you cannot yet see the outcome. The blessing often waits on the other side of your obedience. But if worry paralyzes you, you may miss what God has already placed within reach. Let me tell you something you may not have considered. Sometimes the very thing you're worrying about is the thing God has already marked as the instrument of your elevation. The opposition you dread is the very stage where God will reveal your strength. The burden you carry is the very weight that will train you for your destiny. The closed door you cry about is the very barrier redirecting you to the greater door that is waiting just ahead. If you only look at the surface, you will see reasons to worry. But if you look with the eyes of faith, you will see reasons to trust. Because behind every challenge is the hand of God shaping, molding, and guiding. Worry thrives in secrecy. It grows when you keep it locked inside, when you allow it to echo endlessly in the chambers of your mind. But the moment you lift your voice and declare that God is greater, that God is sovereign, that God has already worked it out, the power of worry begins to break. Your words have weight. Your declarations shift the atmosphere. When you speak of your fear, you strengthen it. But when you speak of God, you weaken fear and feed faith. That is why the enemy wants to keep your mouth closed, wants to keep your thoughts consumed, wants to silence your declarations. But you must resist. You must declare with boldness that God is already at work, that the outcome is already in His hands, that nothing formed against you shall prevail, because God has already set the boundary of victory. My friend, if you could see what God has already aligned for you, you would stop worrying this very moment. If you could see the doors He has already prepared, if you could see the people He has already assigned to help you, if you could see the opportunities already moving in your direction, you would not waste another breath in fear. Worry blinds you to that reality, but trust brings it into view. Trust does not require you to see the full picture, only to believe that God already holds it. You do not need to know how every detail will unfold because God has already written the script. All you need to do is take the next step in faith. Understand this. Worry is heavy because it belongs to tomorrow. You are carrying the weight of days you have not yet reached. But God never asked you to carry tomorrow. He asked you to trust Him with tomorrow. He asked you to live today with faith that tomorrow is already secured. Each day has enough challenges of its own. Why borrow the troubles of days not yet lived? Why let the shadows of the future darken the light of today? God is already there. God is already handling it. God is already weaving together the outcome. Leave tomorrow in His hands and you will find the peace to live fully in today. There is also something sacred about surrender. Worry is the refusal to surrender. It is the attempt to hold in your hands what only belongs in God's. But the moment you release it, the moment you say, God, I trust you with this, I trust you with the outcome, I trust you with what I cannot see, something miraculous happens inside you. The chains of fear begin to fall. The heaviness of anxiety begins to lift. The torment of endless questions begins to fade. And in its place, peace settles like a gentle river flowing through your spirit. That peace is not weakness. It is power. Because when you live in that peace, you live unshaken, unafraid, unmoved by circumstances. You become anchored not in what you see, but in who God is. Do not confuse peace with passivity. Trusting God does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what you can with courage and leaving what you cannot to God. Worry drains your energy and leaves you powerless. Trust empowers you to act boldly, to move with confidence, to walk in strength because you know you are not walking alone. Worry says, I must hold it all together. Trust says, God is holding me together. And when you live in that truth, you are unstoppable. Tonight I want you to think about the countless times in your life when you worried, when you feared the worst, when you thought it was over. And yet, here you are. You survived storms you thought would kill you. You overcame obstacles you thought would bury you. You endured nights you thought would never end. You lived through fears that consumed you. And here you stand. What does that tell you? It tells you that God has already carried you further than you could have carried yourself. It tells you that God has already been faithful and His faithfulness has not expired. If He carried you through before, He will carry you through again. If He worked it out before, He has already worked it out this time too. Worry is the thief of your peace, but peace is the gift of God to the heart that trusts Him. When you allow your mind to become a battlefield of doubt, fear, and constant questioning of tomorrow, you hand over your joy to something that was never meant to rule over you. God has already written your story. He has already secured your provision. He has already marked the hour of your victory. Why would you carry the heavy load of anxiety when the Almighty God has already carried it for you? Why would you let your nights be restless when the one who never sleeps has promised to guard your life? Every time you let worry creep in, you are declaring to yourself that God might not come through. But hear this with all the conviction of my soul. God has never failed. From the beginning of time, He has upheld His word, and He will not fail you. The sky above you, the ground beneath you, the air in your lungs, all testify that God is faithful. Look at how He paints the heavens each morning with the rising sun, and yet you think He will forget to arrange the details of your life. Look at how He commands the oceans to stay within their borders, and yet you fear He cannot set boundaries around your troubles. God has worked it out long before you even thought to worry about it. You see, worry blinds you from seeing the evidence of God's hand already moving. While you sit restless, God is orchestrating the connections, the opportunities, the healing, and the breakthroughs that you cannot see yet. Worry is the enemy's attempt to distract you from the unseen hand of God moving on your behalf. But faith tells you to stand still and believe that what you cannot see is greater than what you can see. Faith tells you to trust the unseen script that God has already written for your good. God did not design your life for worry. He designed it for trust. Trust is the language of the soul that knows God is in control. Trust says, I don't know how, but I know who. Trust lifts the heavy burden and places it at the feet of the Almighty. Trust says, God, I will not lose sleep because you neither slumber nor sleep. God, I will not fear because you are my shield. God, I will not let despair drown me because you are the lifter of my head. Think of this. Every time you faced what seemed impossible, you are here today because God brought you through. There were moments you thought you couldn't go on, but you did. Not by your strength, but because God worked it out. There were seasons when the door seemed closed, yet God opened a greater one. There were valleys where you thought you would remain, but God lifted you to higher ground. If He has done it before, why do you doubt that He will do it again? The same God who sustained you yesterday is the God who has already secured your tomorrow. Do you know why worry has such power over people? Because it thrives on the illusion of control. Worry whispers that if you think long enough, stress hard enough, you can somehow manipulate the outcome. But no matter how much you worry, you cannot add a single moment to your life. No matter how much you stress, you cannot rearrange the plans of God. The Almighty has already spoken His word over your life, and His word will not return void. His decree is greater than your doubt. His plan is stronger than your fear. So what must you do? You must surrender worry and embrace the peace that comes from knowing God is ahead of you, behind you, and within you. You must learn to lift your eyes above the chaos of the moment and see that God has already declared the end from the beginning. When you put your trust in God, worry loses its grip. When you rest in His promises, anxiety finds no place to dwell. When you lean into His strength, fear crumbles beneath the weight of His authority. Child of God, hear this truth. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. You are not left to fend for yourself. The Creator of the heavens and the earth is your guardian, your provider, your sustainer. He has already written a future where your needs are supplied, your battles are won, and your life is covered by His mercy. Do not waste today carrying tomorrow's burdens. Tomorrow is already in God's hands, and His hands do not fail. Lift your voice in gratitude instead of worry. Thank God not only for what He has done, but for what He has already secured in your future. Gratitude is the weapon that silences worry. Gratitude opens your eyes to see that God's goodness is already surrounding you. When you thank God in advance, you are declaring, I believe it is already done. That declaration shakes the chains of fear and places your soul in the safe arms of faith. And let me remind you of something powerful. Worry cannot change your destiny, but trust in God can transform your reality. Worry cannot move mountains, but faith in God makes the mountain tremble. Worry drains you, but trust in God renews you. When you let go of worry and cling to God, you are choosing the life He designed for you. A life not of fear, but of confidence in His sovereignty. Then let me bring this word to its closing with the same fire and assurance that has carried it from the beginning. My friend, you were not created to live in the prison of worry. You were created to walk in the freedom of trust. Worry weakens you, but God strengthens you. Worry binds you, but God has already loosed your chains. Worry looks at the storm, but trust looks at the one who commands the storm to be still. So tonight, right where you are, make a decision in your heart. No more worry. Say it with conviction. No more worry because God has already worked it for me. No more sleepless nights wondering if provision will come because God has already written the check of mercy and sent it ahead of me. No more fear of tomorrow because tomorrow belongs to God and He has already filled it with His promises. No more doubt about my future because my future is sealed in the hands of the Almighty. Lift your eyes and stand tall. Let the calm of God flow through you like an endless river that never ceases. Hold fast to this truth. Your story isn't ruled by luck, but held securely in the hands of God. The same voice that called light out of darkness has already spoken victory into your life. The same hands that shaped the mountains have already prepared the answers you've been praying for. The same power that sustains the universe is the power now sustaining you. Step away from anxiety and step into trust. Step away from fear and step into peace. Step away from doubt and walk boldly in faith. Let your heart proclaim in every sunrise, in every night, and through every storm, God has already made a way for me. And when this truth lives deep in your spirit, nothing can shake you. Nothing can break you. Nothing can hold you down. For the Lord has gone before you, walks beside you, and will complete every work He began in you. So take courage, take peace, take rest. It is already done. God has settled it, and that is more than enough. This October, I proclaim to you with the authority of God's Word and the burning conviction within my spirit. Your life is about to shift. Not by chance, not by coincidence, not through human plans, but by the mighty hand of God. You are entering into a month unlike any other. This is not an ordinary change of dates. This is a divine encounter. This month has been marked by heaven itself. In this October, you are about to receive a blessing so vast, so unmistakable, so powerful, that you will lift your hands in awe and declare, "Only God could have done this." I am speaking to the one who has grown weary in the waiting. You have wept behind closed doors. You have questioned God's silence in the darkest hours. You have carried a burden too heavy for others to see. But listen to me. God has seen every tear. God has heard every cry. And God has been working behind the scenes. The promise you thought was delayed is about to appear right on time in His perfect plan. This October, the waiting ends. This October, the blessing begins. This October, the power of God will meet your situation, and nothing in your life will ever be the same. Do you know what happens when God decides to bless you? No power in hell can stop it. No enemy in your family can block it. No doubt in your mind can cancel it. For when God speaks, it must come to pass. This October, God is speaking blessing, breakthrough, and open doors over your life. And I tell you, get ready, because you are about to walk into a season that will silence your enemies and astonish your friends. God is about to prove Himself mighty on your behalf. Many of you have been through a valley so dark you thought you would not survive. You have been through betrayal, through storms, through nights of uncertainty. Some of you have felt abandoned, overlooked, forgotten. But this October, God is turning the page. This month is the month where He says, "Enough." This month is the month where He says, "Now is the time." This month is the month where He says, "Watch me lift you higher than you've ever been." The tears you cried in September will water the harvest you reap in October. The struggles you endured were not in vain. They were preparing you for the blessing that is now coming to meet you. You see, God does not bless according to man's schedule. God blesses according to His perfect design. Some of you thought the blessing should have come years ago, but had it come then, you would not have been ready to handle it. Some of you thought your chance had passed, but God was reserving it for such a time as this. This October, the timing is right. The season is ready. Your spirit is prepared. God is saying, now is the moment. Now is the hour. Now is the month where I show you my power. I want you to understand that this blessing is not small. This is not something you can explain away. This is not something that will blend into the ordinary days of your life. No, this is a major blessing. This is the kind of blessing that shifts your destiny. This is the kind of blessing that sets you apart. This is the kind of blessing that makes others stand back in awe. When God blesses you this October, even those who doubted, you will have to admit that the hand of God is upon you. Even those who plotted against you will have to confess that God Himself has lifted you up. You may say, but I have failed too many times. I have made too many mistakes. I am not qualified for such a blessing. And I tell you, none of us are qualified. None of us can earn it. None of us deserve it. But that is the power of God's blessing. It comes not because of your worthiness, but because of His mercy. It comes not because of your strength, but because of His favor. And this October, that favor is resting on you. That mercy is surrounding you. That blessing is chasing you down. Lift up your head. Don't walk into this month with the heaviness of yesterday. Don't carry the failures of your past into the promise of your future. This October is not chained to September. God is doing a new thing, and it will spring forth quickly. The moment you believe it, the moment you receive it, the moment you step into it, you will begin to see His hand moving in ways you never imagined. The blessing of God is not just coming, it is here. The door is not just opening, it is swinging wide. The breakthrough is not just promised, it is being delivered. This October, expect the unexpected. Expect sudden shifts. Expect open doors. Expect good news to come to your house. Expect healing to flood your body. Expect restoration to hit your family. Expect opportunities to arise where there were only obstacles. Expect favor to flow where there was only failure. Expect God to show Himself mighty in your life. For He has declared that this is your month of blessing. This October, the blessing of God will not come as a whisper, but as a roar. It will not slip quietly into your life. It will arrive with power, with evidence, with a shift that cannot be denied. God is not just in the business of giving you a small token. He is in the business of transforming your entire reality. This is the God who parts seas, who moves mountains, who breathes life into dust. And when He decides to bless you, that blessing cannot be stopped, delayed, or diminished. This October, prepare yourself, because God is about to show you that He still reigns, that He still moves, that He still provides, and that His word never fails. I want you to see this clearly. The blessing that is coming in October will not just touch your hands. It will touch your heart, your mind, your family, your future. This is not just financial provision, though for some finances will be restored. This is not just health, though some will rise up healed in their bodies. This is not just opportunity, though doors will open that no man can shut. This is wholeness. This is restoration. This is the power of God showing up in every corner of your life. When God blesses, He blesses completely. When God gives, He gives abundantly. When God pours out, He does not pour in drops, but in rivers that overflow. This October, you are standing under the downpour of God's abundance. But hear me, before the blessing manifests, God always prepares the vessel. The reason you walked through fire was not because God abandoned you, but because He was shaping you. The reason you endured storms was not because He forgot you, but because He was strengthening you. Do you not see? Every trial you went through was God carving out space within you so that when the blessing arrives, you would be ready to carry it. The pain you felt was not wasted. It was preparation. The tears you cried were not unnoticed. They were watering the soil for the harvest you are about to reap. This October, you are not just receiving a blessing, you are stepping into the very reason you endured the storm. Some of you have been in a hidden season. God pulled you away from the spotlight. He allowed doors to close. He allowed people to walk away. He even allowed silence to cover your prayers. And you thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. God was hiding you not to harm you, but to preserve you. Like a seed buried in the soil, you were hidden so that you could take root. And now this October you will rise, you will sprout, you will bear fruit, and everyone will know that it was God who caused your growth. You will not have to explain yourself. You will not have to prove yourself. The blessing that comes will speak louder than your words. This October is not a month for fear. It is a month for faith. God has already ordered your steps. God has already appointed the blessing. God has already written the outcome. Your role now is to believe, to trust, to expect. For faith is not passive, it is active. It is waking up every day saying, God is moving in my life right now. It is walking into the unknown with confidence that God has already gone ahead of you. It is speaking what you cannot yet see because you trust the one who promised it. This October, if you will believe, you will see the glory of God manifest in ways that will astonish you. And let me tell you this, when God blesses you in October, it will not be just for you. It will overflow. It will touch the lives of those around you. It will become a testimony. Your blessing will feed someone else's faith. Your breakthrough will ignite hope in someone who is still waiting. God never blesses you for you alone. He blesses you so that His greatness can be displayed, so that others will look at your life and say, surely the hand of God is upon them. You are about to become a living example of God's goodness. There will be people who will not understand why you are suddenly elevated. They will question why you are favored. They will whisper about how someone like you could walk into such blessing. But what they do not know is that while they were talking, you were praying. While they were doubting, you were believing. While they were mocking, you were enduring. And God saw it all. And this October, He is about to reward what was done in secret with a blessing that will be visible to all. You must also know that with blessing comes responsibility. God does not pour into a vessel that will waste what is given. He blesses those who will steward it with wisdom. This October, when the blessing comes, handle it with humility. Remember that it came not by your might, not by your strength, not by your intelligence, but by the hand of God. Do not grow arrogant. Do not forget where you came from. Do not withhold from others what God has freely given to you. Use the blessing to lift others, to bring hope, to reflect the glory of God. For if God can trust you with this blessing, greater blessings will continue to flow. Do not think small this month. Do not limit what God can do. Do not say maybe just a little, maybe just enough to get by. No, this is a major blessing. This is not survival. This is overflow. This is not scraping by. This is abundance. Open your mind to the vastness of God's ability. Open your spirit to the greatness of His provision. For God is not limited by what you see. He is not bound by what others say. He is not restricted by the circumstances around you. He is the God who creates rivers in deserts, who makes a way where there is none, who calls things that are not as though they are. And this October, He is about to do the impossible in your life. Think about this. One touch of God's favor can do more than years of labor. One word from God can shift what decades of effort could not. One moment of His intervention can catapult you from the back to the front, from overlooked to chosen, from broken to whole. And this October, God is releasing that one moment into your life. Do not measure His blessing by your ability. Measure it by His power. Do not measure His promise by your resources. Measure it by His unlimited supply. For when God blesses, He does exceedingly above all you could ask or imagine. This October, walk with expectancy. Wake up each day declaring, today could be the day God shows up in my life in a way I have never seen before. Speak life over your circumstances. Speak blessing over your family. Speak abundance over your finances. Speak healing over your body. Speak peace over your mind. Do not let the enemy steal your expectation. Do not let fear rob your faith. Hold fast to the promise that this month is not ordinary. It is ordained. And hear me clearly. The blessing that is coming is not fragile. It cannot be snatched by jealous hands. It cannot be stolen by envious eyes. It cannot be destroyed by the enemy's schemes. For what God blesses, no man can curse. For what God establishes, no force can tear down. You are secure in His plan. You are covered by His hand. You are shielded by His presence. And this October, you are walking into blessing that is sealed, protected, and guaranteed by the authority of God Himself. This October, I want you to stand firm and realize that the blessing of God is not fragile, not temporary, not uncertain. It is unshakable. It is rooted in His eternal power. When God decides to elevate you, no authority on earth can demote you. When God decides to open a door, no one has the ability to close it. When God pours out His blessing, it is not seasonal. It is sustaining. This month, what you are about to receive will not fade away like a passing cloud. It will anchor you, establish you, and propel you into a new chapter of destiny that will outlive October and carry into the rest of your life. Understand this. The blessing of God is not simply about things you can touch or hold. It is about transformation that begins deep within. God does not just give you wealth. He gives you wisdom to handle it. God does not just give you opportunities. He gives you courage to walk through them. God does not just give you peace. He gives you strength to protect it. When God blesses, He blesses in layers. And this October, those layers will unfold in your life like a river that keeps flowing, like a sunrise that keeps rising higher and higher. Some of you have lived in the shadows of fear, in the bondage of doubt, in the chains of anxiety. But God is breaking those limitations this month. The blessing He is releasing is not only external, it is internal. He is blessing your mind with clarity, your heart with peace, your spirit with confidence. You will not walk into this blessing with hesitation. You will step into it boldly because God has already equipped you to handle it. The blessing is not coming to overwhelm you, but to establish you, not to crush you, but to crown you. Let me remind you, God is a God of seasons. He determines when the rain will fall and when the harvest will spring forth. Some seasons are for sowing, others are for reaping. For many of you, the last months and even years have been sowing seasons. You sowed in tears, in patience, in silence, in obedience. And now October is your reaping season. The seed that looked buried is about to rise. The prayers that looked unanswered are about to be fulfilled. The efforts that looked unseen are about to be rewarded. For God does not forget the labor of your faith. and He does not ignore the cries of the righteous. This October, prepare yourself for surprises. The blessing that is coming will not always arrive in the form you expect. Some of you think it will come through one path, but God is about to show you another. Some of you are looking in one direction, but God is sending it from another. Do not box Him in. Do not limit Him to your imagination. God has 1,000 ways to bless you where you see none. He can use a stranger. He can use an enemy. He can use what once hurt you to now help you. He can turn what was meant for your harm into the very vehicle of your blessing. So in October, open your eyes wide, because the blessing may come from the place you least expect. And let me declare this to you. This blessing will come suddenly. It will not creep in slowly. It will not delay when the hour strikes. It will break forth like light in the darkness, like thunder in the silence, like a breakthrough you could never have planned. God works suddenly. He waits until the moment looks impossible, then He shows His power. He waits until people think you're finished, then He lifts you. He waits until the world counts you out, then He counts you in this October. Be ready, because the blessing of God will arrive suddenly, and when it comes, it will change everything in an instant. Do not mistake silence for absence. Some of you have thought God has been quiet. You prayed and felt no answer. You waited and saw no sign. But let me tell you, when God seems silent, He is not inactive. He is working behind the scenes, aligning the pieces, setting the stage, arranging the connections. His silence is strategy. His timing is precision. And this October, what He has been preparing in the silence will be revealed in the light. You will see that God was never late. He was always on time. And hear this clearly: your blessing will not be contaminated by the schemes of your enemies. People may plot, they may plan, they may whisper, they may try to sabotage. But when God decides to bless you, every plan of the enemy backfires. Every scheme is exposed. Every trap becomes a stepping stone. This October, the very thing that was designed to block you will push you forward. The very opposition you face will highlight the greatness of God in your life. When He blesses you, the opposition only becomes evidence that His hand is on you. This is also the month where God is shifting identities. Some of you have been labeled by your past. People have called you failures, weak, unworthy, forgotten. They have judged you by mistakes, by shortcomings, by seasons of struggle. But God is about to rewrite your name. He is about to remove the old labels and give you a new identity. You will no longer be known by where you have been, but by where God is taking you. This October, when the blessing arrives, the narrative of your life will change. People will no longer whisper, "Look at all they've lost," but instead declare, "Look at what God has restored to them." They will no longer say, "Look at their pain," but rather, "Look at their breakthrough." And remember this truth: God's blessing is never confined to a single lifetime. When He blesses, the impact stretches across generations. What you receive in this October will not end with you. It will pour into your children, your family, and the generations yet to come. It will shatter old patterns that once chained your lineage. It will build new foundations that will outlive your years. The blessing of God is eternal in its reach. It creates legacy. And this October, God is sowing divine seeds in your life, seeds that will bear fruit long after this season fades. So lift up your head, straighten your back, walk with boldness. This October, you are not walking into defeat. You are walking into destiny. You are not walking into sorrow. You are walking into joy. You are not walking into emptiness. You are walking into abundance. God Himself is going before you. His hand is upon you. His blessing is assigned to you, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will be able to stop it. This October, I declare to you that the blessing of God is not something fragile, temporary, or fleeting. It is permanent. It is powerful, and it is purposeful. God is not blessing you just to make you feel good for a moment. He is blessing you to shift the entire trajectory of your life. He is blessing you to establish His greatness in you, to elevate you in ways you could not elevate yourself, and to prove to the world that when His hand is upon someone, no power on earth can diminish them. This is not a month of survival. It is a month of revival. This is not a month of barely getting by. It is a month of stepping into overflow. I want you to hear me clearly. The blessing of God is never accidental. It is intentional. It is timed. It is precise. God does not scatter blessings randomly. He releases them at the moment when they will make the greatest impact. This October is that moment. For some of you, this is the month where years of sowing will suddenly spring forth into harvest. For others, this is the month where prayers long whispered in the darkness will finally be answered in the light. For some, this blessing will break chains that have held you for generations. And for others, it will open doors you did not even know existed. But for all, this October will be a testimony that God remembers, God rewards, and God restores. Let me remind you of something. The blessing of God does not always come the way you expect. Some of you are expecting it to come neatly wrapped in the box of your imagination. But God is far greater than your imagination. He will send blessing through unexpected people, unexpected paths, unexpected timing. You may be waiting for Him to move in one direction, and He will surprise you by sending it from another. That is because God wants you to know, without question, it was not man who lifted you. It was not luck that blessed you. It was not coincidence that shifted your life. It was God and God alone. This October, He will make it so clear that no one else can take the credit for what He is about to do in you. And let me say this with fire in my heart. The blessing of October is not coming because of your perfection, but because of God's mercy. You may say, I am unworthy. I have failed too many times. And I tell you, yes, you have failed, but God is faithful. Yes, you are unworthy, but God is merciful. His blessing does not flow because of your worth. It flows because of His goodness. Do not disqualify yourself. Do not count yourself out. Do not let guilt or shame convince you that you are too far gone. This October, the mercy of God is overtaking you, and His mercy is greater than your mistakes. This is also a month where God is going to silence the voices of the enemy in your life. Some of you have been tormented by words spoken against you. Lies have been spread. Doubts have been cast. People have declared that you would not rise, that you would not succeed, that you would not survive. But this October, God is about to put those voices to shame. When His blessing comes upon you, their words will crumble. Their accusations will be proven false. Their judgments will be overturned. God Himself will defend you by the evidence of the blessing on your life. And listen carefully. The blessing of God is not just material, it is spiritual. This October, some of you will experience peace you have never known before. Anxiety that once ruled your nights will be broken. Fear that once controlled your steps will vanish. Doubt that once clouded your vision will clear. God's blessing is not just about what is in your hand. It is about what is in your heart. He is blessing your spirit with boldness, your mind with clarity, your soul with peace. He is equipping you inwardly so that when the outward blessing arrives, you will have the strength to carry it. This October is also a month of divine reversals. Where you were once the borrower, you will become the lender. Where you were once rejected, you will be chosen. Where doors were once shut in your face, they will now open wide. Where you were once last, you will be placed first. God delights in turning the tables, in flipping the script, in reversing the plans of the enemy. And in this season, He is about to rewrite your story in front of those who thought they had the final word. Do not underestimate the timing of God. Some of you have said, "Why did it take so long? Why didn't this happen earlier?" And I tell you, had it come earlier, you would not have been ready. The blessing is great and preparation was required. Every delay was not denial. It was designed. God was strengthening you, humbling you, teaching you, protecting you. He was shaping your character so that when the blessing comes, it will not destroy you. You are ready now in a way you were not before. That is why October is your month. That is why the blessing is coming now and not then. Trust His timing, for His timing is perfect. This is also a month where hidden things will be revealed. God is not only blessing you, He is exposing what was kept from you. Secrets will come to light. True intentions will be revealed. People who pretended to be for you will be shown for who they truly are. And though this may hurt at first, it will clear the way for the blessing to flow unhindered. God is removing distractions, cutting off dead weight, pulling away those who cannot go where you are going. This October, you will not only receive blessing, you will receive clarity. And clarity itself is a blessing. And do not forget, when God blesses you, He blesses you to become a blessing. The overflow in your life is meant to pour into others. The abundance you walk in is meant to lift those who are still struggling. God does not give you blessing to hoard, but to share, to reflect His generosity to the world around you. This October, when the blessing arrives, do not close your hand. Keep it open. Keep it generous. For the more you release, the more God will refill. The more you pour out, the more He will pour in. A blessing is never meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. So I tell you, be expectant, be bold, be ready. This October is not just another month. It is a prophetic season. It is a divine turning point. It is a time appointed by God to reveal His power, His provision, and His presence in your life in ways you have never known before. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. Do not let fear rob you of this moment. Stand tall, lift your voice, declare your faith, and prepare your heart. The blessing is coming, and it is coming now. This October, the hand of God is about to rewrite your story in a way that no man can erase. You may have lived under labels others placed on you. Failure, forgotten, unworthy, too late. But the blessing of God shatters those labels. When He decides to bless you, every false name you carried falls to the ground and a new identity is placed upon you. No longer will you be known by what you lost. You will be known by what God gave you. No longer will you be remembered for your pain. You will be remembered for the breakthrough that followed. This October, God is declaring a new chapter over your life, and it is one of honor, of abundance, and of favor. Do not underestimate the blessing that is coming. It is not a small adjustment. It is a complete shift. It will not just affect one corner of your life. It will ripple into every part of your being. The peace of God will calm your restless nights. The strength of God will renew your weary spirit. The wisdom of God will guide your decisions. The favor of God will open doors. This blessing is not partial, it is whole. God never does His work halfway. When He blesses fully, deeply, and completely. This October, He is preparing to touch everything concerning you. And understand this, the blessing of God will not always come in the way you imagine, but it will always come in the way you need. Some of you are looking for wealth, but what God is bringing is wisdom, because wisdom will sustain wealth. Some of you are asking for position, but God is granting you preparation, because preparation will secure your position. Some of you are praying for the ending of a storm, but God is giving you strength in the storm, because that strength will carry you into the blessing on the other side. This October, do not limit your expectation to one form. Trust that however God delivers the blessing, it will be exactly what you need for this season. This month is also a month of divine acceleration. What once took years will take weeks. What once took months will take days. When God places His blessing upon your life, time itself bends to His will. Opportunities will come faster than you imagined. Progress will be swifter than you thought possible. Connections will happen suddenly. Growth will be visible quickly. You may have spent years waiting, but God does not need years to bless. He needs only a moment. And when that moment arrives, it redeems the years that felt wasted. This October, God is redeeming lost time with a blessing that will make up for everything you thought you missed. But do not miss this. The blessing of God always requires preparation of the heart. If He gives too much to a heart unprepared, that blessing can become a burden. That is why He has been refining you. That is why He has been pruning you. That is why He has been stripping away pride, fear, and doubt. Because when the blessing arrives, you must carry it with humility, with wisdom, and with faith. This October, make sure your heart is open, surrendered, and ready. God is not looking for perfect vessels. He is looking for surrendered ones. And let me speak with boldness. The blessing coming this October will not be able to be hidden. Some blessings you can keep private, but this one will be so large, so undeniable that everyone around you will see it. People will look at your life and be forced to acknowledge that it was the hand of God. Even those who doubted you, mocked you, or abandoned you will see the evidence. And though some may envy you, they cannot stop it. For what God does in your life is untouchable by human hands. This blessing will be your testimony, and your testimony will silence every tongue that rose against you. This is also a month of restoration. God is not just bringing something new, He is restoring what you thought was lost. Relationships that were broken will find peace. Joy that was stolen will return. Strength that was drained will be renewed. Opportunities that slipped away will circle back in greater measure. God is the God who restores. And when He restores, He never gives back less than what was lost. He always gives more. This October, expect restoration that exceeds your imagination. Do not forget the blessing of God is not fragile against opposition. Yes, the enemy will try to resist it. Yes, challenges may arise. Yes, difficulties may come. But none of these can stop what God has decreed. The blessing is shielded by His authority, and His authority cannot be challenged. If God says you are blessed, then no curse can touch you. If God says the door is open, then no hand can close it. If God says the way is made, then no obstacle can block it. This October, rest in the assurance that your blessing is divinely protected. Listen closely, because this is a truth you must carry in your spirit. There will be moments when God's blessing demands that you take a step of fearless faith. He will sometimes open doors that seem far too big for your strength. He will position you in places that make you tremble a little. He will call you into seasons that stretch every part of who you are. But that's the beauty of how God moves. He gives you more than you can manage on your own, so that your only choice is to lean fully on Him. So this October, don't retreat when the blessing looks too overwhelming. Step into it, because as you move, God will give you everything you need. Now hear this. This month is not just another page on the calendar. October is sacred ground. It is a divine appointment in time. God has chosen it. God has marked it. God has anointed it. Walk through these days with holy awareness. Protect your heart. Stay rooted in prayer. Speak words of life, not despair. Speak faith, not doubt. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who writes your story, for He is the source behind every miracle about to unfold. And as you journey through this month, declare with boldness, "This is my time, my season, my moment where God Himself has spoken blessing over my life." My friend, let me ask you something that might stir the deepest part of your soul tonight. Have you ever looked around and thought, how did I end up here? How did someone like me, overlooked, wounded, imperfect, find myself standing in a place of honor I never believed I could reach? Let me tell you, it wasn't your resume, your influence, your strength, your wit, or your qualifications that brought you there. It was God, and only God, who lifted you. Because when He chooses to raise you, He will place you in a position that no man's approval can grant and no enemy's attack can destroy. You may not fit the world's criteria, but God will seat you in places that cause the wise, the wealthy, and the powerful to ask, how did they get there? There will be seasons where you feel too small for the assignment, too weak for the battle, too undeserving for the blessing. But hear me clearly, God specializes in taking the ones who seem disqualified and raising them to heights where no human effort could ever take them. If you think you need to be the strongest, the smartest, the most talented, or the most polished, you are mistaken. God looks at the humble heart, the surrendered spirit, the one who depends fully on Him, and He says, "That is the one I will lift." When God chooses to elevate you, no opinion, no criticism, no record of your past can keep you chained down. You see, people will often tell you that you are not good enough. They will whisper behind your back, "She doesn't deserve that. He's not qualified for that. They are not capable of carrying that responsibility." But the truth is, God does not promote you based on human qualifications. He promotes you based on His divine plan. He promotes you based on what He has spoken over your life before you were even born. And when God speaks, no man can reverse it. You may not have the degree. You may not have the wealth. You may not have the perfect background, but when God decides to lift you, He will bypass the very things you thought were obstacles and use them as stepping stones for your elevation. Think about how life has tried to keep you small. Every time you took a step forward, something came to push you 2 steps back. Every time you thought you were finally moving ahead, opposition rose up like a flood. And yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still pressing forward. Why? Because God has His hand on you. Because God has been preparing you for something greater than your present situation. And when the right moment comes, God will launch you into a place so far beyond your qualifications that even your enemies will be forced to admit that it had nothing to do with you. It was all God. The world loves to keep score. They measure your worth by your achievements, your bank account, your title, your appearance, your background. But God does not look at the outer qualifications. He looks at the heart. And when your heart is aligned with Him, When your spirit is surrendered to Him, He will put you in positions that make no sense to the human mind. He will open doors that should never have opened. He will cause people who never thought about you to favor you. He will make opportunities chase you down. And He will set you on high places, not because you qualified, but because you trusted. Do you know why God does this? Because He wants the world to see His power at work. If you had the qualifications, if you had the connections, if you had the resources, then people would give you the credit. But when you had nothing, when you came from nothing, when you were rejected and overlooked and yet you still rose, people will know it was God. And that is exactly what He wants. God wants His glory revealed in your life. He wants your story to be so impossible, so unlikely, so unexpected, that everyone around you will have to acknowledge that only God could have done it. Some of you have been overlooked for years. You've been faithful, you've worked hard, you've prayed, you've waited, and still doors have closed in your face. But I declare to you today, do not be discouraged. Because when God opens the right door, you will not need to knock twice. When God chooses to lift you, you will not have to beg for acceptance. You will not have to prove yourself to anyone. You will walk into that place, and even the people who thought you did not belong will have no choice but to respect the hand of God on your life. There is coming a moment when God will take the very things that disqualified you and use them as the foundation for your blessing. The pain you endured, the rejection you faced, the struggles you went through, God will use all of it to show that His power is greater than your weakness. The world said you weren't enough, but God says, with me you are more than enough. The world said you would fail, but God says, I will make you stand. The world said you were not worthy, but God says, I have chosen you, and that is enough. Do not let your lack intimidate you. Do not let your past shame you. Do not let your insecurities silence you, because God is not finished with you. He is not done writing your story, and the next chapter is not going to look like the last. The next season of your life is going to shock everyone who thought they had you figured out. You will walk into positions you did not apply for. You will inherit blessings you did not work for. You will receive honor you did not seek, because God Himself is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. But hear this, my friend. When God lifts you, it will not be for your glory. It will be for His. He is not elevating you so you can boast in your own strength. He is elevating you so that when people look at your life, they will see His fingerprints. They will see His power. They will see His faithfulness. And they will know that God is still in the business of taking the least likely and making them a testimony of His greatness. Some of you are worried right now, wondering how it's going to happen. You look at your situation and you say, I don't see a way. I don't see how I could ever get there. I don't see how I could ever qualify for that position, for that blessing, for that breakthrough. But let me tell you, you don't have to see the way. God is the way. You don't have to qualify yourself. God is the one who qualifies you. He does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And if He has chosen you, no one can cancel what He has ordained. When God lifts you, He will silence every voice that spoke against you. When God lifts you, He will shut the mouths of those who said you could not make it. When God lifts you, He will prove every doubter wrong. And you won't have to fight for it. You won't have to argue for it. You won't have to force it. God Himself will place you where you belong. And once He places you there, no one can remove you. Do not underestimate what God is about to do in your life. Do not measure your future by your present. Do not think small when God is preparing to do something great. You may feel unworthy, but God says you are chosen. You may feel inadequate, but God says you are enough. You may feel unqualified, but God says, I will qualify you. And when God says it, nothing in this world can stop it. Listen closely, because what I am about to tell you has the power to shift the way you see your entire life. Many of you have been walking under the heavy weight of comparison, believing that because you do not have what others have, because you did not come from the right family, because you do not carry the same credentials, that somehow you are disqualified from the greatness that God has promised. But I declare to you right now, God has never measured you by human standards. He has never required you to meet the world's qualifications in order to fulfill His plans. God alone is the one who lifts. God alone is the one who promotes. God alone is the one who places a crown of honor on the head of the humble. And when He decides to lift you, no boardroom, no committee, no critic, no gatekeeper, and no enemy will be able to keep you from the place He has reserved for you. You see, the reason God often chooses those who seem the least likely is because He delights in confounding the wisdom of the world. When people look at you and see weakness, God sees a vessel through which His strength can be revealed. When others say you do not belong, God says, I will place you where no one else could have imagined. And when you are lifted into that place, everyone watching will know it was not the work of man, but the hand of God. That is why you must stop discounting yourself. Stop saying, I can't. Stop saying, I don't have enough. Stop saying, I'm not qualified, because the truth is, God's qualification is greater than all of man's requirements. Think of how many times you thought you missed your chance. Think of how many doors closed in your face. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought you were being held back, but you were being prepared. Because the place where God intends to take you is not just any place. It is not just another opportunity, another promotion, another step forward. No, it is a place you never even dreamed you would step into. A place so high, so unexpected, so beyond your reach, that only God could have carried you there. And when you arrive, you will not boast about your skill. You will boast about the faithfulness of God. Do not underestimate the power of God's timing. There is a season for waiting, and there is a season for rising. You may feel stuck right now as though you have been passed over, as though others keep leaping ahead while you are left behind. But do not mistake delay for denial. God has not forgotten you, and God has not overlooked you. At the appointed time, when it serves His purpose, when it brings Him the greatest glory, He will lift you up with such force that no one will be able to deny it. And it will happen suddenly, without warning, without explanation, without a chance for your enemies to prepare. One moment you will feel overlooked, and the next you will be standing in a place that generations before you could not even imagine. And let me tell you why God does this. Because He wants to display His power in vessels that the world thought were unusable. That means He will use your brokenness. He will use your scar. He will use your history. He will use the very things people thought disqualified you, and He will turn them into testimonies that magnify His greatness. Do not despise your past. Do not resent your struggle. Do not be ashamed of where you came from, because all of it is working together to prepare you for the place you never qualified for. What you thought would destroy you is the very thing God will use to position you. What you thought was the end is only the beginning of the platform God is building for you. When God lifts you, it will not be subtle. It will not be hidden. It will not be quiet. He will lift you in such a way that others will have to look and see that His power is undeniable. And some of the very people who tried to keep you down will be forced to watch as God raises you higher. not because of revenge, but because God's glory will not be contained. They will see and they will know that God's hand is on your life. And even those who once mocked you will have to acknowledge that it was God who carried you to that place. So many live their lives striving to prove their worth. They exhaust themselves trying to be noticed, trying to be chosen, trying to be approved. But let me speak truth into your spirit. You do not have to chase recognition when God has already chosen you. You do not have to fight for a seat at the table when God is preparing a table for you. You do not have to compete with others when God has reserved a place that only you can fill. And when He lifts you, it will be clear that it was not man's approval that put you there. It was the sovereign hand of God. Now let me press deeper into your heart. When God lifts you into a place you never qualified for, it will come with responsibility. Do not take lightly the honor of being elevated by His hand. It is not so you can flaunt your blessing, but so you can steward it with humility and obedience. The place God is taking you is not just about your comfort, it is about your calling. He is not raising you simply to make you look great. He is raising you so that His greatness can flow through you to impact others. So when you are lifted, do not forget the one who lifted you. Do not forget the days of struggle. Do not forget the nights of tears. Do not forget the prayers whispered in the dark when no one else was listening. Because those were the moments that shaped you for the place He is about to give you. And here is a truth that will humble every soul. When God lifts you, it will not always be because of what you have done, but because of who He is. His mercy, His power, His plan. Those are the reasons you will rise. It is not earned. It is not purchased. It is not bargained for. It is a gift. And that is why pride has no place in the heart of the lifted. Because everything you have, everything you will step into, everything you will inherit, it is not because you qualified. It is because God decided to favor you. You may be asking, why me? Why would God choose to lift someone like me? And the answer is simple. Because He is God. Because He chooses whom He wills. Because He delights in showing His strength through vessels that seem unworthy. Because He wants your story to be a testimony that will inspire others to trust Him. And so He looks at you, the one who feels small, the one who feels forgotten, the one who feels inadequate. And He says, I will lift you. Do not resist it. Do not doubt it. Do not talk yourself out of it, because when God speaks, it is settled. When He decides, it is final. And when He lifts, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop it. Your job is to remain faithful, to remain humble, to remain surrendered. Let Him prepare you in the waiting. Let Him strengthen you in the quiet. Let Him mold your character in the hidden place. Because when the moment comes, when the season shifts, when the door swings open, you will need the strength of that preparation to stand where He places you. I tell you again, God is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. And when it happens, it will not only change your life, it will ripple through generations. Your children will see it. Your family will witness it. Your community will talk about it. Because the glory of God cannot be contained within your own story. It will overflow into the lives of others. That is the kind of lifting He is about to do. Let your heart be still for a moment and listen, because the word I bring to you now carries weight for your destiny. Too many people live their lives believing they have to be perfect before they can be elevated. They think they need every qualification, every approval, every credential, every endorsement. But let me tell you this with the authority of conviction. When God chooses to lift you, He does not ask the permission of man. He does not consult your critics. He does not review your past mistakes. He does not check with the gatekeepers of this world. God lifts whom He chooses. And when he places his hand upon you, the very rules that seemed unshakable begin to bend in your favor. Doors that were locked suddenly swing open. Paths that were blocked suddenly clear. Walls that stood tall suddenly crumble at your feet. Because when God lifts, he rewrites the story of your life in a way no human system can control. The world teaches you to climb ladders, to compete, to push, to strive, to hustle for positions that others are fighting for. But hear me, God does not need ladders. He does not need man-made systems of promotion. He does not need human platforms. When God lifts you, he bypasses the natural order and places you directly into the seat he has chosen for you. That is why your elevation will never make sense to those who measure worth by worldly standards. They will look at you and ask, how did this one get here? They don't meet the requirements. They don't have the pedigree. They don't have the raw. And the answer will echo through eternity. It was God. You may be in a season right now where you feel buried. Everything looks dark. Everything feels heavy and no one sees the work God is doing within you. But let me remind you, being buried and being planted look the same at first glance. One leads to death, the other leads to growth. And some of you are not buried. You are planted. God has placed you in the soil of preparation. He has hidden you in obscurity so that your roots can grow deep, so that when he lifts you into the light, you will not wither under the weight of success. Do not despise your hidden season. It is in the hidden place that God prepares the vessel he intends to elevate. And when he lifts you, you will know that the darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to strengthen you. Understand this truth. God's lifting is not ordinary. When he raises you, he does it in such a way that the spotlight shines not on you, but on him. You may feel like the least likely candidate, but God delights in using the least likely because it magnifies his greatness. He could have chosen the mighty, but he chooses the meek. He could have chosen the powerful, but he chooses the humble. He could have chosen the celebrated, but he chooses the overlooked. Why? Because when he lifts you, no one can confuse his power with your performance. Everyone will see that it was his hand, not your own, that carried you there. And let me give you this wisdom. When God lifts you, the very people who thought you were unworthy will witness your rising. But do not let bitterness poison your heart. The elevation of God is not about proving your enemies wrong. It is about proving God right. It is about showing that his word never fails, that his plan cannot be overturned, that his favor is greater than man's rejection. So, when you rise, rise with grace. When you step into that place you never qualified for, walk with humility. Let your success be a testimony, not a weapon. Let your blessing be a light that points others back to the God who gave it. Some of you believe your past has written you out of God's plan. You replay the wrong turns, the disappointments, the missed chances, and convince yourself that your destiny has been lost forever. But hear me, God never checks your history to decide your future. He is the master of time, the one who speaks the end from the very beginning. He already saw every stumble, every failure, every fall before he ever decided to lift you up. And still he declares, I will raise you. Your mistakes don't disqualify you from his promotion. In truth, they often become the very stage where his mercy and power shine brightest. Don't be fooled into thinking that God's elevation must make sense by human logic. Many times his ways will shatter logic completely. He can take a shepherd and seat him among kings. He can lift a prisoner to govern nations. He can raise an orphan to guide generations. God does not rely on human systems to confirm His chosen ones. He does not need a diploma, a title, a certificate, or an endorsement. When He chooses you, He validates you Himself. And when His hand rests upon you, no man can revoke what He has ordained. And hear me on this. The lifting of God is not always upward in the way the world thinks. Sometimes it is inward. Sometimes it is about lifting your spirit out of despair, lifting your mind out of confusion, lifting your heart out of fear. Sometimes the place you never qualified for is not a position, but a peace you could never earn. It is not a title, but a freedom you could never purchase. It is not a promotion, but a restoration you never thought possible. God lifts not only to honor you, but to heal you. He raises you not only to exalt you, but to restore the parts of you that life tried to crush. And when He does lift you into positions of influence, do not forget that influence is not just for yourself. The place God is taking you carries purpose beyond your own comfort. It is about those who will be blessed through your obedience. It is about the voices you will amplify, the hands you will strengthen, the lives you will touch. That is why God's lifting cannot be selfish. It cannot be about pride. It must be about purpose. When God raises you, He is raising a vessel through which His will can flow into the earth. So walk with courage, because your life is not bound by the qualifications of men. Walk with faith, because the one who holds your destiny cannot fail. Walk with expectancy, because the season of lifting is nearer than you think. And when it comes, it will come suddenly. You will not have time to explain it, to prepare for it, or to justify it. You will simply find yourself standing in a place you never qualified for, and your only response will be awe at the greatness of God. Do not shrink back when that moment arrives. Do not tell yourself you are unworthy of standing there. Do not sabotage yourself with small thinking. God did not bring you this far to leave you timid and fearful. He lifted you so you could shine. He lifted you so His power could be revealed. He lifted you so the world would know that He alone is God, and that He alone decides who rises and who falls. There is something I must speak into your spirit today. Something that may shake you free from the chains of doubt that have held you captive. You have been told that you are not good enough, not strong enough, not wise enough, not worthy enough. You have been made to feel like an outsider in places where others walk with ease. But listen to me now. God delights in placing the outsider on the inside. God delights in raising the forgotten to the forefront. God delights in turning the rejected stone into the chief cornerstone. And when He lifts you, He will not simply lift you slightly higher. He will place you in a position so unexpected, so beyond your human merit, that even those who opposed you will have no choice but to declare this was the doing of God. Some of you have been living beneath your potential because you have accepted the labels that people have put on you. They have called you unworthy, incapable, unqualified, and you have begun to believe them. But let me tell you with fire in my voice, the labels of man do not define the destiny of God. You are not created to live confined by their judgments. You are not designed to shrink under their expectations. You are not chosen to remain small in the shadow of other people's opinions. God Himself has spoken over you, and His word carries more power than every voice of opposition combined. When God chooses to lift you, He is not limited by where you were born, how you were raised, what education you received, or what mistakes you have made. He is not bound by your failures. He is not restricted by your lack. He is not hindered by your shortcomings. In fact, it is often in those very shortcomings that His glory shines the brightest. Because when you rise into that place you never qualified for, no one will say it was because of your credentials. They will say it was because of your God. And let me remind you, there is a reason why God lifts His people into places they do not deserve by human standards. It is so that all eyes will be directed upward, not outward. If you could explain it, if you could calculate it, if you could trace it back to your own effort, then people would glorify you. But when the evidence points in no other direction but toward God, then He alone receives the glory. That is why He has chosen you, the one others overlook, the one who feels inadequate, the one who carries scars. He is about to lift you so that His power may be displayed through you. Some of you are sitting in silence right now, wondering why the doors have not yet opened, why the opportunities have not come, why you have been delayed while others seem to run ahead. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Delay means preparation. God has been equipping you in the dark, strengthening your spirit, refining your character, testing your faith. He has been preparing you for a level of responsibility that you could not have handled if He had lifted you too soon. But now the season is shifting. Now the time is drawing near. Now the hidden place is about to give way to the elevated place. And when it does, you will rise not only with blessing, but with wisdom, not only with honor, but with endurance, not only with promotion, but with purpose. Do not misunderstand this. When God lifts you, it is not only for your sake, it is for the sake of others who will be impacted by your elevation. Your family, your community, even generations yet unborn, will feel the ripple effect of the place God is about to carry you into. You think it is only about you receiving honor, but God's vision is greater. He is raising you so that through your life, others may see the reality of His power and the certainty of His promises. That is why you must not despise the process. Every tear you cried, every battle you fought, every valley you walked through, it was not wasted. It was molding you into someone who can stand when lifted, because elevation without foundation leads to collapse. But God has been digging deep within you, laying a foundation so strong that when He raises you up, you will not fall. You will stand, and you will stand as a witness of His power. And let me speak to your doubt for a moment. I know there are voices in your mind telling you, you don't deserve it. You're not ready. You're not capable. But those voices do not come from God. God does not speak in discouragement. God does not speak in limitation. God does not speak in defeat. His word says, I will lift you in due season. His word says, I will honor those who honor me. His word says, I will make you the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. And when God says it, it overrides every lie, every doubt, every fear. Prepare yourself, because the lifting of God comes suddenly. You may be in the valley today and on the mountain tomorrow. You may be in obscurity this morning and in prominence by evening. That is how swiftly God can shift your story. And when He does, you will realize that all the nights of waiting, all the years of being overlooked, all the seasons of feeling forgotten were only setting the stage for the moment of your rising. And when it happens, remember this: humility must clothe you. Do not let pride corrupt the blessing. Do not let arrogance poison the promotion. Walk with gratitude, because you know better than anyone that you never qualified for where you now stand. Let your elevation be your testimony, not your trophy. Let your success be your witness, not your weapon. Let your blessing be your service, not your selfishness. Because God lifts you not for you to shine alone, but for His light to shine through you. My friend, there are moments in life when everything within you screams that you are unqualified, unworthy, and unequipped. You look at the mountain before you and your heart whispers, "I cannot climb this. I cannot stand there." Yet it is in those very moments when God reaches down with His mighty hand, lifts you up, and places you in a position you could have never reached on your own. When God decides to elevate you, it will not be by your RA Summa, your connections, or your qualifications. It will be by His power alone. God will lift you into a place where no degree could have taken you, no influence could have secured for you, and no human hand could have carried you. You see, man looks at what is on the surface, but God looks at the heart. Man disqualifies you because of your past, but God qualifies you because of your faith. People may see every reason why you should not rise, but God sees every reason why He Himself will cause you to rise. And when He moves, no force on earth and no power of darkness can stop what He has ordained. If God says you are chosen, you are chosen. If God says you are lifted, you are lifted. Think about it. Every prophet, every servant, every person God has ever used mightily was placed in positions they did not qualify for by human standards. They were ordinary, overlooked, rejected by people, but handpicked by God. That is why you must never measure your destiny by the standards of men. Men may limit you, but God has no limits. Men may shut doors, but God owns the keys. Men may say you cannot enter, but when God speaks, He will part seas, break barriers, and bring you into a land you did not build and a harvest you did not plant. You might feel small today. You might feel like you don't have enough resources, enough experience, or enough influence. But let me tell you with every conviction of my soul, when God decides to elevate you, none of that matters. God's power will overshadow your lack. His strength will cover your weakness. His wisdom will outweigh your inexperience. And His favor will break every wall that stands against you. God can take someone with nothing and make them the very vessel that shakes nations. Listen closely. God does not need you to have the qualifications.